Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chess Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is this abomination.
Yes.
And Random 11.
Hello.
And Green Line.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. All right, so some other hosts may join us as time goes on, but completely ignoring them for the time being. Let's jump in.
Because they don't exist anymore.
Yes. If you would like to support us, there is the OCA Podcast Patreon. I know we're at 420 and it's a perfect number, but we could be at 690. Right? I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, you can support us. This is how you support us monthly, or you can support the channel per video, which is any video that is not podcast related, meaning reviews, first impressions, tip videos, all of those things, which is again per video. Then there's other ways to support us with direct donations and our affiliate links and all those things. So thank you for considering supporting us in these ways. There's also super chats, which I very much love because the fanfare is more fun. Now, real quick, I would like to issue a correction on Stranger Things. So, last podcast, don't you dare copyright claim me. last podcast, we had a extended discussion on Stranger Things season 4 at the end of the podcast, and I had mentioned that the person under the makeup playing Vecna was actually the guy who played Bigfoot in The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then the Bigfoot. Now, I was mistaken, which I find hilarious actually, because I had this exact same epiphany before this season. So I actually already knew this.
Don't say who it is, by the way.
I what do you mean? Well,
don't say who is actually the actor playing Vecna. Just
right.
to avoid spoilers.
So look, here's the thing. So I'm on IMDb looking at Stranger Things. Stranger Things updated the banner profile to be season 4. But IMDb does not have things listed per season. So what I was actually looking at when I learned about the person playing what I believe to be Vecna, and this is actually, I learned this before they named the character Vecna in season 4. But when I saw it, it's listed under the monster. So it turns out it's the actor who plays the Demogorgon in season 1 through whatever they need him for, is actually the guy from The Man Who Killed Bigfoot or Hitler and Then the Bigfoot. Anyway, correction over. Now we get into the show. Without ruining anything for anybody who hasn't seen season 4. How's everybody doing in the chat? Legendary Anime JP Fan 2, how you doing? And I'm going to forgive me if I butcher this. Dawood Sadiq, how are you doing? Why you little? Oh, Megasmash me, daddy. All right, so jumping right in. Let's get into the
Happy late Father's Day, by the way, too.
Oh, thank you. Yes, my wife worked that entire day. Oh, I have a Father's Day card that my daughter made me, actually, before we get into this. It's a lovely Father's Day card from my daughter. I'll cherish it forever.
What is it supposed to be? A card?
It's literally
like hiding the goods?
It's literally a what do you call it? A flash card that she wrote "Happy Father's Day, love Chloe" on, and then just I don't know if she glued or tape. I guess she glued a scrap of cloth on top of it. And she told me
it looks like a card wearing a skirt, like hiding her goods.
She told me that a portion of her name was peeking through the E, so she glued another piece of string on top of the end.
Just so you know that just so you wouldn't be surprised that it was her.
Well, it just goes to show that the reason last year's Father's Day card was so epic was because my wife wasn't working, which I just so happen to have right here. Anyway, all right, so I don't think this is the right link, actually. Whoops, hold on. Let's try this. I've got the wrong URL attached to this link. Here it is. God damn it. Come on now. There we go. This is the one I'm supposed to be reading. Okay, so CG Studio Orange is going to be animating the new Trigun Stampede 2023 anime. Now, it says here, Toho announced on Friday that it and CG Studio Orange, who's known for Beastars and Land of the Lustrous, are producing a new anime based on Yasuhiro Naito's Trigun manga titled Trigun Stampede, which obviously is a reference to Vash the Stampede, that will debut in 2023. Crunchyroll also announced that it will simulcast the anime upon release in more than 200 countries and territories around the world. Crunchyroll is going to host a panel on at Anime Expo on July 2nd, which is going to give us more information about it. And they're going to have guests, including the manga creator Yasuhiro Naito, designer Koji Tajima of Gantz Zero. So, character designer of Gantz Zero, and I'm painting a mural here for you regarding what can we expect from this CG anime rendition.
Yeah, and
how's it going, Dan?
I'm bummed. Oh, Dan, sweet. There's a cameo appearance.
Yeah.
So we're going over
too long for now. I might be able to hop on later.
Cool. We're going over CG Studio Orange is animating a new Trigun that's presumably going to cover the entire manga. So they've got the Koji Tajima, the Gantz Zero character artist, Orange producers Kiyotaka Waki of Godzilla Singular Point. Now, I don't know if you guys have seen Godzilla Singular Point. It's the Netflix one, but there's CG in it, but the characters are not CG for the most part, from what I watched of it. So the characters are still hand-drawn. But if you've got this character artist, I can almost guarantee it's probably going to be a full CG-looking thing. But then we've got Yoshihiro Watanabe of Beastars and a Toho producer from Your Name. All right. So the Twitter account was titled 6 Million Bounty, but they've recently changed it to Trigun Anime. They teased a new announcement on Thursday with an image, which was the one we were just looking at. The image depicts a toy and Wild West style wanted poster with a bounty with Yasuhiro Naito's Trigun. Sorry, within Yasuhiro Naito's Trigun universe, the main character of Vash Stampede is known as the 60 billion double dollar man for the bounty on his head. This is all stuff about background on Trigun. So let me get back to here. Where the okay, hold on. I have fucked up royally at some point here. Did I? No, I guess I didn't. I just am that stupid. All right, going on to this. Wow. Okay, I only threw this in the doc today. You'd think I'd be a little bit more like clear on it. So I saw this Studio Orange. This is the studio that's going to be doing it. They released their original short Home on YouTube. Now, with this in mind, what can we expect, right, from Trigun? If it's anything like this, the backgrounds are going to largely be painted, which is what I think we're seeing here, right? That's clearly a painting, right? So is this, though. And what do we have to look forward to? Some of the worst fucking CG people I've ever seen. Although,
Yeah, it's funny. Not to interrupt you, but doesn't it seem like what was the big? Was it Knights of Sidonia?
Knights of Sidonia. Yep.
Well, I bring it up only because it almost seems like that was a few years ago. It almost seems like the technology really hasn't advanced much past that.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I'm not sure when this particular short actually got made. It might have been made a while ago, and it's only just recently been put up onto their YouTube channel. You know, like it's possible that they had made the short for some sizzle reel or something, like, I don't know, 5-10 years ago. Who knows?
But if it was made like 5 years ago, you'd think they would have polished it up a little bit, wouldn't you?
No, that takes man hours. Now, I will say, as awful as the guy looks, perhaps there is still some marginal hope for the waifus.
Well, they probably put more money
sure.
into
So we'll get
not that there's a lot of waifus in Trigun.
Yeah.
Millie is best girl. Millie is best girl. Hands down. I don't
Is
care.
Millie the
looks
short-haired
bad.
one?
No, Meryl's the short-haired one.
Meryl is best girl. Go die.
Millie's the tall one.
Okay. Wolfwood is best girl. Anyway, so yeah, this is the level that they have previously produced. I am not. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna go full Gantz 0 with it. That's a whole nother story. You know, I don't think they would, though,
Right.
because this was a movie, and you do
With a
this
movie
as a
budget.
movie.
And we're talking
Yeah.
about an 18-volume manga series.
Like,
Yeah, I don't see it happening. I don't know.
I
I'm
really
not
had
sure.
hopes, and then it was and then they announced, the studio is doing it CG, and it's like,
Right.
oh.
And they labeled them. I've seen them labeled as Japan's best CG studio, and I'm like, I'm sorry, what's the one that does Polygon Pictures? Aren't they better? Like, I think they just mean simply because people like B-Stars right now, and they did B-Stars. Right?
And you can do B-Stars because that's all fucking furries. Like,
yes, because nobody gives a shit. They're lucky to get scraps, right?
like,
Who did? Was that all TMS? Who did Lupin the Third, the First? Or was that?
No, Lupin the Third, the First was the team that did
Can't see it.
Stand By Me, Doraemon.
Okay, yeah.
God damn it, of course. So that was Robot. I'm actually kind of amazed. Hold up. Is it really the same robot that did Onimusha? I think it is. Wow. I'm not surprised. They've come a long way, but they were great. Literally, if this is the same company I'm thinking of, here, let me pardon while I pull up a YouTube video. If this is the same company that I'm thinking of, then this is literally the company that got me into visual effects. Ooh, 4K 60 FPS. I'm sure there wasn't any shenanigans involved in this. Yeah, this is it. Robot. Literally, this was the sequence that made me decide in high school to go into visual effects. Fun.
Why? Because you thought you could do better?
No.
It looks like trash.
This came out in 2006. Maybe 2007. Hold on.
Okay.
This was for PlayStation 2. I'm trying to get to the most hype moment. Right here.
Oh, this was a video game?
Yeah, this was the intro cutscene to it.
Okay.
So hype back in the day. Right here. They're like, that's my boy from the first game. He's back. because in the second game you played as a different character. Anyway, all right, so that is the company behind Lupin the Third, the First. I'm glad that we went on this tangent down memory lane for me. All right, it was also Shanae Animation and Shirogumi Inc. Who
My
also
ambulance
did.
is listing Marza Animation Planet.
Okay, well then what you're telling me is that I should have looked up Lupin the Third, the First instead of Stand By Me Doraemon to find the company.
Because they also did the 3D CG Captain Harlock movie,
Oh, really?
along with and just Toei Animation and Marza and yeah, and like the 3D CG
Animation production, Marza Animation Planet. So is Robot not even involved? Okay, so production. Okay, so the way that production works in Japan is they actually outsource shots, like visual effects shots and animation shots and stuff. So it's very possible that that these are the subcategory companies here that were outsourced different areas of production, and that perhaps the actual animation is for like the character animation and whatnot. I don't know. Let me go back to.
Also, remember that 2-minute Lupin 3D CG thing that came out like 2012? They're also listed under that. So they've worked on both of the 3D CG ones for Lupin. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, like only company I'm seeing in both is Shanae and Shirogumi. Right? Or did I even see Shanae? Shirogumi. Yeah, just Shirogumi. Okay. Anyway, God knows. Back to the main point here is that I don't know what we could expect from Trigun, but that's the big news. Sad news, major, huge, enormous sad news. Billy Kametz died of stage 4 colon cancer. And I know you're like, wow, that happened forever ago. Yes, that's how long it's been since we did a podcast. So that
it doesn't
sucks.
hurt any less.
Sad, pour one out for the man.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of expected it. Unfortunately, it was stage 4, and I believe that's the
14% survival rate. I was like last we talked about it, I was like, well, how many people with stage 4 colon cancer have a GoFundMe with $175,000?
right.
Sadly, seems you can't just buy health.
Yeah,
At
unfortunately.
least he maybe had one banger of a funeral.
Yeah.
I hope it had hookers and blow.
Right.
So that's unfortunate. And I'm very disappointed that, so he was Naofumi in Shield Hero. I hope there isn't any more premiere ever. The White Blood Cell in Cells at Work, Rui and Demon Slayer. He's also fucking Josuke, which is also gonna suck. Does Josuke show up in part 6?
No, I don't think there's no that Josuke doesn't show up ever again. I don't think there's a different Josuke in part 8.
Well, it's for the best.
Yeah.
That Josuke isn't going to show up again. Not that Billy Kametz has died. It really does suck.
Yeah, that was my favorite part out of all of them, probably. So
I don't remember why I included this.
roles.
Yeah, so I'm just going to move on. Sorry, Billy Kametz. Also, Crunchyroll put out this Remembering Billy Kametz like bar. What do you call this? Like the category? Yeah, streaming category. Thank you for all the joy you brought to anime fans everywhere. And people with keen eyes will notice 8686 Cells at Work, Attack on Titan, Welcome to Demon School, Rumakun, Rising the Shield Hero, Fire Force. All of these are all great and all, except for the fact that they're only featuring the subtitled version of Attack on Titan, which of course
because
Billy
they have
Kametz is not.
a different entry for the dubs. Yeah.
Yeah, so they
that's a fuck up on their part.
y'all fucked up. Anyway. All right. And grossly overshadowed by a much younger voice actor who passed away of a horrifying stage 4 cancer was radio host Jim White, who also died since our last podcast.
Yeah, he died like a week after like Billy's death was
of
announced.
lung cancer.
of lung cancer.
Wait a minute.
So,
how old was,
fuck cancer, but we all know
Yeah.
that.
How 35? I was gonna say that would have been weird.
Most notably known for as the narrator for Fairy Tale.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second narrator, to be more
And Marco Bellwood. He was the narrator of Fairy Tale starting in the second season. Marco Bellwood and Fairy Gone. I lied. That's not Fairy Tale. I just can't read. Zeke's grandfather in Attack on Titan the final season. Lao Ji in One Piece and Ieyasu Tokugawa and Basilisk, the Oka Ninja Scrolls, which is the newer one. He also voiced roles in shows such as Kato the Right Answer, Sarazanmai, Star Blazers 2199, Star Blazers 2202, Black Clover, A Certain Magical Index 3, The Legend of Galactic Heroes, Die News These, and more. So, the longer I linger, the more not good things I'll say about people who died, because I'm just really bad at that. I don't know why. Now, in pickups,
Before
I'm
we
gonna
go
go
to
ahead.
pickups,
Yes.
I just want to. I don't know if it's the same or different, but you said fuck cancer or whatever. There was news that they found a new drug. Now, it was a small trial, but in a trial, they found that this drug cured 100% of the people on it of cancer, but it was specifically for rectal cancer. And I don't know. I don't know if that's different.
Damn
than
it! I hope
colon
I get
cancer.
rectal cancer.
I don't know. I guess that's different than colon cancer.
Aren't they the same?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, technically, the
Hey,
rectum would be
Just tell your wife,
the,
hey baby, you down for some butt sex tonight?
the part of the
What?
skin at the end where, where your butthole is, but the colon
called
is
the
an actual
butthole?
organ that's inside the butthole. Anyway, so I don't know if it would have worked on colon cancer, but anyway, so it's promising, this one drug. So maybe at least rectal cancer will have a cure soon.
Let's hope.
There is light at the end of that intestinal tunnel.
Such an awkward turn here. Who wants to do pickups? All right, I'm just fixing the doc real quick.
I've got a pickup, but it's in the pickups subcategory
right.
thing.
Then I will go first because I have actual physical pickups, if you can believe it. So first and foremost, well, I don't know about, maybe I shouldn't have said all that, but my Indiegogo for Cloud Scratcher, Cody Beyer from Anime Outsiders thing arrived, and it's extremely high quality from what you might expect. Like, I mean, I didn't think he was going to skimp on anything, but just like when you feel it, it feels substantial, and it feels like he really went above and beyond, and could have skimped out on I don't know, it like when you pick up an art box from one company and you can feel how rigid it feels, and like it's got that really nice cover on it that feels like it's indestructible, and then you pick up a fucking Sentai Premium Edition that costs you out the nose, and it feels like if I sneeze on it, it's destroyed. That's what I'm trying to get at here. So I don't know if anybody else picked this up, but I'm looking forward to reading it to my children. And then the other Kickstarter thing I got.
Turn your kids into furries.
I hope not. I mean, I watched Saturday morning cartoons that involved, things
Ninja
like
Turtles
that
and
didn't,
other things,
that
yes.
didn't turn me into a furry, thank God.
No,
So
but Ninja Turtles
There's
did
always a
get me redheads.
chance.
so I got Metal Skin Panic Maddox 01, the
Oh, you got yours
unobtainium
already?
edition.
Fuck.
Yeah, I've had mine for a few days.
Oh, I
Yeah,
think
I got mine
Canada got
too.
delayed.
So I'm noticing. So I always buy it twice. I buy the art box support one. Well, I noticed that the one they sent me that doesn't have the art box came in a clear case, and the one in the art box came in a blue case.
Ooh.
Oh, now you'll never know which one to
Don't
put
open
in the art
either of
box.
them, huh?
I think I'll just leave them both exactly where they're at. All right, that's it for me. I'll open up the pickups tab as soon as I back to. I already have it open. Okay. Oh yeah, your new summer poster.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
And
I noticed, that
yeah,
you
I
commented
couldn't help
below
but
it.
notice latest videos was that 5 years ago. I would just like to state that is not the latest video on the channel.
It is not, but I scrolled down, so I scrolled down so we can get some old classic anime collector stuff.
That's some anime collecting simping going on right there.
Oh. And then Danny picked up what is this, an iPhone 13 mini. You can tell because it doesn't have the
Third
Third
eye.
camera.
the third eye. Yeah.
Although I think the 13 versus, because there's the 13 and the 13 mini, I think both of them only have the 2 cameras. It's once you go to the Pro and the Pro Max that it gets the 3rd camera.
Well, I've got the Pro Max, which has easily one. I think that's 4 cameras. We've got
No, it's 3.
no. What's this one? Is that just the LiDAR sensor?
Yeah,
And then that's the flash.
that's the flash.
Okay.
Yeah, and then there's
Alright.
also a microphone on there.
Oh, that's nice. Anyway, so back to this. So Danny said he was forced to buy it because his 7 is going to be excluded from iOS 16, and then
No Guns Life.
he
Volume
picked up
11.
No Guns Life Volume 11. Has that got an anime, right?
Yes, 2 seasons.
Did that get a physical release yet?
Yes, 2
It
seasons.
did, right? Okay. Fuck, I haven't bought it yet. That's why you don't get iPhones. Law. All right, back to this.
Excuse me, FTDM. Android's worse.
Everything fails eventually.
Jujutsu Kaisen Volume 16.
Why is his face?
He's
Why
sweating.
is
okay?
why is the money shot on the cover?
He's sweating. He's licking his sweat.
Yeah, that's it. Definitely. Salty. All right. Also, Face Day Night, Heaven's Feel, Lost Butterfly. This is the first one, right?
No, I think
yeah,
that's
the
the
second one?
second one.
Oh, is it? That is the one.
I think
I
that's
saw.
the one we saw.
Yeah, Lost Butterfly. You're right. It's the second one. And then this is the third one. Spring Flower, is that what it's called? And then
Spring Song.
Spring Song. The first one was Presage Flower. That's what it was.
Presage Flower, yeah.
I got it. And then here is Kaguya-sama Love is War,
Season 1.
Season 1. Is that the Aniplex one or?
That's the only one that's been released.
No, but I mean, because he's in South Africa, so he might have.
Yeah, that's right. And,
Right, and then
preparing for the Kill Watch Club.
wow, nice of DHL to tape it for you. What? They had to
He said he
repack
got
it.
this from Amazon too. So like they
Yeah,
opened
so-
the package and yeah.
Yep, that tells you that they repacked it. At least it looks like only part of it's possibly touching the. God, that sucks, man.
If I didn't notice that, if you got that from Amazon Japan, I don't know why you'd buy a book from Amazon Japan, but I've had Amazon Japan do that before.
That's because Amazon, when they ship, that's because Japan ships internationally using DHL.
Yeah. So
So-
I don't know about South Africa. Like I've never had Amazon Canada do that to me.
Yeah, but so the thing is
yeah,
that
I get what you mean. I get
because
what you mean.
he's in South Africa and they have to internationally ship from the US or Canada, depending on if you bought it from Amazon CA or Amazon.com, right? They're going to use DHL, and because of that, it resulted in this cuckening that I'm so sorry you had to deal with.
Fair enough. So what I was going to say is,
He picked it up later and says it's like not really a bad thing.
Okay.
okay. Well, for future note, I had this happen to me with an amiibo that I had imported from Amazon Japan. They repacked it, and they like amiibo. Like if you picture the packaging, it's like a card back with a plastic bubble and the figures in the plastic bubble, right?
Right.
And so they had unpacked it, and then repacked it. When they repacked it, they folded the card back
Oh.
over and like creased it, and then also threw it in the bag. Like they took it out of a box and put it in a bag. And then that just got it was like crushed when I got it, and I complained to Amazon Japan, and they just gave it to me for free. They were like, full refund. There you go. It's like, okay, thank you. So
Yeah.
consider if there was damage to it. Obviously, if there was no damage, don't say shit. But if there
Right.
was damage and you care, then consider opening a customer service chat with them and talk to them about it.
Yeah, one time, so by where Dan and I live, in Huntington Beach area, there used to be a store called DVDplanet.com. Like the actual name of the store had the .com in it.
That was a great store.
Great store.
Closed.
The only problem was that fucking people would go in there and take a pocket knife and slice open the edge of the DVD case and pop out the disc and steal just the disc. So if you bought a DVD, you'd get it home and it would be empty, right? So one time I had the forethought to ask them if I could open it and check to make sure the disc was in there. So they're like, yeah, sure. And then they took one of those, the things that they use at like Tower Records, a place to slice open the CD, like to get the plastic wrap off. Yeah. That's not supposed to go on a DVD package. I don't know what they were thinking, but they just went and it left this like jagged groove in the plastic of the Amore case. And I was
at
like,
least you're in store, you'd be like, I want another one.
Well,
No,
like,
I
you
was-
just
I
tried
was-
that one.
well, I just replaced the case when I got home, but I was just thinking like, I'm so
What?
fucking glad I didn't ask you to do that on a damn box with one of the like
LE.
not a slip cover, but like the slip case or something,
Right.
Like
I would have
jeez.
been like, dude, get another one off the shelf. I'm not taking that now.
It was the
You
last
fucking
one.
ruined
I
it.
was like, it wasn't something
Oh.
that I could have done it with, but yeah, I was like, I be careful what I ask for, I guess. Jeez. Anyway, and then we got effing Anime Addict picked up Violence Jack and Cardcaptor Sakura. I hope you got this for the super low 50% off price.
Using the
Using my
affiliate
affiliate link. And then he also picked up Black
The
Clover
Lost-
Season 1.
Part 5, I think, is the one he finally got, because he wraps up the
Yeah.
individual sets.
So, yeah, if you'll note the black here, this is actually Gorilla Tape that is holding the Blu-ray outer sleeves on. And so there's a little bit of a discussion going on about how you protect your stuff. You can see the tape to hold it on. And
I don't know why you would use Gorilla Tape that's black.
I think because it's just super strong.
He probably just used what he had available anyway.
Yeah, but
I
I mean, if you were to choose to use it instead of regular like Scotch tape, you would use it because it's super strong. Like it's not gonna let go. And then Danny was saying, if you can get a box set that is a standard size like some of these other ones, you can buy these plastic shells for them.
Mhm.
And then I love that you said this. Yeah, well, the problem with those is that they're not always the right size. So here's what I use, and this just warmed my heart because when I moved out of Arizona, I wrapped every rare thing I have in this exact brand of Ziploc. And to this day, I'm just wondering, have I been leaching acid into them in the storage unit this whole time? Like, I'm gonna be so fucking mad when I open my collection again and it's just ruined because I stuck like Blend S and all my favorite, super rare things are in this Ziploc, that I constructed my own protective thing like this with. But I'm glad to see I'm not the only one playing with fire. I don't even know. It might not have the acid leaching. I don't know.
Well, It's
I just
it's
didn't. I didn't
it's
check.
yeah, it's Schrodinger's cat right now, right?
Yeah,
As long as you
right,
don't check,
precisely.
it's perfectly fine.
Also, I love how you've got like a dog chew toy in bed on top of your My Hero Academia bedspread. I long for your life. Actually, I don't long for the dog chew toy. I long for the life where you can just have some random anime bedspread. In fact, one time when I was a kid, I was at Toys R Us and I noticed there was a Dragon Ball Z bedspread, and I asked my mom if I could have it, and she's like, "I'm not convinced you're gonna use it," and I'm like, "What the fuck? That's just an excuse to not buy it for me." Anyway, and then
I'll have
Reese.
you know, I still have my Power Rangers bedspread.
Yeah, I was thinking like, I'm pretty sure the one I was asking for was like king size too. I was like, I didn't know they made them this big. I could be using it to this day. Like anyway, so here's your pickup series.
I got the G Kids releases of 5 centimeters per second, Children Chase Lost Voices, and The Place Promised in Our Early Days, and then
Wow.
Overlord Novel 4.
You really felt
Or
like
novel
wasting
14.
some money, didn't you?
Huh?
I said you
He's
really
got
felt
lots
like
of
wasting
money.
some money, didn't you?
He's got lots of money.
The Overlord is the only thing here that I would argue is probably worth picking up. Children Who Chase Lost Voices was ridiculously bad. Plays Promise in Our Early Days is something you watch once and say, "Wow, I never have to see that again." And 5 centimeters per second, you'll kill yourself in the middle.
I
I
had,
did. We watched it and I was dying. I was like,
I have now
Fuck this
bought
movie.
5 centimeters per second 4 times. Okay? And this one, it's found, I mean, yes, the discotheque one had a slipcover.
All right. Well, you
And-
got
but
5
this one
lives
has,
left.
Didn't
Voices
we-
of a Distant Star and the She and Her Cat short on it, which the
Okay.
previous one did not have.
didn't
Mine
we
did.
do a watch club of 5 centimeters
We
per
did.
second? While
5
you were
wallpapers
gone?
per second. Yes.
Like, yeah, and I was just like, fuck this movie. This movie's terrible.
And then,
Fuck
like,
it.
The Place
wasted
Promised in
my-
Our Early Days, this is the first time it's been on Blu-ray, so.
That's like
Yeah.
2 hours of my life I'll never get back.
Yep.
But it was only
All right.
an hour long,
So we're done with pickups, yeah?
I guess.
All right, cool. This is a last minute ad. So Japan's Ministry of Finance recommends that Cool Japan Fund restructure if the deficit can't be curbed. It's a public-private fund, and it's 30.9 billion yen in debt, which is several hundred million dollars. So
300 million, roughly.
228.9, according to this Crunchyroll article.
Oh damn! The
Now, here's the
yen has
thing.
Slipped,
Here's the thing.
or would that be the dollars?
Well, here's the thing. The reason I'm sharing this is because it's indicative of some problems Japan's having, but also the Cool Japan Fund began in November 2013 to promote Japan to the world and has seen the Japanese government invest more than 106.6 billion yen, or 789.6 million US dollars, into the organization. The fund has invested in anime companies around the world, including at one time being the majority investor in Sentai Holdings LLC. The Cool Japan Fund not only invested in anime, but also in food, fashion, and games and more. Issues with the fund have been raised through the years, with the Ministry of Finance highlighting a huge debt inside the organization last year due to COVID-19. The ministry approved a plan to limit debt to just 25.7 billion yen this fiscal year to help save the fund, but saw the debt increase to 30.9 billion yen. Some of the members of the ministry expect that as the world opens back up after COVID-19, the companies that Cool Japan has invested in will grow again, though others commented that the fund should close due to the limits not being met. A final plan will be devised by fall, depending on the outcome of the next few months and if the fund will see growth. Now, I know that AMC bought Sentai, so they're the majority stake. I don't know if what do you call it? Cool Japan Fund still has some stake in Sentai, but all I'm saying is during COVID-19, people spent their stimulus checks on the fucking Legend of the Galactic Hero set. So I don't understand why they can claim that they weren't making any money during COVID-19. Anyway.
So the Japanese yen, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but it used to hover around $1 per 100 yen.
Yeah.
And now it's down to 70 yen.
Well, since you brought it up,
It's getting tanked.
weak yen should have
Oh,
Japan fast track.
Perfect timing. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
I actually haven't read this yet. This was just something I had off on the other tab, on the other
Okay.
window. Like, maybe I'll read it and we'll cover it next week. But
Hey, real
Yeah,
quick,
so-
I gotta dip.
Sure,
I'll
man.
try to be back on later if you guys
Cool.
are still going. But
well,
We
yeah, it's
will
good
be.
talking to everyone.
No,
Real-
we will.
All right, dude.
hopefully this will be temporary.
Laters.
Yeah, dude. Take it easy. Have a good one.
You said that he was moving?
Yes, I'm sure he'll talk about it when he comes back.
Alright.
So weak yen should have Japan fast-tracked reopening. Weak yen should have Japan fast-tracking reopening to foreign tourists, prominent politician says. So former prime minister thinks the exchange rate is creating an unprecedented opportunity. So this Friday, Japan will finally be reopening to foreign tourism, with inbound tour groups allowed into the country after 2 years of travel suspension. It's a big step for Japan, which has maintained some of the tightest border controls in the world during the coronavirus pandemic. But one prominent Japanese politician would like to see the remaining restrictions to inbound leisure travelers removed as quickly as possible. Yoshihide Suga was Japan's prime minister from 2020 to 2021, stepping into the position when predecessor Shinzo Abe resigned due to health reasons. So who's the fucking prime minister now? Prior to that, Suga served as chief cabinet secretary for a period of more than 7.5 years, and had his public recognition boosted even higher by being the person who presented Japan's new imperial era name, Reiwa, blah blah blah. Link to another article. So in 2019, the last full year before the effects of the pandemic began being felt in Japan, the country welcomed 31,882,049 visitors. That's an exact number there. There's no rounding involved in that. From overseas. Its most ever. That number fell to just 245,862 people in 2021. But Suga believes that Japan's tourism numbers have the potential to not only recover, but climb to even higher record levels, thanks to something that's weighing heavily on the Japanese economy, the weak yen. So real quick before we get into this, when they filmed Lord of the Rings, and my dad lived in New Zealand for a while, the New Zealand dollar was worth roughly half what the US dollar was worth. But the purchasing power in New Zealand was roughly the same. So when you went to New Zealand, you actually doubled your money when you moved down there. So a lot of people were that were working on the movie, that were, big names in the industry. They were actually buying houses in New Zealand because they had the money to, and they were buying nice places. And a lot of people were talking about moving down there for good because they thought it would be a place where there's going to be a lot of movies being made, which was accurate. That is what ended up happening after they started filming there. For Lord of the Rings, they filmed The Last Samurai there, lots of other movies. Alita was largely filmed there, I think. At least Weta Digital was down there working on it. But anyway, they used to joke when my dad was with his coworkers or whatever, when we were in that area, they talked about how you can move down to New Zealand, but you better like it because you're never going to move back because once you try to move back to the US, you cut your money in half.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I think that's what's happening here, is that the yen is weak, which means that the money you bring from outside of Japan is worth more once you're in Japan for tourism's sake. So the yen has plummeted in value against the US dollar in recent months, which I find hard to believe because there's no way that the US dollar is going to hang on any longer than it has. On Monday, the exchange rate fell to 132 yen to the dollar, the lowest value for Japan's currency in 20 years, and it's continued to drop, reaching 133.5 yen to the dollar on Wednesday. While that's heartbreaking news for Japanese consumers and companies buying things from overseas, it means that for international travelers, the exchange rate is more favorable than it's been for more than 2 decades. Within Japan currently, only the negative effects of the weakened yen are being felt, said Suga at a speech last weekend in Yokohama, parts of which Suga represents in the Diet as a member of. Okay, great. For travelers coming to Japan, though, there's never been a better situation. In negotiations with other countries, I urge the government to relax border restrictions and eliminating limits on the number of inbound foreign travelers should be done as quickly as possible. So according to the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transportation, and Tourism, in 2019, inbound foreign tourists spent roughly 4.8 trillion yen in Japan, including food and lodging expenditures. So when Japan does open up to unrestricted foreign tourism, there's likely to be a swelling of demand for yen that will eventually lead to its strengthening against other currencies. For foreigners who make it to Japan early, though, the favorable exchange rate might create some serious bargains, and Suga hopes visitors will be able to take advantage of that opportunity soon. I wonder how that. I mean, I don't know that it's easy to like. Not a bunch of strictly Japanese companies are probably on the foreign stock exchange, but it would be interesting to find out if the yen improves its value, if the worth of the stock will also greatly increase with it. Anyway, so that's it. That's tangentially related to what you were just talking about.
Very timely.
All right, so I didn't cover was it last podcast or did this all happen in the 2 weeks since we did a show? Mononoke was gonna. Oh no, it was last podcast. I said you better not be fucking continuing it. So Mononoke is getting a movie. There goes my Kickstarter. Mononoke is getting a movie, which is markedly more tolerable than a season 2. And the key cast and staff revealed for the continuing supernatural adventures. So it's going to be director Kenji Nakamura and animation production at Twin Engine, which I think is the same company as before. We covered this for a watch club ages ago. So anyway, they're kickstarting it for some reason. Coming soon. I don't know what to tell you here. It's not available.
The Japanese one's assuming that's just the fire up on Friday.
Let's see what the official website has.
On the Japanese crowdfunder.
Yeah, the Makuake or Campfire or whatever.
Whatever it is. Yeah. It mentions the 26th or something.
Yeah, I don't see anything. Anyway, all right, so that's a thing. Let's look at the other Kickstarters that ended since our last show. Supreme failure for Ninjaverse. And no, I can't believe it. No, Crossroad
Not
Chronicle.
even one pledge. Oh, he got one backer, but $0.
Remember, he has one backer, but it's less than $1 because it was in yen increments that didn't register high enough to round up to $1.
I had high hopes for this one.
I'm gonna have to honestly.
You didn't try and snipe the $145
$145 right the last second. That would have been so rude. He wakes up and is like, "Oh, I almost did it." He might actually kill himself if I did that. I shouldn't
No.
Anyway, buddy, next time you put up a new Kickstarter, I promise you I will donate some cash to it. All right. In convention news, Comiket 100 will no longer require proof of COVID-19 vaccination or a negative test. So that's nice for Comiket. Meanwhile, Anime Expo is in 2 weeks, a week and a half even. I don't know if I'm going to go. I have my tickets, but I literally have no money with which to spend on my. By the way, for anybody who's new, that's my anniversary. My wife and I met at Anime Expo in 2007, and we have gone every single year since then, or at least I've gone every year. My wife eventually, when we had kids, couldn't make it each year, but I have gone to, I think, 14 in a row before they went online only. And so this is the first one back, but I don't know. I just don't know if I'll be able to make it. Anyway, good for the Comiket attendees at least. All right, so now we're getting into the meat and potatoes here. So, Netflix is producing, or at least going to be the streaming service for a live-action Gudetama show. So, Gudetama, a wildly popular depressed egg mascot from Japan, from Sanrio, will be adapted into a live-action by Netflix in the form of Gudetama, an excellent adventure. So it looks.
Are they going to change the color of the egg?
What do you mean?
Are they going to race swap the egg?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it is. What's his name?
We only
Idris Elba gonna voice.
We need
him?
more representation of brown eggs or speckled eggs. White eggs get too much media attention. People don't realize that eggs come in multiple colors.
Yep.
But then they're not going to use the orange one because the orange eggs are bad.
Gudetama, whose name comes from gude, an ideophone for something lazy and lacking energy, and tamago, the Japanese word for egg, was created by Amy for Sanrio in 2013, and since then has gotten a toy line, comics, animated series, clothing, apparel, a product line, and more, accruing over 1 million followers on Twitter as well. Netflix released the trailer for the upcoming series. So the trailer really doesn't show anything besides this GIF here. So you see the egg crack, and then it just kind of like morphs into the mascot here, which looks pretty good. Like, I'm not gonna lie, for what it is, like it actually looks very, reminiscent of the mascot. Like, they did a really good job capturing the look and the super high fidelity look here. Anyway, in other news, what do we got here? When are you going to update the Vic Archives? Okay. Yes, I will be jumping on those. I've sort of taken a little bit of a break because I'm catching up on sleep and other necessities from all the all-nighters I was pulling doing the In Touch podcast coverage, but I will be jumping back onto it in the near future. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, it's the same comment. Okay, cool. I gotcha. All right. In other news, though, Cowboy Bebop actress. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Netflix live action Cowboy Bebop actress Daniella Pineda wants a Faye Valentine spinoff. Now, I was really surprised that the only thing I saw covering this was Sankaku Complex. So let's read it. Netflix's live action Cowboy Bebop series actress Daniella Pineda, who infamously portrayed a hated version of the cherished Faye Valentine and attacked the fans, spoke to a reporter who asked if her iteration of Faye would return, and Pineda shared that she would love a spin-off that starred Faye. Kind of indicative of the of what she sort of was, right? Like, it's like, oh yeah, I'd love a spin-off that starred me, right? Kind of self-absorbed.
Where she's a top build.
Right. Conversing with a reporter on the premiere of Jurassic World Dominion, which was trash, where Pineda played the role of Dr. Zia Rodriguez, Pineda explained she would love a spin-off starring Faye and that she wishes the show was given a chance to find its footing. So she said, quote, "I would love for Faye to have her own spin-off. That was such a crazy experience, and I really wish that we were given a chance. A lot of shows, they find their own footing. That's just the truth of it. You find your footing even from the pilot episode into the season, and then season 2, season 3, you grow. You develop and figure things out. I think it's unfortunate that we didn't get the chance to do that, but we'll
it's a
see.
shame because we already it's
you
almost like
had
we already
10
got it in
freaking
animation
episodes.
form like 20 years.
Right. Well, here's the
30 years
major
ago.
issue. Here's the major issue with the Netflix live action Cowboy Bebop. It's that when you started the show, you got your season in, and you sort of found your footing as Seinfeld in space with unfunny jokes. But then that last episode, when Ed showed up, that is where you lost your footing again, right? Like that is where you became something that nobody wanted. And the rest of it is like it was at least watchable. It wasn't a good Cowboy Bebop, not even a little bit, but at least the show it was trying to be was something that you could at least watch. But once Ed showed up, everything was like, all right, I wish I had the entire time I spent watching this back in my life bank of time, because that was horrendous. So anyway, she says, you develop and figure things out. I think it's unfortunate that we didn't get a chance to do that, but we'll see. Who knows? Maybe Faye will come back around. It was a really fun character to play. And to be fair, again, looking at it from the perspective of this isn't Cowboy Bebop, it's something else that's pretending to be Cowboy Bebop. I will say I thought her character was the most entertaining character in the show. I just think that it was something. I don't know what else to say. Some would argue she and the rest of the team were already given a chance, and the show's cancellation weeks after release was the result. I'll remind you again that we covered leading up to the premiere of it that Netflix was releasing a novelization or whatever, not a novelization. What is it called? Like a prequel novel about the time that Fearless and Vicious spent time in the Syndicate. And it said on the front cover, it said based on the hit Netflix series. And I was like, getting a little ahead of ourselves here, right? And so they had all these things planned that were supposed to come out after the premiere of the show. And I was always saying like, no, you guys are doing it all wrong. You have to release this stuff before we know how much of a train wreck it is, So one scene down, this is the welcome to the ouch motherfuckers scene. That's pretty much it. They wrote an entire article on that offhanded thing. I guess that's why nobody else covered it. Anyway, any thoughts?
Nope.
I mean, I guess, but like, she's not getting one.
Oh, definitely not. And I'll say again, she was I thought she was the most entertaining part of the show, until I noticed the enormous Lawrence Fishburne level gap in her front teeth that made it impossible to notice anything else happening on screen afterward.
Ouch.
All right, moving on to a live action thing I'm actually excited about. I just got to read you the Kotaku extremely butthurt article titled "Sorry, but Hollywood is making a Duke Nukem movie."
What's wrong with Duke Nukem? I don't know.
So the folks behind Cobra Kai on Netflix are working on this film adaptation of the 90s first-person shooter. So this person here, Zach Zwizen, says, I hate to ruin your Friday right as the weekend is starting, but I bring some troubling news from the land of Hollyweird. It seems the creative folks behind Cobra Kai, the Karate Kid revival, have decided they want to make a movie, a full-length film, based on the once popular 90s first-person shooter character Duke Nukem. 2022 continues to be a strange year. So the Hollywood Reporter is reporting that Legendary Entertainment has licensed the Duke Nukem franchise's film rights from Gearbox and is now planning to make a new movie with the character. According to the outlet, this new project will be produced by Cobra Kai creators Joss Heald and John Hurwitz and Hayden Schlossberg. Jean-Julien Baronet, who previously worked on the film adaptation of Assassin's Creed, is also producing via Marla Studios, a company that specializes in video game adaptations. 3D Realms, known then as Apogee Software, launched the first game in the Duke Nukem series in 1991. However, it wasn't until 1996, with the launch of the critically acclaimed Duke Nukem 3D, that the franchise became a household name. Well, at least among nerdy households. Really? It's so nerdy. Duke Nukem is the nerdiest game I've ever played. A lot of that popularity is down to how interactive Duke Nukem 3D was. Full of then innovative touches like working light switches, flushable toilets, and simulated mirrors. And sure, I guess some folks like the main character Duke Nukem, even if all his famous catchphrases are just stolen from popular movie characters. Guess what? Even his name was stolen from somewhere, or at least it wasn't original. Duke Nukem is a character in. They almost had to change his name because Duke Nukem is a character in Captain Planet, but it turned out that they didn't copyright the character's name for the Captain Planet character, so they just rolled with it afterward when they figured it out. So after 3D, Duke Nukem 3D, and some expansions, the brand went mostly dormant until 2011. This was so fucking hilarious. Look, I just want to say, I unironically love Duke Nukem and fully acknowledge how much of a train wreck it is. But this was so funny when in 2011, the long-awaited follow-up, Duke Nukem Forever, finally saw a release. And it, like, I mean, I don't know what other games I could pull up that came out in 2011 that you could look at the graphics of and kind of get an idea for what video games should look like. But when they dropped the trailer for this thing, it looked like it was about 15 years too late. Like, it just looks so fucking bad. So Duke Nukem Forever finally saw release. It sucked. And since then, the future of Duke Nukem as a franchise has seemed unlikely. This isn't the first time a Duke Nukem film has been in development. The Hollywood Reporter notes that Paramount was working on a Duke Nukem project starring John Cena for a few years. Imagine living in that timeline. While this project could also fail to happen, it stands a much better chance as Hollywood has become much more interested in pumping out movies and TV shows based on famous video games. Gearbox, when reached, had no additional comment. No writer or director has yet been picked or forced at gunpoint to join the current project and bring life to Duke Nukem. That means we still have time. We can stop this. I think there might be a way to make a funny, possibly even good Duke Nukem film. It'd start with him being a washed-up loser who had one big moment saving the world back in the 90s and has been riding out that bit of fame for the past 30 years. But to find out the rest, of that story, you'll need to hire me to write the script. No, you can stick to writing for Kotaku. Thank you. Don't touch this franchise. All right, so here's the Hollywood Reporter one. I'm not going to read it, but there it is. If you want to check out the original. And in other news, Sony has tapped Fast and Furious director Justin Lin to helm the One Punch Man live-action Hollywood adaptation. So I thought this was an interesting angle for us to start this discussion on it from Bounding into Comics, who said, it appears Sony is officially making moves on their plans to get a slice of the anime market, as the studio has announced that Fast and Furious series director Justin Lin will helm the studio's previously announced live-action adaptation of fan-favorite manga One Punch Man. As revealed by Deadline on June 13th, the Fast and Furious 9 and Star Trek Beyond director has been confirmed to be bringing his signature spectacle to a script written by original Venom film scribes Scott Rosenberg and Jeff Pinker. Pinkner? Oh, God. Have I been pronouncing it wrong all these years that I've covered this? Behind them will be longtime Marvel film producer Avi Arad and his brother Ari. Now, real quick, I don't know if this is true or not. I just noticed on Sword News 24 that they labeled Avi and Ari Arad a father and son duo. Somebody else will have to fact check that on me. So, Avi Arad and his brother Ari, who through their Avad is it Avad Productions or Arad Productions? I wonder. Anyway, company will serve alongside fellow producer Lin in bringing one's popular series to the silver screen. Further, the trade news outlet reported that Sony is looking to use the film as a jumping point for a full One Punch Man franchise. All right. I don't know about you guys, but from what I'm looking for in a live action Hollywood adaptation of a manga, that sounds like a really good thing to me, because it tells me that they can't possibly do a, shot for shot remake of what they did for the manga and the show. And that they will have to take the characters and the idea behind the show and come up with something new in order for them to keep going and doing a whole, Fast and Furious level outrageous amount of sequels and stuff. So I'm looking forward to that.
This is Sony we're talking about. When you tell me that Sony is planning on making some like universe of One Punch Man shit, I'm thinking they're going to be doing what they did with Spider-Man and focus on like irrelevant side characters. Like, there's so
Like
many
Venom?
other heroes and small villains, especially in the second season, that like they could spin off into like 100 different fucking
there you go.
movies.
I'd love to see one. What's the name of the villain in season 2 of One Punch Man? The
Goro?
the guy with the white hair. I think it's white. He has a spiky-ish.
like
Goro.
Random 11 said.
Goro. I thought you said Chrono, which is the guy from the first one, right?
No, I
Anyway.
said Garo, but yeah,
Garo. You're right.
Goro, whatever.
It is, isn't it? Is it Garo?
I think it's
Garo.
Goro.
Well, whatever.
whatever.
You guys know who I'm
Garo.
talking. I'd love to see.
Garo.
I'd love to see him in.
Garo.
I might have pronounced it wrong, but yeah,
It doesn't matter.
We
Anyway.
all know who you're talking about now.
All right.
Yeah.
So back. So Anime News Network said Lin would also serve as the producer. So he's the director of. He also produced some of the more recent Fast and Furious movies. For some reason, he's had like a falling out with the creative direction of Fast and Furious 10. So he's left that project. So it says here that he would direct the One Punch Man live action film, and he would also serve as producer and collaborate on the screenplay's rewrite with the intent of starting production by the end of this year. So that's like they're going to fast track this because apparently it's Morbin time didn't give them back what they needed.
Did you see that they put that movie in theaters a second time because of a meme?
Yeah, they thought that the meme meant people would go see it, and to be fair, people probably did because of the meme. But like,
Well, it
10
made
people
like
wasn't gonna recuperate the losses.
I think it made a couple million on the second go, but like
It's in my Netflix queue.
I heard it was
Man.
terrible. So anyway,
it looked
That's,
terrible.
that's why it's in my Netflix queue and not in my shopping cart.
Sora News 24.
Oh, hey, look, he's here.
Oh,
The real FDM.
right.
I Putnam.
Okay. We're talking about the live action One Punch Man movie. So on Sword News 24, they were covering it as well. And they noted that Twitter is suggesting potential cast members. Now, I should go back actually real quick and just say that though the studio has remained tight-lipped on any further details regarding the project, a previous rumor from scooper Daniel Rickman suggested that Sony was eyeing Snake Eyes star Henry Golding for the lead role of Saitama. However, as of writing, no further word of his casting has been mentioned by either scoopers or official sources. So here's what Japan said. Or actually, let me just go back to this because let me just read the article because I thought this was also hilarious. Japanese fans welcomed the news of Lin being appointed as director, as the Fast and the Furious franchise is popular in Japan, where it is known as Wild Speed. Netizens were pleased that yet another big name in Hollywood had become attached to the One Punch Man project, with many people commenting that Lin's involvement gave them hope that the movie will be a success. At the moment, Lynn's appointment as director is all the new information Sony are willing to share. Release dates and cast are yet to be officially announced, but that didn't stop Japanese Twitter from immediately speculating on who they thought would be ideal for the role of Saitama.
I can't wait for this.
Stan says, why do I think that this is a really bad idea? Look, it doesn't have to be a bad idea. There is one specific actor that could pull this off.
Jason Statham.
Absolutely. So, but they said someone who looks weak on the outside, but on the inside, they're the total opposite, and they can pull off a bald head. In other words, Jesse Eisenberg, right? No. You're thinking too much about the anime. That's not how we do things in Hollywood.
But One Punch Man doesn't look like he's weak. He's
Right.
he's thin, but he's still ripped.
He's thin, but he's fucking jacked.
Yeah.
So this other person had this to say. They said, Justin Lin is confirmed as director of One Punch Man. That means Saitama's actor can only be. No, please, dear God, no.
That would be hilarious, though.
Let Dwayne Johnson be in the One Punch Man live action, please.
He's too big.
Yeah,
Dude, in the same way that what is it? I know people don't like the anime of One Punch. Well, not just the anime, but like the manga that what's his name does the Yusuke Murata does the art of. Because it's supposed to be a comedy manga and having this like hyper realism, dramatic, like these aspects to it, almost like clashes with that is what some people think. So in the same way, this will be a further degree away from that in being live action, where when
two
Saitama
actors that can pull this off.
No. when Saitama does his egg face,
yeah,
you can't do that in live action. He'll
Michael
just be standing there
Cera,
awkward.
give me Michael Cera, and then
Can he just be every
and then
single
full
protagonist?
CG Michael Cera with ripped muscles for the action scenes. So this person says, when I heard there was to be a live action One Punch Man, this was the first thing that came to mind. I don't know what they're talking about. Who is this even? Is that an extremely young rendition of The Rock, or is that Will Smith? Who the hell is this?
That looks like Will Smith.
It looks
cannot
like Will
tell.
Smith. Oh yeah, so Hancock. Yeah, it is Will Smith from back during Hancock. I thought so.
Well, he does know how to slap.
Yeah.
He only did one slap.
And then, of course, the only correct answer to the question of who
It's
should
gotta
play
be that
Saitama
cheesy, bright fucking yellow.
yeah, is Jason Statham to star in upcoming One Punch Man live action. Just kidding. No, not just kidding. Totally serious. Look, fire everybody else. Look, what you need is you just need to get the crew from Crank back together and let them do it. I'm telling you, it's the only way to make it a success.
Have you seen the second Ghost Rider movie? Apparently that was fucking awful.
I haven't seen it.
And that was
What is that?
That was the crew behind Crank.
That's
Oh, was
unfortunate.
it?
But Jason
Okay.
Statham's not in it, is he?
No, but Nicholas.
So the
Cage
secret sauce is missing.
I didn't even know they made a second one with Nicolas Cage.
So
I
get
can't
this.
think of it.
Get this.
Maybe it was that bad.
That's
I'd probably
how
seen
bad
it.
it was. You
I think
Yeah, I'd
can't
probably seen it
bother
just
to
for
remember.
completely
I
wiped
think
it
it was
from my
called
mind.
Ghost Rider: The Spirit of Vengeance or something.
Yeah.
So get this. It says, but while actors like Dwayne Johnson and Jason Statham definitely have the superhero build and can pull off a shiny head no problem, one of Saitama's key characteristics is how average he looks, particularly when it comes to his physique. While it would be great to see one of Hollywood's buff baldies as the lead, many Japanese netizens suggested Japanese comedian Eiji Kotoge as a better fit. And they said they should use Eiji Kotoge for the regular Saitama shots and Dwayne Johnson for the more serious looks. I think that could be. I just say yes, but instead Jason Statham and Michael Cera, right?
Why not Mr. Sato?
Well, no. Brad, I have a better idea. Michael Cera can just do an Austin Powers and play every character. Like, clearly.
Every
I
school.
just want to see like the most expensive CGI you've ever seen, with Michael Cera punching people into a billion pieces on IMAX. You know, I just like that's all I want.
But that's already happened.
Wait, oh, in
Scott Pilgrim.
Scott Pilgrim, I guess. No.
Yeah. He literally punched a guy into
In
coins.
CGI.
That's true. So addressing these comments I have rudely not read yet. Luigi the Metal 64 said Netflix will change Hello Kitty to be black instead of white. Black cats exist, but still lazy. And Sunrise should have learned their lesson. Japanese companies can go bankrupt when the US or a different country kills any existing Japanese series. All they got to learn is that they don't need to sell the rights off. They could just do it themselves better. I can find slim butt fit men and women better than Netflix Faye and that actress combined. I can take cute ones too. Okay. This is regarding the Faye series. Japan can take and make US ideas better than how the US do it. One of them was the tall and round eyes from old Disney and Max Fleischer cartoons. Sure. So, but the thing is, it's not that they took the tall and round eyes necessarily, though. It's that in Japan, culturally, predating manga and whatnot, they look at each other's eyes for emotion instead of their mouths. In the United States, we have, smile, like big smiles and stuff. Like you notice we use emoticons with, or emojis where we type out the, I guess it is emoticon, right? Where you type out like colon, parenthesis for the smile, but in Japan, they have a whole slew of characters that are showing different eye shapes that are indicating emotion via the eyes. So it's not just that they used large eyes for manga, it's that they had something culturally about that became the vessel through which they were able to really, capitalize on that, I guess. Anyway, Sony will ruin One Punch Man, as Sony has made movies based on old properties, Alvin Chipmunks and the Smurfs, and failed. Sony also censors all mediums worldwide. Well, like I said, this is why you need to embrace. Look, nobody believes that this is going to be like Shazam,
Good.
right? Like nobody believes that you're actually going to successfully do this. So you have to just lean into making it as like you have to take the idea. Like, don't call him Saitama. Just literally have it be actual Jason Statham. His name's not Saitama. It's Statham. That's who it is, right? It's just him walking outside off of a movie set, getting in a fight with some thugs, and punching him into a million pieces. That's all I need. All right. And yes, they do censor all mediums worldwide. Ufotable can make Lucky Star be like the manga and at least be more interesting than the Kyoto Animation anime. Toei Animation made Sailor Moon Crystal like the manga, and it worked.
But everyone always smacks off how good KyoAni is at every turn. So, like,
well, everything I've seen by KyoAni, except for Lucky Star, has been good.
And Sailor Moon, at least for the first season of Crystal, looked like ass. I'm sorry,
yeah.
What does he mean? Like,
memes do not make. So what? Just to clarify what he's saying. He's saying that if you gave Ufotable the rights to do Lucky Star like the manga, versus what KyoAni did, where it's what he's indicating here is that it's not like the manga. And Toei, when they made Sailor Moon, they changed it, probably because it was like catching up to the manga or whatever. And so. Or not Toei when they did that. When Toei did Sailor Moon Crystal, they actually followed the manga. So they did Sailor Moon Kai, effectively, or whatever. Anyway, I haven't watched it. I'm sorry. Memes do not make the original products themselves good. That is how I know Dragon's Tea Dinty. What?
Dragon's Tea Dinty.
Actually,
my Yahoo, my
okay.
Yahoo. Yahoo.
Even I do not think Romania has this culture where men dance on airplane wings. All right. Will is definitely too old, and he can't be in it because he slapped a guy at the Oscars and is therefore canceled forever.
Yeah.
But Will Smith is no knee slapper.
So who are they gonna have play? What was that?
Blackluster. There's
Yeah.
there's your Dwayne Johnson. Literally, just take the cast of Fast and Furious and just shoehorn them into different roles. Who's gonna? Yeah, see if Paul Walker was still alive, he could play Genos.
Yeah.
Memes do not.
Oh god, that would be
okay.
so fucking awful if they took like what they did for like the last scene of what was it, Fast and Furious 7,
Yeah.
where they superimposed his face onto his brother's body,
Such
and
a
just take
shame.
all of Paul Walker's like audio and run it through like a Google Translator and just have it be his voice connecting sentences for his script. It's just like sound all janky and robotic.
Yeah. All right. I feel like I'm forgetting something. What am I doing? I'll remember it when I do the rewatch. Anyway, do we have any more thoughts we want to share about this? I really think we've dragged this subject out for the fact that literally the only new thing here is that Justin Lin is attached to it.
Before we get any further, real FDM, did you have any pickups?
No.
Good,
Real
because I'm not
FTD
doing a
really had no pickups.
I'm not doing a another timestamp for that.
I just wanted to make sure we got that out of the way.
All right. So, all right. So, Twitter complains about Squid Game reality competition, saying Mr. Beast did it first.
Didn't
Now-
he literally say, "I made my own Squid Game" or whatever it
Right.
is?
Okay. So you've just interpreted what I read to you the way that I also interpreted it the first time. I thought that they were going to make another season of Squid Game, and they announced Squid Game coming back to Netflix, and people are like, "Wait, didn't Mr. Beast make that?" or something like that, you know? So actually what it is that because of the success of Squid Game that went on to make Mr. Beast do his video, Netflix Netflix is now making a reality competition, like exactly, they're basically doing what Mr. Beast did, where they have real people competing in Squid Game themed games for what is it, $4.56 million. So Netflix realizing the absurdly popularity. Great job, guys. Netflix realizing the absurd popularity of the unoriginal Squid Game recently announced a Squid Game reality TV show and a competition where participants have a chance to win $4.56 million. News that earned them scorn from Twitter's abundance of mentally questionable individuals, as they claim Mr. Beast did it first. They are not wrong. Announced at the Banff World Media Festival, Squid Game: The Challenge pits 456 participants against each other in a variety of challenges to win the gargantuan prize of $4.56 million. Said to be the largest lump sum cash prize in TV history, even though it is alleged that there have been recording contracts as prizes worth $5 million. I mean, it's a cash prize, so. Remarks from Brandon Reig, Netflix's VP of Unscripted and Documentary Series, says, quote, Squid Game took the world by storm with the director's captivating story and iconic imagery. We're grateful for his support as we turn the fictional world into reality in this massive competition and social experiment. Fans of the drama series are in for a fascinating and unpredictable journey as our 456 real-world contestants navigate the biggest competition series ever, full of tension and twists, with the biggest ever cash prize at the end. So I would just say, seems like they totally missed the point of Squid Game if they're actually going to do this, because it just kind of shows that we live in
Because no one's going to die, right?
Well, we live in the dystopian world of Squid Game already, I guess. So it's only the natural progression is to just actually have people compete. So the September 2021 debuted Squid Game was a fictional South Korean show, blah, blah. So we're not going to read all that. The announcement of Squid Game, the challenge attracted a lot of strange banter on Twitter as a renowned YouTuber philanthropist known as Mr. Beast pushed out a video in November 2021 with a similar concept that had a cash prize of $456,000. Mr. Beast, who often has random people take part in small challenges in an attempt to win cash or prizes, and also donates to many efforts, gained 257 million views on his Squid Game video and boasts a subscriber count of 97 million. That's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Whoa.
So here are the comments from Twitter. Basically, first Mr. Beast and now Netflix themselves. How many people missed the point of this? Hey, that's what I said.
You know how you said, what is it? South Korean fiction? Are we sure it's South Korean fiction, not North Korean nonfiction?
North Korean nonfiction. Anyway, I think it pretty much I think it pretty much speaks for itself. Unless you guys have any thoughts.
No.
All right, Castlevania, great. Castlevania Nocturne. Oh, I don't. How is it that as soon as I sit down to do these, I can't talk? Castlevania Nocturne promotional video introduces Richter Belmont. So, Random 11, you requested that we share this.
Well, yeah. We had talked about the next season being potentially Symphony of the Night. Seems like that is the case.
I mean, what else would it be? Let's be real.
Yeah. The style looks the same, so it looks like it's the same. It's probably going to be the same everything.
Same team, yeah.
Same amount of
hopefully
anal
less-
scenes.
hopefully less butt sex.
Yeah. So when you watch the little like thing, it's literally just you see him from the back like this, and then the camera goes up and you see him turn his head. And for the entire scene that's like this, the entire shot like this, it looks like a clip art, like really shitty ass thing. And you're like, oh no. And then you see him turn around and you're like, oh, okay, it is animated. Like it's not a motion comic. So anyway, yeah. So that's the thing. Here it is. You can see it. All right, cool. All right. So also, Netflix is doing a King Kong anime. Kong Skull Island is what it's called. So this is the first look.
That's what the sequel, or no, not the. Was it the sequel of the live action? Was called?
Yes, I think it was. So it says, here's your first glimpse at Skull Island, a new anime series about a group of explorers that find themselves on a collision course with strange beasts, terrifying titans, and the most mysterious island the world has ever known. So I got to ask you guys, when you hear about that, doesn't it make you want to do a watch club for the island of giant insects?
Yeah.
Also, just as general news, Castlevania. God damn it, Detective Conan. Holy crap, the amount of strokes I've had tonight. Detective Conan: The Culprit Hanzawa anime is set to premiere on Netflix in October of 2022. So this is finally coming out. It's a gag show about the shadowy figure that represents the culprit that you see before you get
before
it
the
revealed
culprit's
who
revealed,
the
it's like
criminal is.
this sinister, evil looking motherfucker.
So that's coming at the end of this year in October. And then also fucking Bastard got a trailer, and I am so goddamn hype. I am more hype than I thought I could be. I can't wait. I just everything about it. Like I'm shaking and trembling with excitement over how much I can't wait to watch this. The only problem is that it's going to be one of those things where it's going to start episode 1 through 13 is going to be on Netflix in worldwide markets beginning on June 30th. That's coming up. But episodes 14 through 24 are going to be streaming later in 2022. So I'll have to wait a little bit for the second half there. which I don't have a good track record with shows that do that. I still have not finished Kengan Ashura Part 2.
So-
And I actually loved that as well. So I just, if I'm going to watch something, I got to marathon it from beginning to end. All right. Netflix and Studio Trigger dropped the first official clips of Cyberpunk Edgerunners. So this is the Cyberpunk anime. That thing nobody asked for, but here it is.
And despite the Edgerunners, it's not very edgy looking. Like, it looks so tame compared to the game itself, because everyone is like I don't know, basically degeneracy is like, the mainstream in Cyberpunk, and everything looks so pristine and clean. People don't have like as many circuits and intricacy on their faces.
Oh, that guy just got his head blown off.
At least the main characters. Okay, but like every anime blows heads off. I'm talking
Every anime. I remember
Are
when
they
they
gonna
did that in
have
Azumanga
giant-
Daioh.
Are they
I
gonna have
remember when
giant
Ash
dicks?
blew Pikachu's head off. Like, that part made me cry tears of joy. Like,
I'm sure you can find that on eBump's World.
I think it's mainly just the main characters. Like, look at Dude right there.
I'll
He
tell
looks
you,
like a newborn.
when I think of protagonists that I would follow to the ends of the earth, it's not that guy. It might be
You're
this
not that guy.
psychotic. It might be the psychotic tsundere bitch over here, but not this
Yandere,
guy.
perhaps?
Yeah, I'll take Yandere. There you go.
Actually, I guess, yeah, everyone needs to be a yandere. And pink hair girl right there. Look, once again, she looks like a baby. There's no
Yeah.
room for babies in Cyberpunk.
The real question
Even though
is,
I'm eating
will
my
they-
words, because apparently,
Nobody
like,
can have babies because they're all. What was the exact phrasing they used? Any size and combination of genitalia you want.
oh god. But maybe I should take back what I said about there's no room for babies, because my brother tested out his PC after I fixed it. He updated Cyberpunk, and there was just kids roaming around all of Cyberpunk, and it's like, did they add kids to this game? And I found it kind of disturbing because they look
That
like
your brother
grown
uses
adults.
that your brother uses the kids mod.
No, oh god, no, please. So friggin', the kids looked like fully grown adults, and I found it quite disturbing for some reason.
Because they just shrank down the adult models for the kids.
No,
didn't cover that?
they looked proportioned as kids, but they were as edgy as an adult character.
Okay.
And I was.
That's
it was
that's
disturbing.
the world liberals want.
Please no. All right, let's move on.
All right. So, Lord of the Rings: The War of the Rohirrim anime reveals the voice cast. So, this one I believe we talked about before it's going to be directed by Kenji Kamiyama. And it's going to be produced by Soul Entertainment. So it's going to be probably 90+% CG, if not 100%. The artwork here looks fucking dope. Like, I'll take this. Super high res. Looks great. I want to see some final smashes on these orcs or whatever's going on in this scene. But when I look at the cast, I see Brian Cox, Gaia Weiss, Miranda Otto, and Luke Pasqualino. None of these. Well, so first of all, Miranda Otto is actually Eowyn from Lord of the Rings, like the actual actress, the one who kills the Lord of the Nazgul. But like the rest of these, like basically what I'm getting at here is we're not getting our typical anime cast, which is, I will just say, whenever you use actual on-screen talent as your voice actors,
they
for
hardly,
anime,
outside of a
they
few
suck
exceptions, they hardly know what they're
ass,
doing.
to quote, yeah, they are really bad, and I actually feel like voice actors who they really sharpen the skill of conveying emotion and acting through just their voice, whereas live action actors, they have a look, they have, their screen presence, they have to be physically fit or whatever to match their, just to not be repulsive on screen like most voice actors probably are. So I think that it's always been a mistake in the past when they do that, and they just try to attach a name to it in order to get the notoriety of the name, like fucking, was it John C. Reilly in When Marnie Was There? And it's like, wow, you didn't need to be in this at
They've
all.
always done that with the Ghibli films. They've put,
and
these...
none of I can't think of any
outside of a few exceptions. It's
like I can't
really
think
worked.
of any Ghibli film I've seen where I think back and think at the character and go like,
man,
what
Shia
a
LaBeouf was great
voice.
in
Yeah,
Nausicaa.
exactly. Like I would prefer literally all of the Ghibli films to be redubbed with top talent from, Bang Zoom or something,
like
So
outside
anyway.
of like, I think Ponyo is all right, and then what was the other one?
There's a couple people.
Rosso. I thought that Michael Keaton did an okay job in that one, but aside from
there's a couple people that were like, you kind of liked them, like Liam Neeson and Ponyo. Christian Bale surprisingly wasn't terrible as Howl.
Yeah.
And like you said, Michael Keaton, but the thing is that literally a half dozen, if not more, anime specific voice actors could have been even better, like Crispin Freeman instead of Christian Bale could have easily done.
Yeah, Christian, he was in House too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like you could have used literally anybody else, kind of thing from the repertoire. Anyway, moving on. So just in terms of what's coming to High Dive, Sentai got Doomsday with My Dog, which I thought they called
Doomsday with My Dog's Moist Butthole.
Yeah, it was called. What was it called? It was called Surviving the Apocalypse with My Shiba Inu, or whatever it was called.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I guess they're localizing it here as Doomsday with My Dog, which is a terrible title compared to the other one. Anyway, they also got Vermeil and Gold, a desperate magician barges into a magical world alongside the strongest calamity. And My Isekai Life, I gained a second character class and became the strongest sage in the world. So that's also coming to High Dive. And presumably all of these will also eventually get a physical release by Sentai. That should go without saying. And Kaguya-sama Love is War, ultra romantic, to conclude next week with an hour-long episode.
Like conclusion, or to be continued conclusion?
Like the third season conclusion, I'm guessing, because they're including the ultra romantic.
Well, we know that. I'm just saying, does it conclude the actual story or just the season?
Is the manga still going?
Let's take a look.
Have you guys seen the pictures of the cast of Kaguya-sama next to the Spy Family cast?
No.
You haven't seen any of those? I've seen so many where they like compare
the
the
manga's
facts
ongoing
because the main guy is blonde, the girl is a brunette, and the other girl has got the pink hair.
You call that brown hair?
I said brunette. Okay, black. Fine, black hair.
Brunette isn't black.
Okay, fine, black hair. Anyway, I've seen a lot of them lately. All right. Okay, so I got one more little thing here for streaming news. So this is Justin Sevakis' currently pinned tweet. So he said, I doubt any of my regular followers are also big true crime fans, but I need to head this one off at the pass. So there's a documentary coming to Netflix on July 6th. And he said, please do not contact me or any of my family about it. Thank you. So he said, Netflix has recently announced a documentary entitled The Girl in the Picture, an adaptation of the true crime book A Beautiful Child by Matt Birkbeck regarding the kidnapping and murder of Sharon Marshall. My family was devastated to discover the events depicted in this book when we learned about them a few years ago. To diffuse the inevitable internet gawking, yes, I can confirm that Susan Sevakis, aka Sharon Marshall, would be my half sister. My father participated in the making of this documentary, but we did not have any access to its production beyond his interview. As of this writing, we have not seen any of the footage. As none of our family had had contact with Susan since she was an infant, we have been entirely reliant on Mr. Birkbeck's journalism for information on the life she lived and how it ended. There is virtually nothing we know about Susan/Sharon or her story that wasn't covered in his reporting and likely by the documentary as well. This is an incredibly painful subject for my family. So at this point, I would humbly ask for everyone to respect our privacy regarding these matters. My father gave his comments to Mr. Birkbeck and the documentary crew, and we have no additional comment on Susan, the books, or the documentary. Please do not contact any of us about this subject. Thank you for your well wishes and prayers. It is our hope that Susan, Michael, and Mrs. Camesso rest in peace. So, basically, there's a documentary coming, and Justin Sevakis' dad is featured in it. Now, I have to wonder, his half-sister, does that mean his dad had a kid before he met his mom kind of thing? Like, how does that work? And how is she known as Sharon Marshall? Is that just like a pseudonym, you think?
Well, I mean, if she, this is purely speculation, but a path to that outcome could be a premarital relationship where the mother of the child said, fuck you, or the father, I guess, said, fuck you, and the mother just took the kid and then because the kid was on their own with the mother, took the mother's maiden last name.
Boy, wouldn't it be crazy? Wouldn't it be crazy? Oh, that, geez. Oh, this is so weird.
I guess.
So I don't know where.
Also changed.
I don't know where Sevakis is actually from, but I'm picturing like Vietnam airlifting the helicopter, like, you know, people leaving kind of thing, and somebody, you know, like handing the baby to the U.S. serviceman flying out of Vietnam, and the baby gets adopted in the U.S. And then later on, Sevakis' family comes to the U.S. and then they start another family, and they never got back and weren't able to get back in contact with their kid, or what, you know, I don't know. I'm picturing that episode of Hey Arnold where that exact thing happened. But I don't know. I just thought it was interesting that like small world, like what a weird situation. And obviously don't talk to Justin Sevakis about it because he's not having that. But
well, he'll probably block you if you do.
Yeah. So I don't. He'll, from what I've seen, he gives out warnings, but don't tempt him. Anyway, all right. In theater release news, oh, this is so great. Actually, I need this one. Okay. In theater release news, G-Kids is going to be releasing Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.01 Thrice Upon a Time in North America. And they're releasing it in theaters, which obviously are going to be followed by a home video release. So we are speculating that G-Kids, who released our cucked No Fly Me to the Moon Blu-rays of Evangelion, also have the Rebuild films. That is
oh my god. Just watch them make another like exclusive dub on the collector's edition of here's the 3 Funimation dubs.
Just to get the
here's the legacy dubs.
If they do that, I'm just gonna buy the original Funimation releases and then call it a day.
Yeah,
because the dubs are so similar anyway, because they have the same cast,
they have the same
with
actors.
exception of,
Yeah.
like
I have the
the
first 3 films, but the problem is that are they gonna do the same thing? Or are they gonna do only a Netflix version for the? Did Funimation
dub on Netflix? The Netflix cast.
Amazon Prime.
It was on. Those were on Amazon Prime.
Okay,
and they redubbed them. With
you've mistaken my point. What I was going to ask was, who dubbed Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.01 Thrice Upon a Time, and if they dubbed it, then who did they use? Did they get the Funimation cast or the Netflix cast? I was in the middle of telling you this. They used the original cast, right?
The original cast,
right? But that hasn't been released yet.
The dub, it's on Amazon.
Okay, on physical
Physically.
media,
Well,
there
yeah,
has
like,
not been a
physically,
release,
not
which
yeah.
means that what FDNM is saying is he was saying, I'll just buy the Funimation one then,
Yeah.
right? If they don't do the plus the legacy dub. But the thing is, if they don't do the plus the legacy dub, then you're cucked out of having the legacy dub of Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.01 Thrice Upon a Time.
But there's only one dub of that.
Yes, but
I think
the
what
Netflix
he's saying
cast is seen by Studio Kara as the official dub. So naturally,
Jesus.
they're going to produce a dub using that same cast.
They're gonna make another dub for all 4 movies.
Yes,
They
I
could.
because because
I
they
doubt
look
it.
at, especially the one. Look, you know, what'd be the best outcome is if G Kids not only gives you the bonus legacy dub, but also the bonus totally unofficial dub of the 3rd movie or whatever that that Funimation originally did. That was really on the nose with all the gay stuff, and then they like Studio Kara cut that shit out and made them redub the whole thing.
So basically, what you're telling us, Brad, is that because Netflix, but in this case it's Amazon, because Netflix has this stupid policy of not giving their dubs, it's going to be like, oh well, Amazon,
I
they
don't
have
think
their
it's
own
Netflix.
separate dub.
I think it has more to do with the freaking union behind the dub.
Okay, one more time for those in the back. Studio Kara recognizes Netflix's dub as the official dub. That's why on the box set they label the ADV dub as the bonus dub, because it is not the Kara approved dub. Because when they dubbed Eva at ADV, the script that they used at Netflix was the exact same script that Gynax sent them back in the day. ADV said, this is not how people talk. We're throwing this away and we're just going to say, fuck you, and do our own dub, which is what they did. That is the dub people like. In the Blu-ray release of Evangelion, they included that in the premium edition and the stupid ass collector's edition one, right? They included it as a bonus dub. So what I'm saying is, if they recognize the Netflix cast as the official dub, then I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to redub all the rebuilds for this official release using the Netflix cast and the script that was approved that Studio Kara sends out to whoever ends up doing it with the Netflix cast. So with that in mind, if they don't release the box set with this new official dub and the bonus legacy dubs, then we will not get the Amazon dub of Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.01 Thrice Upon a Time.
Assuming they do redub it. But what I was going to say is that I think another possible factor is that maybe Amazon has another thing, like licensing stupid thing where it's like, yeah, you can either get our dub, but it's going to cost you more than redubbing it. So it'll be like the Netflix shows. And theoretically, we could have 3 dubs for the first 3 movies. I'm just picturing the stupidest timeline right here.
Yeah,
I don't know. I really don't think that they wouldn't release the quote unquote legacy dubs for this. But I'll say again, using all the podcast magic we have left for this year, it would sure be great to actually have a disc that has that original take on the dub for the 3rd rebuild. That Kara was a member of Kara was there at the screening at Otakon or wherever that was, and they freaked out and got on the phone to Japan and said, we've made a terrible mistake. Everybody was laughing hysterically instead of enjoying our serious movie. And the reason people were laughing is because Funimation leaned into the Kaworu and Shinji are gay thing really, really hard, to the point where like people were enjoying themselves in the, the atmosphere of being at a con, knowing the lore behind Shinji and Kaworu and the development and how it's kind of like the fandom has gone over all these years. And Funimation basically produced one that leaned into the fandom in the West, and the Kara representative freaked out because it's not how people in Japan responded when they watched the movie, because they're much more reserved and didn't, make a big spectacle in their response, to where, as we covered on podcast, they said that basically there came a point in the movie where you couldn't even follow what was happening anymore because you couldn't hear the movie over how much the audience was hooting and hollering and laughing and all that. Anyway, are we, anybody got any more you want to say? Random 11 says, I think Ocean should redub.
Yes.
I miss Ocean dubs. I'm just like, I'm gonna be screwed no matter what, because I'm going to be saying here like, God damn it, but they have their stupid 4Ks in Japan for like 3.333. They add another 3 to show that it's 4K. And this one.
Can't wait for Evangelion 6.66.
Oh hell yeah!
Or 4.20.
6.9. But yeah. So I'm good. They're gonna have a collector's edition probably.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna probably get that, and then when the
I will
4K drops,
absolutely KMS if it's not. If it's not designed to look nice next to the one I currently have for the series, I will fucking lose it. Gonna be some Ava Unit 1 bust shaped thing. I will goddamn burn down.
It'll be the plug. It'll be the friggin' plug.
Well, I'm
the only like novelty one that I would actually buy, and they wouldn't do this because it would be for End of Evangelion, is if they had a bust like of Shinji's jizz hand.
Oh.
And the discs like slide out of the wrist or whatever.
Holy. So yeah, I'm probably gonna get whatever the collector's edition is of obligation, and then when they announce the 4K, that's when I'm gonna KMS. No.
Yeah.
But yep, rip.
All right. So I've got something to share with you guys. I'm going to change the order on how I present it. Do you remember when we covered this Polygon article titled Dragon Ball Super Superhero Character Concepts revealed at San Diego Comic-Con 2021, where there's 2 supers in there, which is great. Iyoku, which is I think the executive editor, Akio Iyoku. There's 2 supers in there, which is great, Iyoku remarked upon the reveal of the new film title. We really wanted to emphasize that this movie is all about the superhero vibes. Toriyama is really focusing on the aspects of the superhero this time. The new title reveal came with a new. This is from my first time highlighting.
I didn't mention this last time, but he tried that once and it didn't work out. And now we have Goku as the forever protagonist instead of him dying.
So I just wanted to remind you about what they said about the title when we first got it announced, because here's a translation of a Toriyama interview included in Dragon Ball Super. Question. What are your thoughts on seeing the visuals in their current state of completion? Answer. I'm writing this after a private test screening featuring still partially incomplete visuals and only the voice actors' voices, but no sound effects, music, etc. Even so, it was plenty impressive, and I got excited thinking what it would be like once complete. By the way, the subtitle is Superhero. I totally forgot the main film's title is Dragon Ball Super. So there ended up being 2 supers. I guess everyone thought I had done this on purpose because nobody pointed it out to me. So it's my fault that the super is so repetitive.
This is like the George Lucas issue, right? With the prequels. Right. That like people thought George Lucas was this genius, so no one called him out on shit for the prequels, and they were just like, "Yeah, George, yeah, we'll take it." And And whereas the originals, the first 3 movies, he had a lot more pushback because he was not as big of a name, and he didn't direct the 5th and 6th movie, but
So basically, what you're saying is that there comes a point where you get to be so,
or episode 5 and 6.
you get to be so, godly in your, like level of success that people think that, oh, he knows what he's doing. Right?
So, this is Kojima making Death Stranding?
Perhaps.
I don't know.
Death Stranding is a walking simulator.
But the thing,
and
the
everyone
thing
was
is,
like, it's Kojima, so it has to be good.
Well, the thing is that Toriyama, there's a meme, and there's also a meme with JoJo about JoJo's creator, but the meme is Toriyama forgot, right? Famously, repeatedly throughout the series, he has completely forgotten. He forgot Launch, the character of Launch, for ages, and routinely just kind of randomly shows up again, like, I still exist, right? And then he forgot General Tao, one of the main villains of Dragon Ball. He totally forgot that character existed in an interview when he was asked about him. So this happens all the time, right? And it's just hilarious how hard they tried to. There's 2 supers in there, which is great. Like, it really emphasizes that it's about the superhero vibe. Like, this is that guy giving a presentation, bullshitting all the way through.
It reminds me of, like, grade 10 English class where you read like some novel and they're like, oh, this is the symbolism as to like why the door was blue, and like, or they just, they said it was a blue door. Like, no one does anything by accident.
I've got an even worse thing that came out of this interview. I think is it the 4th one? It's the 4th one. Question. Wait, hold on. No, it's not this one. It's in this movie. No, hold on. Oh, it is the 4th one. I just clicked on the 3rd one. That's why. Here it is. Question. Piccolo has never removed his shoes in any of the series so far.
No.
What do his feet look like?
I don't want to know. His shoes are permanently attached.
Akira Toriyama's answer, huh? He's never taken off his shoes? That comes as a surprise to me, too. I think they're pretty much the same as Earthling feet, but his toenails are black, like his fingernails. So, note, in this movie, Piccolo's fingernails are colored black, like in the original manga, whereas in the show, they're white. Anyway.
Well, he's going through a goth phase.
Yeah, I just thought that was too good. I cannot believe of all the fucking questions to ask. By the way, are we gonna get to see Piccolo's feet? Like,
dude, the feet people are like fucking gross, man.
They are quickly overtaking the furry community.
We have made it too acceptable for this shit to happen.
I just remember everybody was like when Sonic was coming out, and they were just like, imagine, maybe we're gonna get to see his feet. Like,
fucking gross.
It is. All right, so I archived the tweet here, and thank God I did, because they deleted it. Oh, great. I'm not a robot. Hold on. Let me prove to the world I'm not a fucking robot. I've used archive a little too much today. So this person was saying, I managed a movie theater for over 18 years. I guess it's my career now. And during that entire time, I've been dealing with Fathom Events in one form or another. So this is basically just like a general information thing that I thought was interesting. I want to share with you guys. So he says, Fathom Events is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, they're a way for people who don't live in LA or New York or one of those places that regularly plays repertory shows to see older films or films that never got a proper theatrical release on the big screen. But in order to deliver that content, they basically use 2 different types of technology, with wildly different results: a Dish Network DVR or a digital cinema package known as DCP. The DVR is just what you think it is. Content is beamed into a Dish Network box where it's recorded to a DVR and later rebroadcast onto a 25-foot screen in 1080i. Side anecdote. I once got a call from Fathom customer service because a customer had called them and complained about the quality of Singing in the Rain. the rep wanted to know what issues we had or what mistakes we had made. I told them we did everything right, but what was the quality of the content being shown? That's when I learned it was 1080i. I told them 1080i was always going to look soft and fuzzy on a cinema screen. They said okay, and that was the end of the conversation. That was over a decade ago, and they're still utilizing that technology for content delivery. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who has pointed out the quality drop. Anyway, a DCP is a standard format for delivering digital movies to the big screen and is how all non-film theaters play movies these days. It is either delivered as 2K or 4K, but with significantly higher bit rates and the file sizes than a standard or 4K Blu-ray. So, real quick, Mr. Nice Guy edited the trailer for The Wonderland, and I talked to him about it at one point, and he was telling me that, I couldn't wait to get this done because the file size was like 400 gigs. And because it was super clear, like perfect quality for everything. And I couldn't do anything else until I got it done. And it dragged my computer down to like it was crawling the entire time I was trying to edit it, So anyway,
where are the torrent links for those kind of copies?
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't exist because they'd have to come from the official source.
We get manga leaks all the time. You don't think that this could happen? I see. I see a Nancy.
Basically, it's the master, right? The 4K masters, right?
Yeah,
is what they're sending out.
Yeah. So you're seeing that like no theater would ever like. Oops! I accidentally torrented the entire
14 terabyte movie onto the internet.
Can you imagine torrenting a 400 gig 2-hour movie? Like that thing would buffer like crazy. You try to watch it, like you would not even be able to watch it. It would be so slow. The bitrate would be so high your computer couldn't even do it. Like. So anyway, they said the problem, of course, is that Fathom doesn't tell people which technology they're using. By people, they mean the audience, despite charging the same amount for each type. So you drop your $15 and you may get a movie that looks and sounds just as good as Top Gun Maverick does, or you may be paying to essentially watch TV being broadcast onto a larger screen. Of course, the DVR content is going to look soft and fuzzy compared to what you're used to. Or in the case of The Thing, you might get a soft, fuzzy picture that is also cropped to 1.78 to 1 for HBO viewings. DVR content is also always in 1.78 to 1 since that's how a Dish Network box broadcasts its content. So if you're showing flat 1.85 to 1 content, no real issue. But scope 2.39 to 1 content will either be letterboxed or cropped. Not ideal for a theatrical presentation. To be somewhat fair to Fathom, they don't choose the delivery method. The client does. Fathom is merely the middleman that sets these shows up through their contracts with various cinema chains. I don't know the ins and outs of their business model, but I've always assumed that the DVR was a cheaper option than the DCP. A DVR file can be simultaneously broadcast to thousands of locations. A DCP, on the other hand, either needs to be put onto thousands of individual hard drives and shipped out, or an arrangement has to be made with Deluxe to utilize their DC-DC system that delivers DCPs to cinemas via satellite, albeit without the quality loss of DVRs. Why else would a studio like Universal decide to use the DVR method for The Thing when they have a new 4K master they've been showing at various festivals? And my guess is that Universal then willfully or ignorantly gave Fathom some sort of cropped for HBO version of The Thing. Why does Fathom even offer the DVR option unless it's cheaper for clients? We'll probably never know, but what we do know is that customers will never have an easy way of knowing ahead of time if they're getting a DVR movie or a DCP movie, and that is Fathom's fault. Well, this is interesting. Just heard that Fathom will be sending out a DCP hard drive for Wednesday's 7 p.m. screening of The Thing. So expect the correct aspect ratio at the very least. Probably 4K too.
Did you just say Wednesdays or
Did
Wednesday?
Maybe.
It's probably for
Wednesday.
his own theater.
What movie?
The Thing.
The
What's
Thing.
that?
The John Carpenter's The Thing. Presumably, not. It would be so funny. It turns out to be the 2011 one or whatever. Anyway.
Or maybe it's the older one.
No, because the other one is called The Thing from Outer Space or whatever. That's
But
why it was so
often
hard to
shorten to The Thing.
All right.
If you see it in the Wikipedia entry for it.
Okay. Here we go. Let's address some comments. Some chat. Yeah, that would be a Shinji bust, all right.
That's all over that.
But, honestly, I'm glad Toriyama is the same as ever. Yeah, right? Wow, that's insane. I can't believe they release films in such a low quality.
Oh yeah.
Go on, E. Castro. Good to see you.
Like when I heard that, I'm just like, well, not regretting not going to the movies to see these things
Right.
that I have on disc.
Well, just to be clear, every Fathom Events thing I've seen for an anime has always been clean. It's not been blurry.
Yeah.
So just at least there's that. Although I will say a lot of the anime, like the actual production of the anime, is sometimes subpar. Oftentimes because I'm sitting way too close. But like the character drawn without the faces and stuff from distances that are like very clearly close enough that I should see their face, kind of thing. Anyway, so romantic comedy manga series Murai in Love is getting an anime. I can't remember. Did we have? Yeah, I did have a highlight here. So the romantic comedy tale tells a story between Tanaka, a high school teacher who loves otome games, and Murai, a high school boy who is in love with Tanaka. Tanaka, who has never been involved in a real-life romance, is confessed to by Murai, but rejects his confession. On the next day, Murai transforms himself into the exact likeness of Tanaka's favorite character from her favorite otome game. So he becomes the BL guy. Or whatever. The prince. Also, fantasy rom-com manga Saint Cecilia and Pastor Lawrence gets a TV anime adaptation. So if you have a thing for priest, nun, forbidden romance, you're in luck.
What the fuck noises are you making, Reed?
He's prematurely ready.
Miyuki Tonogaya's fantasy romantic comedy manga, The Ice Guy and His Cool Female Colleague, gets TV anime. I can't wait to watch The Ice Guy.
And together,
I hope they refer to him as Ice Guy-san or something in the show. Also, Otaku Elf counts its blessings with TV anime announcement. So this manga is getting adapted into an anime. It's basically Umaru-chan, but it's a goddess, elf goddess. So it says here, Kogane Koito works as the teenage shrine maiden at the Takamimi Shrine, catering to the whims of its resident, a centuries-old elf who loves video games as much as she hates going outside. Line up your offerings for the Otaku Elf. Some energy drinks, chips, and video games will do nicely. And watch her new friends scramble to keep up. So I was just thinking about this. Like, imagine in reality, like they actually have these raging 1,000-year-old gods that they're catering to at these shrines. And one of the gods just happens to really like video gaming and stuff. And then video games go the direction they've actually gone. Right. And so you bring them Last of Us 2 and they just wipe out the entire world and start over. Right? That's the world I feel like we're heading to. That's why we're going to shortly, we will have a global apocalypse mass extinction event. It's because of the wokeness of video games. So crime suspense manga My Home Hero is also getting an anime adaptation. I don't know what to tell you about this. What do we go? They don't even tell you like a synopsis. Oh, here. The series follows Tetsuo Tosu, a middle-aged salaryman who becomes embroiled in the criminal underworld after he confronts and accidentally kills his college-age daughter's abusive gangster boyfriend. Backed into a corner, Tetsuo will use any means at his disposal to protect his family. So there you go. That's getting an anime adaptation. I don't know that this guy looks like he's old enough to have a college-age daughter, but I don't know.
17 volumes? Damn. How long? I wonder how long.
At least 17.
Yeah.
Then Sota Sugihara's 500 million year button manga gets an anime adaptation. In 1970, Richard Matheson kicked off an enduring thought experiment with his short story Button Button. Push a button and you get a substantial amount of money, but someone you don't know will die. Then in 1999, Soto Sugihara of GDGD Fairies, what did you write this, Footnum? Put his own spin on the idea with his manga installment 5 Oku Nen Button. And next month, it's getting an anime adaptation. Translated to 500 million year button, the story, like Matheson's, kicked off a long-running philosophical debate. Sugihara's version of the box grants 1 million yen to whomever pushes the button, but in this case, the button pusher must spend 500 million years alone in an empty space, at the end of which they'll forget the entire half-billion-year ordeal and return to the moment they pressed the button. Knowing you'll walk away with just under $7,500 with no memory of the several million lifetimes in isolation you've just endured, would you do it?
Jesus Christ.
The real question is, what the fuck are these character designs that look like shitty avatars for some game that are kind of trying almost sort of to be VTubers? God, this looks terrible. So the series focuses on a trio of siblings, 5-year-old Tonio, 14-year-old Jaibi, and 17-year-old Tsuneko, who are presented with this opportunity. The three need to raise money to pay their father's hospital bill, so the thought experiment comes at an especially tempting time. Can you imagine, though, like yeah, you're going to forget all that time you spent in isolation, but you're only getting $7,500 Like, is it even worth it at that point? 500 million years. I mean, if I could get stuff done in that time, even if I was going to forget about it, I'd be like, well, 500 million years. I guess I'm going to start transcribing every episode of the podcast and, like, get all those thumbnails done and everything's time stamped.
No, but like, even just thinking about your own lifetime as of this point right fucking now. It feels like forever has gone by.
And
it's not even scratching the surface of 500 million years.
Not even close. Yeah.
I was like, no fucking way.
I like the idea that you do it, and at the end, you're like, well, one more day, I'm going to forget this nightmare and get my $7,500. And then you only get $7,499
because the price of inflation.
And a note that tells you, just kidding, you remember the whole thing. Like. All right, so Kiz Niver, director, and Code Geass writer, helm a Mobile Suit Gundam The Witch from Mercury TV anime.
Who's the Code Geass writer? It's not Goro Taniguchi, is it?
I don't know. So these are the character designs, which I got to tell you, God, now that I look at it, they do kind of look almost 3D. Like,
that guy looks
these
like
are some
a
of the most
Zexal
flamboyant. Like, Gundam has just been like, yeah, it's the most relaxed military in the world, where there's no dress code or anything. Just also, I hate the design for these fucking Gundams.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to make it look more sleek, but in doing so, they just look dumber.
What was
I mean,
that
not
joke
that
I
one.
made about this one that has like the floofy this is like the Peacock Gundam that's like trying real. Oh, I remember now, the Henry VIII Gundam. Have you guys ever seen Henry VIII's armor?
No.
All right,
It looks
allow
like
me to.
it looks like Gundam
Here we
SD
go.
to me.
Yeah, so let me show you Henry VIII's armor.
Bestow upon you the glory.
Oh
that
my-
Henry VIII's codpiece.
I saw this one in person. It was an intimidation tactic, I'm sure.
Well, the larger you make the armor, the larger they think it is.
Right. Anyway.
Is this gonna get us demonetized?
This is for historical purposes.
It better.
YouTube.
Anyway.
Yeah, people bitch about boob armor. What about that?
I just think of the Black Knight episode of Family Guy when Maid Marian or whatever her name is kisses one of them on the cheek and walks by, and it just goes, all the guys in armor goes ding 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 ding, like they're getting an erection. And it gets on to Mort and he's like, huh, ding. Anyway, we also got this Gundam and this thing that doesn't look like it belongs in the Gundam universe at all.
That looks like half of Omnimon.
Right? Or yeah, it does actually kind of look like Omnimon a little bit. If you change the color scheme, it would look even more like him.
Like it lost Ward Roymon's head, but still has Megarumon's head arm.
Kind of. All right. So, Astro Boy is getting a 3D CG reboot series by Miraculous
I'm
Ladybug
out.
creator.
A 3D CG. I'm out.
Directed by Thomas Astruck from Miraculous Ladybug, and produced by Monaco-based Shibuya Productions and Media One's Method Animation, which are the ones that make Miraculous Ladybug. The two companies jointly acquired the rights to Astro Boy from Tezuka Productions, and the series is slated for 52 half-hour episodes. The episodes will cover modern topics such as internet, social media, and damage to the environment.
Man, I am really not looking forward to this now.
Yeah, or as Sankaku Complex says, Astro Boy Reboot will tackle the evils of social media. So the legendary Astro Boy series is getting a modern-day reboot in the form of Astro Boy Reboot. With Western Studios being in charge and admitting the series will, quote, address today's hot-button issues, such as social media and the internet, and likely to completely ruin the world-renowned franchise in the process. As Luigi the Metal 64 said, there's going to be a 3D CG Tetsuwan Atom coming up made by Miraculous Ladybug team. If that 3D CG movie has failed, referring to the one with Nick Cage, that means the show with the same medium will fail too. I mean, I don't know if it means that, but it is a likely correlation rather than a causation. Anyway, okay, fine. I'll address them. 1 million yen feels pretty low for that, referring to the last couple articles. But since it doesn't have any consequences, I'd probably try it out. Honestly, like I said, if I could spend the 500 million years doing something that would be productive, I would absolutely. I mean, I'd watch my entire backlog of. Oh no, but I'd forget my entire backlog of anime. What I would do though is I would make I would edit down a podcast clip for literally every single thing we have ever covered. Right? Because 500 million years is a damn long time. 500 million years is unfathomably long. Yeah. And the Gundam suits look like bugs. Yep. Okay, so the legendary Astro Boy series is getting Thomas Astruck from Miraculous Ladybug and Cat Noir, Method Animation, who are a banner of Media One Kids and Family, and Shibuya, are working to reboot Astro Boy. And Media One and Shibuya claim the series was, quote, far advanced when it came to delivering impactful messages, referring to the series itself that they acquired, not their series. So Tezuka's original comics were far advanced in delivering a powerful message to readers worldwide. These fantastic stories of the little boy who flies are all about strong values that still resonate today for a global audience. The reboot will be timelier and address modern issues such as the impact of the internet, social media, and the damages caused to the environment by humans. The original Astro Boy anime made its way to TVs in 1963, and the manga sold over 100 million copies around the world, boosting the popularity of the anime in general. A remark from Biscay, who, along with Kostadin Yanev, formed Shibuya Productions. It is a huge responsibility to revisit the mythical character of Astro Boy. I am particularly happy to have met at Method Animation an ambitious and passionate team that will allow us to make this series that will allow us to take this series to the highest heights. Method Animation's founder and president Aton Somash, geez, these names, asserted Tomas Astruck will bring a fresh and unique take on Tezuka's work, a statement that often spells the end for many respected series. Here's more statements from Somash. Quote, Astro Boy is so universal and contemporary that we are not only developing a reboot, but a consistent continuum in full respect of the original universe. That means we're going to derail it and ruin it forever. It took us several months to secure the rights, and there were, of course, many Japanese and American companies which were circling this property. But ultimately, Tezuka's rights holders entrusted us with it because we have a similar sensibility and culture of graphic novels in both our countries. Well, yeah, I mean, I haven't read any French graphic novels, but they can't possibly be doing any worse than American graphic novels. And what we have achieved with Miraculous in Japan and around the world also played a big role in convincing them. It's a collaboration based on respect and trust. Astruck shared a rather strange message as well. Quote, Astro Boy is a cult series that has overseen the future like no other property. In the strange world we live in today, everybody needs Astro Boy to come back. No, I really don't think we do. Make your own property.
I would have been cool if they just made a traditional 2D animation one that was, it's like the first Astro Boy that's widescreen in HD for the first time or whatever. Like, that would have been cool with me, but, I mean, the CG is bad enough, but the whole, we're going to appeal to the Zoomers.
Yeah. Astro Boy on his new TikTok. EVP Managing Director and CCO Julianne Board also had positive words for the show. Quote, I'm sure none of them are going to say it's dog shit. Quote, the show is really in line with what we love to do at Method Animation, adapting and creating IPs, bringing together the best international talents to create stories that will entertain and inspire kids and their families everywhere in the world. The Astro Boy show intends to have half-hour episodes and about 52 in total. Any thoughts?
Sadness.
No. Well, seeing
wow, I have a thought.
Astruck fucked up his own show. I can't see how he will be able to save this one.
Based on the Osamu Tezuka's masterpiece.
Oh.
It's the.
So the Grammar Jews have already ruined it.
It's just like the force
also,
of will.
I'm a little worried about the Astro Boy with like whatever this symbol is supposed to be.
The recycling symbol?
Yeah. A premium animated series coming soon.
Astro Zer. But this reminds me of
that
the force
is
of
not
will
the
set.
recycling symbol.
What? No, obviously it's not the recycling symbol, but it's a symbol that is
resembles
indicative of cycling. Sorry, I scratched.
Reboot.
A
right?
Reboot. Yeah, I guess so.
It's literally called Reboot.
It is.
So it's a restart icon. Like a power. It's literally like the restart button on your PC. I think that's what they're going for.
No, the restart button on my PC is a 1 inside of a 0.
Which is called the power button.
The power button.
That's the restart button.
That's the
Restart
power
is the 0 with the 1 sitting slightly like.
Well, you're on a weird Mac too, so
no.
like...
I mean, actually, now that I think about it,
No.
where is the power button on the? No, the power button on the Mac isn't even. It doesn't even have a thing. I got like 4 Macs next to me I could look at, but I'm talking about.
On my computer, I have a restart button that looks like that, but instead at the top, it's connected. It's one arrow in a circle. That's what my restart button looks like on my computer sitting right next to me.
I am talking about one of... God damn it, these are so tiny. Here we go. Aha! Aha! I'm talking about this. God damn it. Move over. That symbol.
That's just a power button symbol.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
That's
the power button on everything.
Power button. Everything has
My PC has the power button symbol right there.
No. Wrong.
It's literally in Windows as the power button.
Wrong. This is what a power button looks like. 0 means off, 1 means on. 0 and 1 together is when you turn it off and on really quickly.
All in one to combine the two.
Well, now that we've learned that your Mac is wired incorrectly, so that the grammar reminds me of that Force of Will Ghost in the Shell set where the grammar was so bad because their translator team, I guess, was changed, and there was one card called Motoko or the Makoto's friend.
I don't know if either of you guys realize that these are literally the buttons off of PlayStation 2. I had to look up because that's what I assumed.
Well, that's kind of the same the same switch I have on my power supply, I think, on my PC.
Yeah.
I just back to Astro Boy. You know, it's a topic at hand.
They need to add another S for the reboot. Get it?
I can't wait to see the episode called Astro Turf get bombed.
All right, that was a real reach for a joke. I'm just gonna move past it. Does anybody have anything else you want to say before
I do. Reese is slightly quiet.
It came to my mind like 4 hours ago. Nobody gave me a chance to say anything. Got the power buttons.
So is
Reese,
Nick
your
Cage
mic is
going to
slightly
do the
quiet
voice again, like he did for the first animated movie? The first animated movie was by Sony, I think.
My mic is quiet. Who turned my mic down? Oh, Random 11 turned my mic down.
How dare you?
What should it be at? 100, 200?
1,000,
You sound good there.
200%.
I turned your mic
up.
down like last
Good.
podcast, not this podcast. I haven't touched it.
Well,
Hold up, Nicolas Cage played Astro Boy? When
No,
did
he
this
didn't
happen?
play Astro Boy. He played the doctor that created Astro Boy in this rendition. He's right here.
Well, I want him to play Astro Boy now.
yeah. 6-year-old Astro Boy, voiced by Nicolas Cage.
that Nick
He's
Cage?
probably less than a year.
Been a long time.
That actually looks like Nicolas Cage. What the fuck?
Well, that's how we roll in Western CG 3D CG.
You can't be an actor
renditions.
anymore. You have to make them look like the actor.
Mhm.
But he doesn't look like Spider-Man Noir.
God, this
You
looks
don't know.
awful.
They
You
didn't
never
take his
see
mask
him.
off.
Yeah, they never show him.
Underneath that mask was the spitting image of Nick Cage. So
Hey,
I'm
Dan,
sorry.
how's it
Did I
going?
accidentally stumble into the Mr. Stain on Junk Alley?
Welcome back, Dan.
Welcome back.
Hello.
All right. So we were just discussing that they're doing a new reboot to Astro Boy that, quote, will tackle the evils of social media and fucking, what was it? Environmentalism.
Oh, you mean they're painting social media environmentalism in a bad light?
No.
No.
They're tackling the Russian bots and whatnot. I'm assuming it's from that lens of viewing the world. Anyway,
Is it
it's from the
Western
Miraculous
studio or
Ladybug
Japanese
team.
studio?
It's the French studio that made Miraculous Ladybug.
Oh, then yeah, it's probably going to be.
But then again,
Yeah.
the yellow vests. Marine Le Pen is up in France. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
No,
right.
but the entertainment wing of France is probably still woke as garbage. Anyway, okay, and then we've got here Berserk: The Golden Age arc movie trilogy is getting a memorial edition to air on TV. So, respect for Kentaro Miura's Berserk series has led to the announcement of the Berserk: The Golden Age arc movie trilogy airing on TV, albeit as a special memorial edition that will hopefully make the viewing experience better. Doubt it. On top of being a nostalgia-filled trip to the past, and by doubt it, I mean that they probably aren't going to remove any of the CGI. A tasteful
They're probably
visual.
going to add more to polish it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a tasteful visual was released online to help build anticipation for the special airing.
Which is literally just the cover of one of the main ones anyway. Isn't it?
I don't know. Somebody had made a comment on one of the articles I read that I didn't choose to share about at least they gave the correct Casca outfit for this. I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know what that was about. It says that Warfield. So you can watch the trailer for the thing, but this is what we get to look forward to in our next watch club, right? After
I wonder what he thought of the this sequel, the Berserk sequel series that came out a few years ago. That was pretty awful.
I think it's what drove him to death. Actually, that's my headcanon.
Private chat.
The 2016 Berserk is what drove Kentaro Miura to his untimely grave. Okay, yeah. So this is the actual poster. Wow, such big.
Such big. It's her dancing. Her dress.
Instead of so they've changed it to this one. That's cool. That's the memorial about it, right? Anyway, so that's the thing. We're going to be watching that very soon. And then I've got the Crunchyroll article, which just says the films will be recut under the title Memorial Edition, though details on the recut version have not been confirmed at this time. So when they say recut, I'm assuming, are they probably
recut for television, because those movies are graphic.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what they're gonna do, but
no, it's just gonna be Demon Slayer all over again. They're gonna say, "Hey, there's 30 seconds of new footage,"
and it's the end between each episode.
Did we get a date?
It's 30 seconds of gut sneezing added throughout the entirety.
Of what? Did we get a date?
Probably that watch.
2022 is what it is.
Covering it up.
That says 2022, so there isn't actually a. I think it's just coming this year, which would have been great if it was happening like right freaking now, so we could watch it for the watch club. Anyway, all right, and then in more Berserk news, there have been some leaks of the new chapter.
Well, who's writing the new Berserk?
So it's his best friend Koji Mori, who he's known since they were in like high school, is overseeing the continuation because he, according to him, has heard the ending because Kentaro Miura has told him over the past 30 years like what his plans are for the series. He said that all the way back when Kentaro Miura was staging things to present for the Eclipse in the manga, he told him basically the entire story of where he was going to take things after that, and they set out an outline. And then over the course of that 30-year period or so, he's continually had conversations with him and talked about it and stuff. So it's going to be based on the original story by Kentaro Miura, art by Studio Gaga, which is his team that he fostered, with overseen by Koji Mori or whatever is how they're crediting it. So this is the artwork, and it is noticeably different when I look at it from what we had previously.
I mean, that's to be expected, to be honest.
Yeah, but the thing is that, like,
I don't know. It's trying to do it in the same style, or at least similar style.
Let me just say, it being noticeably different does not necessarily automatically mean it's noticeably worse.
True.
It's just different, right? Like this right here, what I'm looking at is still better than most manga art I've ever seen. Right. So I don't mean to say that that his team sucks or anything. So apparently he's going to in the next chapter, he's going to have a vision at least of seeing Griffith and immediately fucking attack him. So
can you blame him?
As you would expect. Yeah.
I mean, that's actually illogical. I'd be more concerned if it was like, oh, hey, I haven't seen you in a long time. How's it
going? Why'd you do that to us? Anyway, so I'd like to point out something else I saw. So these are, you guys remember the Kentaro Miura exhibit that they did that had like, oh, one of my kids got hurt. They gave people who went to these events these keepsakes, and among them was what I believe. I could be wrong, but I believe this is a manga that's been put together of Kentaro Miura's storyboard. So like he did the artwork and handed it off to his team, right, to do the polished work, right? So this is what he presented to them. And so they took this and took it, steps further. And you could just see like even his sketches for the storyboards are better again than most manga I've read. So what I'm getting at is I wonder if not having that has left them a little bit more like just something about it feels not quite like the compositionally it's very different from what I expect from Berserk, right? Like a 2-page split here is what I think I'm looking at that splits right down the middle of his face. Like why did he even have this side have part of his face? It feels bless me. It feels a little off, is all I'm saying. So regardless, I'm still glad to see, even if I just read a synopsis of where the story was supposed to go, that would be good enough for me. You know what I mean? But this is even better than that, even if it's not perfect. And when I get to heaven, the first thing I will do is find Kentaro Miura and pester him for the one he finished in heaven. In fact, I was reading about his work. And somebody was saying that he was so fucking talented that let's see, no, that's not it. I don't remember where I had it, but he was so talented as an artist, and he was so like meticulous that he was routinely being harassed by his editor to just fucking finish already, right?
Hey,
and
that's like us with you, and
even to the
videos.
point. Even to the point that in his digital drawing painting, he was going like pixel by pixel, touching things up.
How?
So yeah, I guess we could have had a full adaptation of Berserk that looked 80% as good as this image does. If he had just been willing to give up at a certain point. And just let things go without them being, his level, which is of course why we like him, because he takes things at his level. But anyway, you guys have any thoughts?
Yep.
I think it looks good.
Yeah, it looks fine. I just wonder if it's gonna be, because what always happens. Maybe I shouldn't say always, but when the original author dies before they complete their work and somebody else takes over, if people don't like. Or some people don't like the ending. They always say, "Oh, they distorted the vision," or "Oh, blah blah." Yeah. You know what I mean?
Well, so you're gonna get that no matter what.
Like Berserk is now kind of open to those.
Oh yeah, the second he died, yeah, we were gonna get that no matter what.
It's gonna be the question will remain is no matter how it ends, and he, the guy claims, and I'm not doubting him. I'm sure he's got notes and probably is doing his absolute best to get it as perfect as possible, but I'm just saying there's always going to be that like question hanging over it.
So the alternate thing here, so eCastro says I've read the chapter, and it does look quite different. Obviously, Miura's work will always be the best. So it's already out, the chapter? Because this leak was from yesterday at 4 a.m., my time at least. But as far as a continued adaptation, it's certainly not bad to look at by any means. Yeah, the flow feels different, and it's something the artist would have to really study if they wanted to imitate. The thing that I remember from Kentaro Miura's version of Berserk. Let me just pull one up. Is the presentation of the battle scenes are just freaking unbelievable, and they all kind of like you feel the epicness of what he's doing in them. I'm trying to find one I can actually show. Hold on. I'm thinking of one in particular. I don't see it yet. Hold on. But like the one we were just looking at with him facing off against Zod is one of them. And then got to find one without Newsme. Okay, here's one. This isn't the one I'm thinking of, but
I guess titties is the key to being epic.
Oh wow, the smallest image in the history of the world again. You gotta cook me like that. Like 5 more seconds here, and I will just give up because this failed. Holy shit, that's amazing. Who is this? That's amazing. Okay. That wasn't a Berserk thing I was looking at, but it was amazing. Here, this one. This is another good one.
Did you see boobs? Is that what that was?
No. That's also tiny as shit. Oh my god. Okay, here. Switching to large images only. I forget the guy's name, otherwise I would just search for it. The battle with the one guy. That guy. You know what I'm talking about.
Zod?
No, not Zod. It's a much later character. In the weird armor, I think he has like a big tail, or like something that's coming out the back of him, like a what's his name? For freaking Mecha Ude style. All right. Well, I don't see it, but what I'm trying to get at is that he had a way of presenting visual information across his 2-page spreads that really was pretty unique to what other people would commonly do, and it just had like this cinematography behind it. You know, I can't think of another way to explain it, where it just felt epic, and it felt like you were seeing like the whole chessboard almost in front of you, playing out in one frame, you know? So anyway, one more search and then I'll give up. I cannot believe I can't find it. Anyway, that's unfortunate. What's up?
Grunbold?
Is that his name? How do you spell that?
Grunbeld.
I still don't see it. I can't fucking believe how bad this is. Anyway, as soon as I look away, it'll be there. All right. Well, yeah. So anyway, I just where we go from here is we're sort of in no man's land on where it's going to go, but at least it's better than where we were a year ago, right? Let's put it that way. So anyway, before we jump into this next thing, Dan, did you want to share your future plans in the next week?
Future plans? I'm moving to Virginia. That's all. I got a job out there. So
everybody give Dan your thoughts and prayers and round of applause. And hopefully you can hop on and join us from in Virginia from time to time.
I'll miss you on Brad's behalf, Dan.
Country road, take me home to a place.
Well, not that Virginia.
Realistically, the time zones are probably going to fuck you.
What's that, Random 11?
Said realistically, the time zones are probably gonna fuck you.
Oh yeah,
it'll be more in line with FDN.
That's true. It'll be harder to join the call unless we
almost 11.
All right. Yeah. All right. So you guys recall that last podcast we discussed that 7 Seas was localizing the Otokonoko fetish as it's a trans character for I turned my best friend into a girl or whatever that thing was titled.
Yeah.
So Western localizer reveals that 7 Seas always intended to localize feminine males as transgender females, says translator, consulted trans people on changing character's identity.
Apparently, trans people are the arbiters of localization.
Yeah, it's funny how you just consulted trans people and not the people who are gonna buy the.
Yeah, they didn't go
to Fujoshi's.
I'm so glad you contacted all 5 people who were gonna.
They
buy
didn't
the
consult
manga.
Otokonoko fetishists. So in the face. Good.
Before you read this, I just want to they are the people that are like, you're misgendering me, stop misgendering me, and now they're saying, well, we're gonna purposely misgender this person, even though we know they're not trans, because they want to be like, woke or whatever.
Yeah, and I'll just say that what has effectively happened here is that the woke crowd, the left, they've overused the gay token to the point where like gay and especially bi, like those are meaningless now. We have a new thing. It's trans. That's that thing, so they're going to just throw you by the wayside and start parading their new thing, which is the trans community, right? So in this particular situation, this is catering to basically a trap fetish, right? The idea of this character here falls in love with his childhood male friend after forcing him to cross-dress and wear makeup, right? Like it is very clearly a specific gay thing, the trap fetish, not, I turned my friend into a trans icon, right? Or something. Anyway, so in the face of the massive backlash towards 7 Seas gender swapping the cross-dressing and feminine male Hyura into a transgender girl in their English language release of I Think I Turned My Childhood Friend into a Girl, a Western localizer, I bet you can't guess which one, has admitted that this blatant changing of mangaka Azusa Banjo's original work was planned from the start, asserting that the respective translator consulted, quote, with trans people to ensure the change was, quote, as accurate to their experience as possible. Which, again, you've went into the localization with the presupposition that the character is trans. Therefore, you only talked to trans people to make sure it's as accurate to their experiences as possible, when that's not the experience the character in the story is having.
And you'd think, talk to the fucking mangaka or the
of course
licensor. Why are you talking to random people on the internet about if this person if you should change the identity of the person?
Because they echo chamber.
Right.
It's so dumb.
So this suspected intention was confirmed on June 8th when Western localizer Katrina Leonodakis, whose credits include the Higurashi When They Cried Go and Sotsu anime series, as well as the Atlas video game Persona 5 Royal, sought to speak out against the backlash to 7 Seas mistranslation. Talking to Twitter, Leonodakis declared, I know the translator, and they've done their homework on this series, reading future volumes, consulting with trans people, and working hard to make sure it's as accurate as possible. Shame on those listening to one rando and thrashing it, she added, referring to the manga fan translator Ethylene Scans, who first brought 7 Seas shoddy work to light. Quote, I fully support this translator.
Yeah. Instead of go scroll up again. instead of listening to one rando and trashing it, listen to one rando and accept the translation experience, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, it's so demeaning because it, like, we don't need Ethylene Scan's take on it to recognize what they've done and that it was a misstep, right? I know tweeting this is going to draw the Twitter mob towards me, but that's fine. Hold on real quick. Luigi the Metal 64 says, the artist is the one who makes the series. It is too late for 7Cs. They're already exposed for going against what the artist made. Well, hang on to your hats, because the following article is 7C's response to backlash, says they are looking into addressing the delicate language used in the intentional mistranslation of I think I turned my childhood friend into a girl. So that is something we'll be talking about in just a minute. And I'll remind you that previously they were called out on localization stuff and reprinted the books correcting the issue. So it is not too late for 7Cs yet. Although we get to cover even more 7Cs news immediately after that. So let's see. Quote, I know tweeting this is going to draw the Twitter mob towards me, but that's fine, she continued, before continuing to insult Ethylene Scans. Quote, they can point to the one scan guy's analysis of the first volume all they want. It's clearly the same anti-localization stuff as always, just co-opted differently. Once again, it's like, imagine this is your worldview. Everybody's against me as a localizer. The world hates localizers. It's just a group of randos on the internet who just hate localizers. They hate my job, even though I do it damn good. It's like, no, it's not that. It's not. You've misunderstood 100% of what's happening here. Right?
That'd be like me saying, "Oh, they just hate our podcast because they hate podcasters. It's not us."
Nobody hates.
I always got to do mental gymnastics to
exactly,
justify their existence, basically. Like, oh no, we're not the problems. It's all these other people. They're the problem. Yeah. It's not us. It's not what we're doing that's pissing people off. It's the trolls. It's the bots. It's Putin. It's always Putin's fault. I'm sure he had something to do with criticizing the localizers because he's anti.
Well, no, it's because he's the ringleader of the Russian bots that she battles on a daily basis, right?
They just refuse to accept responsibility. Is all.
She then attempted to head off any criticism of her claims by deflecting, quote, and I know I'm not offering my own full essay about why it's good, and not giving examples in context is going to stir shit up too. But I know that even if I did, it wouldn't change anyone's minds, she said. That's how stuff on the Bird site works, referring to Twitter, of course. One second. I think I've been getting text messages possibly from my wife. Oh, wait, no. Good. Then I guess I don't care.
We haven't covered release news, right? Yeah?
Not yet, no.
Because there's some breaking news from Danny.
Okay. Leonodakis goes on to say, quote, and I know this is just a very small subset of fans who are very loud and that the rest of the community isn't like this, but it still disappoints me that so much of the community doesn't realize how hard we work to make sure everything is handled with care. We love what we do. Okay, I will remind you again. The fans of this series have a trap fetish. They like it because it is a taboo thing that sexually excites them about a character who was straight, cross-dressing, and the guy who did it to him falling for the character. It is straight bait. They like it for that reason. You are perverting it into, woke thing of the week, in this case, the trans community. Again, because previously when it was a gay thing, that once upon a time you'd have been all over celebrating that. But now that trans is a thing, it's like you got to throw that by the wayside because, that's the new hot ticket thing. So it's not a very small subset of fans. I'll just be clear. I am not a fan of this. I've never read it. I do not care about this particular property.
Same. I think most
and I certainly do not have this weird trap fetish thing. But I am acknowledging that the reason people like this is because it is a very specific subset of like yaoi that people are into. And so it's not a very small subset of fans. It's literally the entirety of the fan base. The people who like it for that reason, and you're just dismissing them outright because you know better, according to yourself.
Well, I mean, this is the person that, you know, the brother or little brother or whatever the fuck word that she did, like
the legacy.
Nini.
Yeah,
She said she learned her lesson about the legacy terms and shit. Clearly, no. Clearly, she still thinks, no. As translator, I'm right. Who gives a shit what the original intent said? Who gives a shit what the fans think? This is the way I'm doing it, and tough shit. Well,
clearly the Seven Seas person was a translator.
That's a good one. But
I mean, hopefully these people all just get fired. And that's the remedy, right? Like,
honestly, look,
that would
Seven
be nice.
Seas.
That would honestly be nice.
Look at how many times you've had to correct course on this. It's not a bad suggestion. And look, nobody here is anti-trans. Nobody here. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't speak for Dan. I don't know. I should only speak for myself. I'm not anti-trans. If you want to, do whatever you want, I do not care. It's not about that. It's about inserting it where it wasn't, right? And as Luigi the Metal 64 says, what they changed is like saying kabuki theater actors are transsexual. Yes, I actually made that exact same statement previously when we were talking about this. I don't know if it was on the last podcast or behind the scenes when we were prepping for this one, but in kabuki, all the actors are male, right? It's like traditional Greek plays where the male actors played female characters because only men played in those plays, right? So in kabuki theater, same thing. Again, like I said, they only men are in kabuki theater. So that is like claiming that the male character, the male actor playing the female character is trans because they're playing a female character in it, right? That's effectively, it's not that big of a leap from what they're sort of doing here, is taking a character who's cross-dressing and saying, yes, he's cross-dressing, he is a girl, he's a trans woman now, and he goes on to say that is so wrong, like saying all Asians know karate. Well, only the
I pictured these types of people, in excruciating pain. Like if, for example, in Kashimashi, how it's like he eventually becomes female or whatever because of the alien ship crashing. Like
spoiler.
That's literally episode 1. But
well, definitely if you want to watch it.
I imagine these types of people. Well, the dub's safe, but I imagine the type of people. Like their skin is crawling when they type in the he him before he's trans.
I gotta know how do they what pronoun do they use for Ranma in the sub?
Well, the thing is, the characters that don't know it's the same guy, they just call it a she when he's in his female form.
Yeah, but do you think that they're the localizers are super careful and they're translators note this person is a bigot and is incorrect't referring to or what? I mean, I just can't imagine.
I don't think they're that blatant yet. But I imagine. I think they would they want to. I bet you they want to add.
It's going to be so funny. You know how what's her name? J.K. Rowling is a trans exclusionary radical feminist.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if everything that's happened with J.K. Rowling, eventually it comes out that Rumiko Takahashi is the next target? Oh, she's a TERF, right?
Yeah, because the new Ranma, they didn't what is it? Say she's trans or whatever. But I I feel like the progressives want to take it to a point where something like Kashimashi, like while he's male, they'd call she her like off the bat because it's respectful.
So I haven't watched Kashimashi, but does the voice actor change?
Yeah, it.
Okay, so when the character is talking,
I don't know. Maybe the idea is that it's a female voice when he's female.
Sorry.
I don't know if it had a male voice initially.
So my question is, if I haven't watched the show, but if the character has any internal monologuing, I would assume that the character would have a masculine voice, the original voice before the transition thing in the internal monologue.
It's possible it's one of those teenagers that had a female voice actor anyway.
If that occurs even once in the entire show, then I think I would continue, because I'm sorry, I haven't bridged the gap between what I'm thinking about and what we're talking about here, but one of the things specifically about Kashimashi is when Discotek re-released it, they were patting themselves on the back over the fact that they corrected the pronouns. And it's like, if the character is still displayed as masculine on the inside, right? The original voice of the male character before the magic is done to make them a woman, then I would argue that the character inside the body of the woman is still male, which therefore, because this is the thing, is like in the real world, you have the I was born in the wrong body idea, right? But in the case of this story, you have the character born in the right body magically transferred into the wrong body, therefore they should still be seen as masculine, right? As the male gender in their internal monologue and pronoun.
So that's what led me to the question of like when they say, "Oh, we corrected the pronouns," is like, did they ahead of time while he's male go she her?
Oh, okay,
I don't think that's
the question. Is that what they did? God, that is so stupid.
I don't think they did. What I think they did.
See, because I was going to say that there's no reason for them to have corrected the pronouns, because I mean, again, I haven't watched the show, but I imagine that all the female characters
probably was is there. So there's like a group of 3 or whatever, including the main character, and the other 2 girls probably referred to him as he, even though
did they know?
Well, that's the idea.
Male before
they associate. I'm pretty sure they knew, and they were like orienting the character on how to be a girl.
Because the thing about the pronoun issue is that the perspective
they know
of the people
him as a male,
who know him
so that's
as a
why
male
they'd
would
be in the
continue
habit
to refer to him through masculine pronouns, and the characters who meet him as a female and don't know would naturally refer to him as female. The same way that a person that is trans, Ben Shapiro talks about the fact that that when you refer to somebody with pronouns, you're not actually referring to them to somebody else, right? So, for example, he gives an example of having dinner with Blair White, who's trans conservative, right? He would say, if I was in a restaurant and I was asking, where I'm supposed to be seated because I'm supposed to be meeting Blair, I would use the feminine pronouns because Blair looks feminine, right? And so you would use the pronoun to communicate to the person you're communicating with who you're trying to get to. But then you've got the people who don't do anything to change their outward appearance other than maybe like put on lipstick, but everything else about them is still presenting masculine. In that case, you're not going to refer to them in dainty female language when you're trying to find them using their pronoun to locate them, right? When you're talking to somebody else, hey, have you seen such and such person, right? Have you seen whatever? Anyway, so I'm feeling like I'm actually really interested now to find out what the pronoun changing was between the Media Blasters release and the Discotek release, because I can't picture a scenario where them changing it isn't I can't picture the scenario at all, actually.
What is it? Making the narrative kind of weird. Like they'll suddenly be like, where is she going? Even though, they're still disoriented on like accepting who. Like
it actually makes it more confusing if you decide to switch the pronoun on the character to be male across the board, for example, because he actually is, in this case, a man in the wrong body, right? Because it makes it seem like every other person who shouldn't know that he's male knows that he's male because you changed it. And doing it the other way, where you make him female from the beginning, gives away the plot change, like the actual plot event of him becoming female at the beginning. It's like there's no way to do this without ruining it.
Yeah, but obviously, I don't think that's the extreme case. I don't think they're doing that.
We've gotten really off topic of the specific thing here in order to talk about Kashimashi, girl meets girl, or whatever they called it. But I just it seems like I'm legitimately curious now about what the change was. I just watched
like the dub with the subtitle, the disco subs on, because that's.
Do you have the disco sub one?
I don't.
I have the Media Blaster set in the storage unit, but anyway. So again, she said, I know it's just a very small subset of fans who are very loud, and that the rest of the community isn't like this, but it still disappoints me that so much of the community doesn't realize how hard we work to make sure everything's handled with care. We love what we do. This is where Katrina proceeds to shame critics of the well-researched localization of transing a feminine cross-dressing boy into a transgender girl, clout-chasing TERFs and transphobes. Oh, dear God. Okay, so she says, quote, writing off what was an extremely complex and well-researched localization decision as transing a character for no reason is absolutely ridiculous and is 100% something TERFs and the right would write for some bird site clout, she wrote. Nice misspelling of wrote, guys. So look, what clout are you going to get on Twitter by saying this? I always find it funny that the right believes there is a left-wing media bias. And occasionally I read the most absurd conspiracy theory tweets from left-wing friends who talk about the right-wing media bias, right? Or, like basically like everything is awful on Twitter for people on the right who are constantly shadow banned and stuff. And then you got the left who's like, man, this place is filled with the right, like I always get a kick out of that, that everybody just views the world as whatever you are, everybody else is not that because it's awful. And you're just actually dealing with assholes on either side or no political affiliation, but you just have to ascribe their, thing against you because you're a tribalist. Anyway, so before proceeding to do her best MCU Sam Wilson impression, shame on you, be better, cringe. Anyways, I A, have all my notifications turned off, B, have block party installed, and C, have reply filtering. So yell at me all you want. I'm not engaging with y'all on this. She concluded her thread. So block party must be the blockchain. And I'm curious now if because I specifically started following her today, if I'm now blocked. That's gonna be that's sure gonna be fun. Not that it matters, but okay, good. So I guess I'm not following any of the specific people in her blockchain that would cause me to lose the supreme privilege of getting to follow her every word. So, however, though Leonodakis framed criticism of the mistranslation as coming from only a very small subset of fans who were running with a false narrative based on a single fan translation, 7C's work subsequently also found itself under scrutiny from other localizers. Later that same day, Japanese literary translator Emily Bellistrieri, who not only has provided his services. Okay, now I don't even know what to think anymore. Are we now misgendering? Is this a I just don't even know. Who has not only provided his services on such series as Overlord and the Saga of Tawny the Evil, but is a transgender man themselves. Okay, I don't even know what's going on here. Did they dead name the person? Are they refusing to see? The language is so confusing because is transgender man mean it's a woman becoming a man?
Yes.
I don't even know anymore. Tweeted, quote, the more I think I turned my childhood friend into a girl, the more annoyed I am. Quote, I talked to a Japanese friend about it, he recalled. They said, this is not a trans story. It's a manga for getting butterflies, Moe Kyunsuru, about Otoko Noko boys love. Trap gay sex. Right. Balistieri further noted that said friend also shared with them the concept of an Otoko Noko, a boy that is like a girl, with they explain, quote, maybe which they explain has less to do with the character themselves enjoying women's clothing than to do with the view of the reader / creator. Okay, so it has less to do with the character enjoying women's clothing than it does with the view of the reader / creator. Okay, so it was a concept created to be enjoyed by the reader / creator, he continued, completely separate from guys who cross-dress or trans women. Right, it is a fetish. It is a fetishization of things. An Otoko Noko might be trans if the creator decides they are, but otherwise they aren't, Balistieri said. Quote, I'm using they here to not default to he, but it could easily be he. Sharing his friend's wish that they, quote, would like for people to understand Japanese culture before translating it. Yes, please. This is, again, going back to last podcast, like, oh, forgive me, sensei. I meant no harm. I truly understand kawaii culture. I'm part of Harajuku myself and have done the knees inwards thing for pictures, all right? So yeah, I think at Go Manga needs to figure out what happened and clearly things with the creator and errors and error. It just needs to be fixed. Nobody needs to be canceled. Is Go Manga 7 C's?
Yeah. Is
it really?
That's their Twitter handle.
Wow, cringe.
I remember it was at one time.
It is. I just checked.
Yeah.
Likewise, Nikkei Asia Japanese translator Gad Onyenneho, that's a name. Onions are like ogres. Anyway, disagreed with Leonodakis' take, retweeting Ethlyn Scan's sharing of the initial comparison report. Onyenneho posited, quote, so there it is. So there is yet another fans versus localization dust up over this new manga. I think I turned my childhood friend into a girl. And frankly, I think I'm inclined to side with the critics on this one, especially with the points brought up by this review. The issue basically boils down to this. A main character, Hyura, wears girls' clothes, but he explicitly says he's male. But the translation has Hyura's love interest, Mido, refer to Hyura using feminine pronouns. That creates inconsistencies as illustrated in this page. And the ironic thing here as well is that once again, we have taken the fact that yaoi boys love stuff is extremely predatory, where the top character, the more dominant character, forces the subservient submissive character into things. Like that. Remember, Dan, when we saw Yuri on Ice, and Dua was talking about how if you looked at this, where Victor, the more dominant character, was male, and Yuri, the more submissive character, was female, everybody would be blowing a rape whistle over how extremely predatory it was, right? So in this situation, as per the usual, you've got the gay-ish story. The boys love a Tokonoko story happening here, where he is literally forcing his childhood friend to cross-dress and all these things. And now you're taking it a step further by like basically telling him, no, you're a girl. Like he's forcing the transition on him, right? And you're making the trans community look even worse, right? This is such a bad take. I cannot believe that they 7C should have just steered clear of even licensing this. He then noted, quote, reading through the volume, it looks like Mido uses masculine pronouns for Hyura when Hyura presents as a male, and feminine pronouns when Hyura presents as a female, in both internal and external dialogue.
I think we've already covered like the details. It's just kind of an update, a follow-up.
I just want to know what this particular localizer or translator for Nikkei Asia was saying. I suppose this might be waved off as some kind of characterization device for Mito, though I don't see that sort of thought switching in the Japanese version. Well, I don't know that there is a lot of pronouncing in Japanese. Other characters randomly jump between using feminine and masculine pronouns when referring to Hira as well. So that's the localization. But the kicker is that the dialogue that is clearly supposed to be that of all-knowing narrator uses feminine pronouns to describe Hira when the author of the manga clearly just identifies Hira as a male. That doesn't sit well with me, and you can understand how it really does not sit well with others, the translator opined. The reviewer from Ethylene Scans was very fairly brought up why such translation choices are problematic. I found the review to be thorough, evidence-based, nuanced, and level-headed. He praised Ethylene Scan's work. He said as a praise of their work, quote, "Of course, with the Twitter being the Twitter, I hate the way all leftists refer to Twitter." The bird site, the Twitter. Some are weaponizing the review to call for the localizer's head, which of course no reasonable people would want. But there is also room for discussion regarding how to handle the translation. It's not fair for professional translators to automatically dismiss the issues brought up by a blog post as something ginned up by someone with a toxic agenda. Making an initial attempt to draw this thread to an end, he then affirmed, quote, "I'll just close by saying I do not know everything about this issue. These are initial thoughts based on what I've seen in both the 75 version and the original Japanese manga." Oh, 7Cs. Okay, 75. I might have gotten things wrong, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, returning to the one last thought, he said, okay, postscript. People have brought up this page that comes up further along in the series. Here, Hira clearly does not see himself as female, so it's not really uncalled for to use feminine pronouns with him. No, so it is really uncalled for to use feminine pronouns with him, because he specifically says, "I am a guy." Anyway, he would later engage Leonodakis personally in response to a thread started by a visual novel localization company, Love Lab CEO Meru, in regards to the controversy. Consistently amazed at, number one, how quick people... So this is what Meru said. "I'm consistently amazed at one, how quick people are to believe things they see online and how fast the game of telephone develops. Two, how quick people are to assume malice and agenda pushing rather than the usually far more banal reasons behind translation choices." This tweet would draw a now deleted response from Twitter user Vinct Quarte, whoever that is, who attempted to argue against the claims that, as she summarized, the character who is saying she feels better dressed as a girl and that she finally found the real her is obviously a guy because she uses boku, and I've read somewhere it's a masculine pronoun. "I'm so sick of it," they declared. "Open your eyes. She can't be more trans than that. Yikes." Again, how dismissive is that to say that just because they use boku? Like to say that the people making this argument are saying it's strictly because the character uses boku, which I would argue, and I haven't read the Japanese version, but I very much doubt that they do in the thing. Anyway,
what can we go back and reread this person's tweet here? So the person said they chimed in to this thing, which said, "I can't believe how quick people are to find things online and how fast the game of telephone," right? And the agenda pushing rather than banal reasons, right? So they're in this thread. This person came in with their own take just to pile on and said, quote, "That character who is saying she feels better dressed as a girl and that she finally found the real her is obviously a guy because she uses boku. And I've read somewhere it's a masculine pronoun," right? So saying that a person would say that like, oh, they're ignoring all of the evidence that she's trans because she uses boku, right? No, I think my head is like, because of the pronouns, my head is like exploding with this sentence. But I think that they're mocking someone who says that a girl is obviously trans and should be a man because they use boku.
No, what they're trying to do is they're making
that character who is saying she's obvious or she feels better dressed as a girl, and that she finally found the real
I'm pretty
her.
sure that this person used the wrong pronouns in the situation of mockingly saying what somebody else would say, because they're too afraid to get the Twitter mob after them over using the pronouns that don't suggest that the character is trans. So I will read it using the opposite pronouns because I'm pretty sure this is the mocking tone they're trying to make. That character who is saying he feels better dressed as a girl and that he finally found found the real him is obviously a guy because he uses boku. And I've read somewhere that that's a masculine pronoun. Basically what they're saying is they're trying to mock people who don't actually speak Japanese, but just heard that, oh, boku's masculine. Therefore, right? But that's not even it's a straw man that doesn't even address the real issues brought up as to why people are making the argument that they're making.
But then the second sentence is, I'm so sick of it. Open your eyes. She can't be more trans than that. Yes. And that's not in quotes.
That's not in quotes because they're telling you.
This person's agreeing with the fact that if you use boku, you're trans?
No. This person is saying that because the character feels better dressed as a girl and that they finally found the real her, they're saying that character is trans. It can't be more trans than that. And they're just saying that because possibly in the manga the character uses boku, that I would imagine that that, like, first of all, boku isn't strictly male. Doesn't mean like you're saying I, but from the perspective of the male, like you would for a pronoun, right? It's not what it is. It is just more commonly used by men, and it is seen as a more masculine thing because it is more commonly used by men. Yeah. It is not to say that the word him, he, him, for example, is more commonly used by men, right? No, it's not the same thing. There is a binary between he and she that there isn't between boku and watashi.
Okay, as long like, well, I should say we're clear on that. I'm still confused as to what this person's saying, but it's clearly
they later deleted their tweet because they created the same confusion that you're experiencing with the fact that they still use the wrong pronouns for their mocking tone because they were too afraid to use the pronouns necessary to bring their point across properly. So anyway, Onyaneho would join in the conversation, replying to that person and say, I'll give the original critic their due for the fact that they did bring receipts. The character in question does declare that he is male in multiple parts of the series. What's bad is the bad faith pile-on against the translator, though. I haven't seen that anywhere. I don't know what they're talking about.
One, any pile-on onto the translator, I mean, if it gets to an harassing level, sure, that's bad. But just like piling on and saying, yes, you're a dumb translator who puts their dumb opinions in my manga.
Yeah.
Like, you did something bad, you get called out for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, at a certain point, enough's enough. Obviously, in a year, no one gives a shit.
More people are going to keep piling on for it.
Yeah, so in a year, no one should be complaining about this anymore, obviously, right? Because at a certain point, we get it. We don't need to complain about it anymore. Right. But if they keep doing it, then you need to get fired because you clearly don't give a shit about translating what's there. You want to insert your own crap.
Right, and again, Katrina Leonodakis isn't even the translator for it. They're just inserting themselves into this because people have this tendency of they get the tiniest pushback and they immediately get into this tribal mode of I need to go to battle for my tribe.
Us translators need to stick
together. Yeah, it's just like they get into this absurd mindset. So making her own respective entrance, Leonodakis would attempt to defend the mistranslation on the grounds that the translator behind the official translation has done loads of research into the character and series and made a decision based upon that. I love this. So the translator talked to a bunch of trans people. Did you stop and talk to the creator, as we said? Did you stop to look at the actual contents where the character repeatedly refers to themselves as male? Again, the fetish here, the kink here is the trap. This is like what we talked about, like with Foodnum likes the reverse trap character, and one of your favorite series is Mayochiki.
Let's make a clear distinction. I'm not sitting here thinking, man, that is hot, man. I want them to smash while wearing the butler gear. No.
Okay, but let me ask you, what's the name of the character in Mayochiki again?
Subaru?
Would Subaru still be your waifu if Subaru were trans male?
No.
Wait, so you
that would be a male character. I'm not into male characters.
Would
you like
Subaru
tomboys?
be
Is that
your
what you're
husbando?
No.
Okay, but so I just want you like tomboys.
Yes. That is what's going on.
That's what you mean by reverse traps?
Well, reverse trap meaning that female characters who dress in masculine clothing.
Yeah.
Here, I'll bring up Mayochiki real quick. Of course, I will spend another.
I think it's a really interesting plot device to use, and it's also kind of like, whoa, that's a surprise. And I think it makes the character's femininity actually shine through the masculine clothes, I guess you could say.
So Oron Host Club.
I don't think she's okay. So Oron, she looks a bit too masculine to have the charm.
So Oron, that's different. Or the purpose of Oron, that you're crossing the fetish just simply because the character's cross-dressed. See, that's not a reverse trap. That's dumpy middle-aged white middle-aged woman at high school age. Like that's like 30 going on 17 or whatever you want to call it. Like that's a whole different trope happening here. Also, Oron sucks. Hated that show. So anyway,
I liked it.
This is the Mayochiki cast. They're twins? Is that what it is? Are they twins?
No, that's the same character. They're just
is it the same character?
They're showing both halves of the same coin right there. That's the.
Doesn't she have a sister though?
No. That was in the show. That was the cover. They're like, this is her cousin Punyaru when she's wearing female clothes.
Oh, it's so stupid. Oh god, the plot was so dumb. So so FDM again is saying that the feminine form, which this is the thing, and I said this back then during our watch club. Women can pull off wearing men's clothing and still be hot. Men cannot pull off wearing women's clothing and still be hot.
Okay. Like women can wear a button-up flannel shirt
unless they're from Thailand.
Very few men. like they have to be very effeminate and very have very feminine features if they want to pull it off.
No. You have missed the boat entirely. Let me say this again. Women can wear men's clothing and still be sexy women. Men cannot wear women's clothing and still be sexy men. So you can throw your little ladyboy Thailand comment in there, but you've grossly missed the point of the statement.
You didn't say it. Like that's not how you phrased it originally. So
anyway, all right. So she said, so again, they did so much research. They made their decision based upon talking to a bunch of trans people. The original critics' receipts pale in comparison, right? They pale in comparison to the fact that they talked to a couple trans people because they went into it with an improper assumption on what the story was and decided to just keep running with it. Oh boy, I missed a bunch of.
It's background chatter. Ignore.
Did it happen? I have to know. Did it happen?
No. Okay. Not yet.
Hope Estheim says, "Rest in peace, Billy Kametz." Yes, pour one out for Billy Kametz. Anyway, Old Man says, "What about Najimi from Komi Can't Communicate?" Well, that seems to be its own thing. I have to watch the show.
Can of worms.
We already that's a can of worms that we'll spend the rest of the podcast discussing and not have, and it will all be hypotheticals because I don't think any of us have actually sat.
None of us have really properly watched it through.
So anyway,
I have, but I haven't read the manga yet, so I don't know the manga translations.
So
if they match up.
The thrilling conclusion to this thread. Katrina Leonodakis says, "Well, guess what? Receipts don't matter because talk to the trans folks effectively." And then Ged Onyeneho shut that down with shut down this disingenuous appraisal of Ethelyn Scan's work, informing Leonodakis, quote, "Just bought both the English and Japanese version of the first volume, and reading through them, I'm afraid the localization choices in question do not make sense. I won't blame the translator, though, because I won't pretend to know how editing processes went." I love how these people are like, well, I'm going to like own you with this, but also I'm going to protect
They're like the only
from...
people who know Japanese and English.
I love it how people always do this thing where they like shelf their criticism. Like it's basically a mic drop, but they right
put a pillow before they drop it.
Exactly, right before the mic hits the ground, they put a pillow, right? Or they have it like tied to their wrist like a yo-yo, in case they actually weren't done talking. You know, kind of. Anyway,
and that's the last thing I'll say for now.
Yeah, it's like
until you reply.
When you say goodbye to somebody and then you end up walking the same direction to your parked cars. Luzhansky says, "Hey, fellow nerds, just listen to the podcast as I put down new flooring in my new bathroom." Well,
hey, man.
I'm glad that your bathroom is getting newified. All right, so let's see what happened after Katrina Leonodakis invested herself into this whole thing. Seven Seas responded to the backlash, saying they're going to look into. Now, look, this isn't actually a great promise compared to the previous one where they did Mushoku Tensei and what was the other one? High School of the Elite, I think it was.
Classroom
of the Elite. Yeah. So this isn't a very promising response here. They are looking into addressing the delicate language, right? So I hope you fire the ass of the person whose ideology was so hell-bent on determining how they were going to translate it, and instead hire somebody who literally just does a translation and maybe...
I mean, it is a pretty costly mistake.
It is. So in the latest update to the saga of Seven Seas, intentional translation of a feminine cross-dressing male as a transgender female in their localization of "I Think I Turned My Childhood Friend into a Girl." Following widespread backlash from even the series mangaka herself, the English language publisher has promised fans that they are, quote, looking into addressing the delicate language used in the altering of Azusa Banjo's original work. The backlash against of the yaoi manga, we're going to call it that now, began near immediately after fan translator Ethelyn Scans, right? This is all backstory we've already covered. A few Western localizers, Katrina Leonodakis, blah, blah, blah. So they came in the stuff we just read. Following these discoveries and revelations was a storm of outspoken debate between supporters of the change, who believed it was both a necessary step forward in trans representation and the true intent of Banjo's story, and opponents, who conversely asserted that it was actually a blatant critical gender theory-based failing of the translator's job. Ultimately, the latter reached out to Banjo directly to inform her of the extreme alterations made by Seven Seas to her work, which in turn resulted in the mangaka directing those who have comments about translations to voice their complaints directly to the series' Japanese publisher, Ichi Jinsha.
That's something good.
Likewise, the official Ichi Jinsha Inc. Twitter account would invite aggrieved readers to please contact us via DM or contact us below, as well as to, quote, please refrain from contacting the author directly. Basically, they're saying, hey, our author needs to write. They're on a tight deadline. Please leave them alone. We will field all of your complaints. Subsequently, on June 10th, Seven Seas officially Twitter. Good job. Official Twitter account finally offered the publisher's first comments on the debacle, though it did little to actually address any of the complaints. Quote, to those reaching out about "I Think I Turned My Childhood Friend into a Girl," we've heard your feedback and are looking into addressing the delicate language in this story. We thank you for your passion and patience. So, Seven Seas only has one possible course of action to not get burned to the ground. They have to release 2 versions of this.
Reprint volume 1.
No, because can you imagine the backlash of the trans community who didn't read this to begin with? If you were to go back on this now,
and let's be real, they probably won't read it. Like this is
but I'm just saying, like, but just the news of that trans representation we got by hijacking another story, we're losing it. Whee! You know, like they would just go crazy over it. Mm-hmm. And so Seven Seas, like literally the only good option is to release 2 versions of it, and even still,
you mean side by side? Like
that's a bad outcome, right? Like it's so fucking funny. They've released speech bubble stickers, so you can put like at the back of the book, they print it with a speech bubble sticker that you stick over the speech bubble, die cut to it to replace just the pronouns.
No, I think they would need to print it with the stickers already on, and then it's if you want. You can peel the stickers off. You have to take them off
and just ruin the pages.
Yeah, peel the stickers off and reveal the accurate translation.
That's dumb.
It's like they print them from now on with the technology they do for the lotto scratchers. Yes, exactly. So, they sell it with the special coin. Further, it appears further changes will be made to the localization scripts for the series' future releases, as Seven Seas also delayed the publication of the 2nd volume of I Think I Turned My Childhood Friend into a Girl without a public announcement. This is a title that I really wish had one of those short form Japanese titles that was only 3 syllables. Originally scheduled to drop on September 13th, the volume now holds an updated release date of February 21st, 2023.
So I'm betting they're going to reprint volume 1 and just keep with the true translation.
That's what they did with Mushoku Tensei and Classroom of the Elite.
Which means you should get volume 1 of this for that limited trans.
You kind of should, actually. But here's the thing, though. With Classroom of the Elite and Mushoku Tensei, the thing that they did poorly there was not the same thing. It wasn't a trans issue, which is a stack of dynamite in this current climate for them to be messing around with. I think with Classroom of the Elite, there were just portions of the translation that were toned down and entire sections were removed. If I recall what we covered there correctly. So
same with Mushoku Tensei.
Yeah. And furthermore, they've got more to worry about because Seven Seas has been criticized again with another inaccurate mansplaining translation for The Dangers in My Heart. So not long after the controversy of translating a character in one of their licensed manga to be a woman when they consider themselves a man, Seven Seas Entertainment has been caught mistranslating once again, a staple for politically correct Western companies, as Boku no Kokoro no Yabai Yatsu eliminated the word sex slave while using words such as mansplain.
What?
Why would you get rid of the word sex slave, especially if it's directed at the male
we already
character?
covered that you can't have slave in titles. Right? It's got to be chained. Sex chained soldier.
No, it was, soldier. So it was licensed by Seven Seas back on December 4th, 2020, but many individuals are now calling attention to the less than faithful translations present in the Western release. One person revealed that the word seidore, or sex slave, was removed, completely changing the tone of the character's dialogue. So in the translation, man, I sure want to have a chick that looks like Yamada as a sex slave too. I'd love to get with Yamada. And what is this one then?
I think a different scanlation.
So yeah, oh man, I sure want to make a chick like Yamada my sex slave. Oh, there's the Japanese draw. Okay. Yeah, we know that this means sex slave. What were we doing this for? I specifically used this word in a podcast or like for some merch or something I was working on. Do you guys remember that? I don't remember.
I seem to recall Slexave coming up before.
No, but it was specifically Seidore, the Japanese word, specifically. Anyway, another example of a questionable translation, which takes phrases such as "kuso bitch" and "Joshua kuso," roughly "girls are shit," and translate them into "wicked witch," not entirely inaccurate. And women are such backstabbers. All women are. If she breathes, she a thought. Right? One final sample has the English translation using a sexist, feminist term that was in no way used in the original Japanese version, along slang like cringe. So, oh man, looked like a stalker. Had her order for me. Called her mother cute. I have no idea what's going on here. Lied about being bad. Why is there like a G here? Bad with sweets. Bizarre fashion theory. I'm accumulating way too many screw up points in such a short amount of time. Oh crap! I was a total stalker. I said her mom was cute. I had her order for me. I had lied about liking sweets. I mansplained fashion. I already racked up way too many cringe points. Ugh, I cringe just reading it. Why would you? Look at how much better this looks presentationally with the text taking up this much of the. Come on. Of course, we've also got this where they've got this enormous box here with. Yeah. Seven Seas were also reportedly criticized for outright removing several inappropriate moments from the Mushoku Tensei light novel's English release and odd translations in Classroom of the Elite. So this blatant censorship, in addition to being a Western company, was likely not much of a surprise. However, as we said previously, they actually reprinted those to correct those issues. Last we reported on it regarding Mushoku Tensei and Classroom of the Elite. Anyway, let's address the chat.
I don't think they'd reprint this one. Like these changes seem too small to be like we're gonna reprint it.
They haven't addressed.
They're small and too offensive.
All right. Luigi the Metal 64 says ADV's Ghost Stories is like that. Hold on, I'll read it. The artist is the one who makes the series. It is too late for Seven Seas. They are already exposed for going against what the artist made. ADV's Ghost Stories is like that. Changing the dialogue does change the characters and the story, breaking Piero's promise. That happened to Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. Okay.
Dude,
however,
imagine
the thing about Ghost Stories
nobody would fucking watch
that
it.
story sucks ass and is boring as shit. And the only reason that sold at all in the West is because of the dub that they got permission from the license holder to do. So it is not the same thing.
Imagine if someone licensed your anime that you worked on the story for, and they're like, yeah, we're going to let them change every single piece of dialogue because your story sucks ass.
Yeah, and besides, on Ghost Stories, all 5 people that like the original can just watch the Japanese.
Yeah,
that's on the disc.
It's still there.
Well, I'll say that when I was watching it, like on disc for the first time, because I watched it on Anime Network with my wife, and it's funny. Like the show is very funny, and it's got a lot of pretty unforgettable gags in it and whatnot, or at least the dialogue. But I realized when I was watching it on disc, I was like, wait a minute. Because apparently I was stupid back then and thought for some reason that this was not necessarily an accurate translation, but that it was in the spirit of whatever they were doing for the Japanese version, right? That, when they referenced this celebrity for the Western release, that maybe it was a Japanese celebrity in the original one. But I realized at one point on like disc 2, I was like, all of these jokes are like verbal. There aren't any visual gags. It's like a serious show visually, right? And that's when I made the realization. I was actually kind of ticked, because I wasn't actually experiencing the show. Now, having said that, I do intend to eventually watch the original show, and I'm fully expecting to hate every second of it because the show itself is stupid as fuck. Like, it is not fun to sit through. The literal only thing about it that's worth it is the stupid dub. Anyway, Luigi Mouse 64 says nobody wants localizers. That is what people are saying. People need stuff to be translated. Okay. Personally, I disagree. I think localization is very important. It's the vocalization that we don't want. Localization, like the example I like to give is there's a show. Japanese title is Tough. American title was Shoot Fighter Tekken for some reason, and I just feel like, when you get to hear like those dubs where the characters curse, and it's just like it just adds that extra bit of oomph to it, where in this series the character is like a street fighting show, and it's like this kid with like bleach blonde Eminem hair does a German suplex on this guy and goes, "Kiss the ground, bitch!" Like, right, and it's like you're like, God damn, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Like, when,
and you've also mentioned Dragon Ball before. What was it? World's Strongest, not World's Strongest. Tree of Might or something like that.
It's in Tree of Might. There's the sequence where in the Pioneer dub, Goku, which is Peter Calamus, I think, in that one, is looking up at the two guys that are in the sky. And he says, "Get out of my way!" And he flies up in between them, and he does an energy blast. He puts his hands out in like a crucifixion pose almost, and blasts them off into the horizon on both sides, right, to opposite ends of the earth, effectively. And he goes, "I said go!" Right, and it's just like Goku's a fucking badass in that moment, because it's like he's pissed. He is fucking pissed over the fact that his son has been kidnapped by the villain, and he's fighting off these guys in order to get back to his son, and he is just not taking anyone's shit. But then in the Funimation dub, which is a more accurate translation, he just goes, "Energy blast," and blasts them out off to the opposite ends of the earth. And it's like it doesn't have the impact. Right.
Oh, another one is more accurate. I was assuming that Ocean would be more accurate.
Well, I'm saying more accurate in terms of being a translation versus a localization,
feeling more natural.
Because I remember you talked about how the Funimation, like their translations were slipping or whatever, and they were going more off the cuff.
No, well, I would say they're slipping in the sense that they aren't good. Because the choice in the Ocean dub, like their localizations are fucking amazing. In fact, I would say that if nothing else, that is the best thing about Ocean. Whether it be because they dubbed Black Lagoon, yeah, yeah. So that is arguably probably the best dub they've ever produced in terms of what they were given and what they polished it into. It's already a decent ass show, but to polish that shit, I shouldn't use the word shit in that sense. It's the wrong connotation of polishing a turd, but to polish that awesome piece of work into fucking above and beyond. I mean, it makes that series, right? Yeah. And going back to Dragon Ball again, there's that line where I don't actually forgotten what the Funimation line is, but it's the one where they're about to fight the Ginyu Force, and Krillin goes, "You ready, Gohan?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Let's turn up the hate." And it's just like they start powering up, and you're like, you feel it. Like they're real people. They're gonna kick ass. But in the American, the Funimation one, the more recent one, they it doesn't have it. It's not there. It just feels pathetic. It feels
Going back to Evangelion, which we talked about earlier, like the whole a movie. Was that movie 3 you said?
Yeah,
or movie 2?
Tree of Might.
No, for Evangelion. You brought that up earlier.
Yeah. That is Rebuild 3.
For movie 2 or whatever.
I think it was 3.
A 3? Okay.
I don't know. I could be wrong.
But just like the whole we could change it to fit it for the fans and just lean into all the yaoi bullshit, or we could make it straight laced and have it be boring.
Well, basically, in the original script, from what I remember from when we covered this, when we read that post on that forum, the original script danced around it, the will they, won't they kind of thing, and then Funimation used double entendres that were so on the nose that it's like, the way I kind of think about it is like a comedian, their job is to get your mind into that silly place where you're in the mood to laugh, right? And that's why like it's great when you've got the warm-up comedian, right? The guy who goes out before you, who gets the audience ready to laugh so that you can just spike every single joke, right? Because you don't have to get them there. They're already in that silly place in their mind where everything is funny. So everything you do is just taking them over the edge. And it's like, ding, 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 ding. You know, you're just hitting every single joke is landing, right? And I think that what Funimation did with that, and again, I didn't actually see it, I just heard about it and read it on podcast, was that they got your mind to the right place to experience that show in a way where every moment, like every line was just like you were having what I would call the fangasm, right? Like, and this is specifically to the subset of fans that are into the Kaworu Shinji shit, but which is there regardless. Like, don't act like it's not. But it's like every single line was just taking you over the edge, and you're like, oh my God, yes, this is amazing, right? And that's kind of like, you know, when you just like when a property can get you there, I think that for a Western audience, localization is key. Like that is something that translations do not do justice to a show. And in fact, I think that a lot of times when I read like subtitles for things that I once watched on a fan sub, like for instance, I'm a huge fan of the live action Cromartie High School. I like it better than the show, right? But I only like the subtitles that are on my bootleg DVD because they're localized a little bit, right? It's like, you know how fan subs are. Mm-hmm. And the official translation, it's not funny. There's something about the delivery, you know, when the text comes on screen, it's just not as funny. So I watch the bootleg because I think it's funnier, you know? So anyway.
Yeah, same thing with My First Girlfriend is a Gal. I really love the show, but like the actual show is garbage. It's the localization that they did for it, which is absolutely just bonkers. There's a reference to Trump's speech in there, for fuck's sake.
Which speech?
So he's giving like they're in a store. He's running the store for like a day, one of the characters, and he gives we'll make the America great again, but we'll make this store great again.
Okay, so it's not so much the speech as it is the slogan or whatever.
Well, it's
I thought you were gonna be like
China
quote,
China.
Like,
I'd have to. I'll send you a clip or something.
I'll check it out.
So you're saying they did more than just the was it that's another win for you SJWs?
Yeah. They did more than that. That was the villain, and that was the antagonist, and he was such a bitchy whiner. Anyways,
but by making him the antagonist, then that paints anti-SJW people as antagonists, right? That was the point. So Luigi the Metal 64 said what they changed is like saying I already covered that one earlier. I skipped the other one so we could have a more long-form discussion here about it. If there's a problem series that the creator made in terms of facts, you should be corrected at least. Opinions should be kept and not match others. FEM said, hey, all Chinese know Kung Fu, just like all African Americans know how to play professional basketball in the NBA. Not. Old Man says, in the later episodes, Ranma really took advantage of his female form. He went around town getting free food from food stalls, and everybody is super nice to his female half. Yeah, it's almost like it's a critique on society. Luigi the Metal 64 says, I am fine with Mitsukuni Haninozuka from Oran High School Host Club being voiced by a man to have the range to sound like a teenage boy without mistaking him as a girl. Males and females can be cute. What? Which again, I think going back to what we're talking about, that's the attraction here. For that, I turned my best friend into a girl, or whatever the title is. I've read it 100 times tonight and still can't remember it. But that's the thing again, is that it's not about character as trans. It's not about character as gay. It's specifically about character is attracted when other male character is cross-dressing. Anyway, Ranma knew there was an advantage to being the female half. Yep. I love Oran High School Host Club. I don't. God, I only bought the first half because my wife really likes it, and I was like, oh, I can't get through this crap. I never see the tall and round eyes being female features. The eyes help show character emotion easy, making the character cute in ways. Is wrong. The live action version fits right. Okay, I haven't seen it and won't. I haven't heard the Japanese sub. Okay, I'm going to skip over the conversations you guys are having with each other just to get through this faster. Just on a lunch break at work. Hey, Jason South, good to see you here. Managed to snag the One Piece box set manga before it went out of stock in like 2 hours of Right Stuff. Wow. Well, enjoy the VOD. And I love this comment. Anyone can have a dead name. Sting had a dead name, which was Gordon Summer, but he knows he is born male and he is a man. And he only has one name, Sting. Lily Hoshikawa had a throwaway name, Suteta Namae, and is like Peter Pan. Okay. It is basically the LGBT turning against each other. The L's, G's, and B's are getting replaced by the T's. Yes. Making the group somewhat useless. Right. Yeah. Now it should just be the Q's. Everybody falls under this massive umbrella. It's the S's versus the Q's from now on. They're saying Born This Way is problematic now. This was the way gay people argued for their rights for decades, but now people change gender so easily it's seen as problematic. It's a disaster one way or the other. And I'll say at the end of the day, it just shouldn't fucking matter. Government should definitely not be involved. And whatever's happening behind, the walls of your home should be nobody else's business. Pronouns are supposed to depersonalize a person and or the people to create a grammar shortcut. A boy hearing a girl saying her about him is bothered by the girl, implying he is a girl. See, I think it is a little bit more complicated than that in regards to the particular best friend is a girl thingy. And I would argue that that's why it's easy to make the mistake of making them into the trans female rather than just the Otokonoko thing. Because, and again, I haven't read this story, but I would imagine what will probably happen, just like as we were talking with Kashimashi, is there's probably scenarios in the story where the character presents convincingly as female and would receive that pronoun from somebody and it not be something that would make them upset, because in that particular situation they are trying to like incognito their way through the situation while dressed in women's clothing to be convincingly female, even though the way you outwardly present yourself versus your inward feelings, right? And to use the language of this situation, would still be that the character views themselves as biologically male and gendered male. They just happen to be cross-dressing in the situation or whatever. Green Line sent me a video. What's this?
It's the speech.
You know it. I know it.
He even gives the same cadence. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, actually, I'm going to keep that open just in case I want to send it later. Anyway, here we go. I lost. Which comment am I on? There it is. Okay. Japan never uses profiles. I heard that Boku is supposed to be cute. Ore is used by males when they are serious. Yes, this is also true. Ore is slang. It's like, for example, in polite society, Boku is still considered, polite language, and Watashi would be a more feminine form of the same language, right? Of the same level of politeness, right? Ore is like what you would say around your peers when you're not around upperclassmen, or more specifically like adults, right? So it's like when you walk into a room when your parents are there, you say, hey, how are you guys doing? Hello, everyone, right? But when it's your friends, like, sup, bitches, right? It'd be something like that, right? Old man says, I see a lot of females in anime use boku. It's usually a tomboy, usually, but not always. And Japan, because of the unique way that Japanese language has gender, who do we lose? has gender sort of connected to it. They play with that in their language. Japan actually, as you guys know, is hugely into the puns that they can make out of their own language. They are extremely intimate with their own language to the point where they play with how it works and its structure and everything in a way that I imagine.
And make new words. That's how intimate they are.
In a way that I would imagine, how French and Spanish have gendered language like la and le or el, that those, when you're writing stories for your culture, occasionally you bring that in to how you to how you work the into the story. I'm trying to remember. I literally just saw something. I think it was season 2 of Jack Ryan on Amazon Prime, where they had some plot point in it where the Spanish had the wrong thing. It wasn't that. I don't remember what this was. I just watched it. And was that from Stranger Things? That wasn't from Stranger Things, right?
No.
I don't know. I'm totally lost. Anyway, but yeah, it at the end of the season, they realized, I think it was Jack Reacher season 2. They realized who the leak or whatever was because of it, or the person that was going to be the pariah because of. Oh no, wait, no, it was Batman. That's what it was. It was the new Batman with Edward Cullen from fucking Twilight. What's his name? That's what it was. They have
Robert
Spanish.
Pattinson.
Yeah, Robert Pattinson. They have the Spanish with the improper gendered language on purpose. That's what it was. Anyway, so what I'm getting at,
or something.
What I'm getting at is that language and cultures that have these weird quirks of their language, they use them, they play with them, they make them interesting parts of their stories because it's just something that's a weird quirk they can exploit in their stories. And then skipping right over the Comey can't communicate thing. Skipping. So how would Seven Seas handle Ranma 1/2 translate? This is what I was asking before. Are they going to refer to Ranma exclusively as they, them?
Oh no.
I want to go back and rewatch Camper.
Wait,
and
does
see
Ranma
how they handled it?
Does Seven Seas have Ranmas?
No, he's saying how would they handle it?
Oh, okay.
You know what? You know what, Random 11? They also dubbed Camper now, so
oh boy,
you can see the differences in both.
Anyway, I'm gonna go back to articles now so we can keep things flowing here. Seven Seas is like it's like being on an actual boat with the ups and downs with this company, right?
God.
Okay, so questionable translator selected as Persona Xbox and PC port localization coordinator. Dun dun dun.
We'll give you 0 guesses as to who it is because you don't need any.
Katrina Leonodakis, it's our favorite translator. How'd that get in there?
If you take out,
I hope her replies were mostly consistent of, "Oh fuck, it's you! Damn it! I was gonna buy this."
If you take out the NLS, it's our favorite trader, right? Oh, that was terrible. Okay. Anyway, so a localizer with a less than favorable reputation has been selected. So blah blah blah. We already know. Do you want to say anything about it, Foodnum? Yeah. So she said, "So excited to announce that I'm the localization coordinator for the release of Persona 3." What is P3P?
Persona 3 Portable, which is the PSP version,
and Persona 4 Golden.
Yep.
On Xbox and Windows.
So for clarification,
or as the rest of us call it, PC.
Yeah. So, for clarification, someone in the comments said something like, "Oh no, Persona 3 and 4 on PC are boned," and I'm like, the PC version of Persona 4 has been out for like a year now. So I mean, for all I know, she also did that, which I think is very likely.
Okay. Well, I mean, do you think it's possible they just meant Persona 4 the Golden and didn't type out the whole thing?
No, they put for PC in the comment that I saw. But so
yeah,
is this also the article covering that this
it's like you've completely missed what I just said. Because you said they said Persona 3 and Persona 4 on PC are boned. So I'm saying this is not Persona 3. It's Persona 3 Portable. And it's not Persona 4. It's Persona 4
well, I'm paraphrasing their comment, okay? I'm getting from my memory banks. They probably put something like P4G or P3P. Okay. But anyway, so is this also the announcement just in general saying like ta-da, there's the PC ports and Xbox ports coming?
Old man with the only question that matters. How will Katrina translate the penis monster Mara in Persona? Will the character be trans? The front hole monster?
Oh, God.
Okay.
So is this the announcement? Like, we haven't had earlier in the podcast, we didn't say, oh, they announced that these games are coming to PC and Xbox now?
No, the announcement is that Katrina Leonodakis is the localization coordinator.
Yeah, but I linked you that this in general was an announcement.
I've got that.
Oh. What?
In addition to this one?
No. Just in general. Like just saying, hey guys, the PC and Xbox versions are coming out. So I'm actually going to start with that before I get into like the translation issues. So just scroll up so we have the visual of all three of them. So it's
okay. You want?
I meant the other one.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
Got the promo thing. Gotcha. So we got Persona 3 Portable. That is the only thing that I'm like not excited about because Persona 3 Portable is both a better and worse version of the game because it has to run on PSP, so they took out the quote overworld sections, I think. Just from what I've heard and what I saw in the trailer, they just have visual novel scenes. So it's all 2D, like you see the sprite and then you talk, and then I guess you presumably like move location to location. So that's cutting it down.
Hold on. Let me. Did you say that to make it what for PC they took out stuff?
No. Run on PSP. Yeah. So that's why P3P's version.
Gotcha. So because they were putting it to, so this is literally just Persona 3 ported to the PSP and then being ported back to the Xbox and PC.
Yeah.
So why would you even bother to do that instead of just putting Persona 3 on PC? What's different about it?
That's what I'm getting to. That's what I mean by it's both a better and worse version. You can play as a female protagonist.
What do you want me to?
So that is a huge feature that they can't, I guess, simply extract from the PSP version and throw on the PS2 version, which is FES, the better version, presumably, because it has like the full whatever. No, don't go this yet. Don't go this yet.
Oh, sorry.
You're spoiling it. And then we have so that's why I'm not excited for that one in particular, because it's like, I mean, yeah, now it's on Xbox and PC, but it's like the worst version of it almost. Now Persona 4 the Golden, it's it's great that it's going to be accessible. Oh yeah, by the way, this is also coming to PS4 and PS5. So Persona 4 the Golden was only available on PSV, which literally no one has. And then it came out on PC, so that was a huge step in the right direction. And now it's way more accessible. Like, as a whole, this whole announcement, like all three of these games, it's great to see that's way more accessible. And then Persona 5, the Royal, coming to PC and Xbox. Once again, great to see that. I kind of totally anticipated it as soon as Persona 4 came to PC. But I already played through the game twice. I'm not gonna do a third time at this rate. Maybe in a few years. So actually, the translated tweet we can get to after the comments, which is your next tab we can get after the comments. Okay. So where the translation comes into issues, people obviously are worried that she's going to screw everything up. Now, there's people in the comments trying to clarify her position that she's.
I love this. Hold on. Honestly, for a port title, it's mostly just making sure everything from the legacy version makes it into the port okay, and adjusting any button prompts or terminology for the
terminology. The terminology is the thing that makes me worried. But
so let's ask people
again.
Like just
Katrina Leonodakis,
like legacy version to her or legacy.
Well, no, I think she's the one who referred to the term as legacy. That's her term that she uses all the time.
That's a legacy.
Yeah, we have to ask her. So, Katrina, are you dedicated to accurate translations or shielding the LGBTQ community? Because we have an issue with Persona where they changed that one scene where the gay guys were trying to force the high school kid into the club or whatever into some other weird cross-dressing thing or whatever when we covered that.
They were in the red light district and basically I think it was two drag queens, and they tried
That's what it was. Yeah.
I think they got rid of just in general the connotation as a whole. Like they changed the language so it wasn't like "Hey, cutie" or whatever, and then they basically might as well have raped him.
Right. Like precisely, it was very predatory. So, Katrina, are you going to? Is that even for one of the ones that they're putting on here?
Yeah. The
Persona 5 the Royal. Yeah. So, are you going to correct that terminology back to what it's supposed to be? Are you for accurate translations, or once again, are you just for shielding the LGBTQ community, which is what it seems like you've been for the last topic we covered about you?
Yeah, and so people are trying to clarify that no, she doesn't have that's not in her job description. She's not able to retranslate and blah blah. Mm-hmm. Of which I believe Sonkaku points out in their bios, they say translator, game developer, and stuff, which could mean that they have more insight into the actual process. It could also be that they're shielding the other translators, covering their ass, saying, no, that's not what they're doing. So who knows?
I love this. Fuck Soini Censor Station. Also, surprised I'm not blocked yet. If you want to learn Japanese and bypass these woke localizers, join my Discord. We encourage each other, give advice, and share language learning resources.
That sounds like the people that sell you the book on how to be a Giga Chad.
Right. Do you know the significance of the brown or the black and orange squares there?
No, is that an Alpha Giga Chad thing?
It's the super straight thing.
Super
what?
What? That's for the super straight flag.
Yeah, it's the super straight flag.
Straight Pride Month.
Wow.
Their gender identity is that they are
super
straight or whatever. So it was basically like the Uno reverse card of people saying that, well, if you're male and you don't want to have sex with a trans man, then you're homophobic. And then they said, well, no, I'm super straight, so I identify as a male, and I only want to have sex with other biological males.
So they've
and because it's my sexual identity,
the queer community as a straight individual.
Yeah, because
that's hilarious.
They are, because it's their sexual identity that you can't criticize them.
Okay, where were we again? Yeah, so that's the one group of people. So there's people complaining, don't change things. There's people telling you to change things.
I love this one. You know it's bad when you can tell even in the cartoon profile picture. It is such a bad image.
Oh yeah.
Like the cuntiness speaks volumes through the profile pic. Right?
So to sum it up, there are people who are worried, complaining about don't change things. There's people complaining to change things.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the people who are in the translation saying, oh, they're not going to change things. So the thing that they want, the people are advocating for change is, you can go to the tweet now in the other tab, is that, I take it back. This is not, I thought this was about the Ken thing. So there's a character in Persona 3 called Ken, and he's like a young boy, and you can date him as the female character. They want to get rid of that.
So there's a little kid, like a Shota character that you can you can romance.
They want them to change that badly.
Okay. So for the remastered version, is this actually the version we're talking about, the one coming to Xbox and
So okay, so this one is presumably, this is the remaster coming, is that they're going to allow I guess lesbo relations.
Yeah, so you will now be able to date the female social links as the female protagonist, is what they're saying here.
Which I'm like, okay, sure.
Why would you even want to play as female character?
I think I was telling Greenline is that I want the female main character to become a character you can interact with in the game if you don't play as her, because I like her character design. But no, so yeah, they're probably just giving you the male social prompts. They just enable it for the female.
Just hate women and like watching her blow her brains out, right?
Oh my god,
that'd be risky to do male prompts on a.
Oh yeah, you'd have to change the terminology, which I assume is what she means now that I think of it.
Yeah. There has to be a separate tree for it, because
just imagine you're the female character. It's like, oh my god, dude, what are you what are you doing?
Dude is genderless.
you're in a group, and then your female companion's like, oh yeah, he's so good. It's like, well, did you just misgender me?
You break into the female bathhouse, and they're like, get out of here, man.
Good one. All right, so we've got.
There are a couple of really funny ones that are short that are like trashing.
Yeah, this is. I hope they just remove Ken's social link romance because yikes.
No, I mean funny ones that are short.
I'm just recalling to you.
Pirate everything.
Pro tip, when the localization ends up being complete shit, make sure you're complaining to Atlas's main Japanese office so they know not to hire these hacks again.
Oh, there's one. A localization coordinator is not the same thing as a translator. Deep breaths, y'all.
Literally, it's worse.
And that's where they show Japanese to English translator and localization producer.
Oh, I guess you are the same thing, huh? A localization coordinator is not the same. The coordinator is different from producer, I guess. That would have been hilarious.
Scroll down some more. Rest in pieces. No, I just mean like keep going until we hit.
I was noticing the irony that there aren't pronouns in this bio.
Hype, dead, and buried. Thank you for convincing me not to buy these port/re-releases.
Where's that?
You saved me money. Oh, scroll down. Yeah, you saved me the money. And then someone has a comment that's like,
thank you, God, for not making me an American.
Going by what I've heard, Persona localization's doomed.
So I assume that we're pretty much We're pretty much beating the dead horse at this point. Oh boy, Naoto is going to be trans washed, even though her arc isn't about her being trans at all.
To be fair, I haven't played the PC port
I'm telling you,
at all.
They've come for your fetish. They've come for you. Look, this is a guy now.
I'm still
this is a man.
I'm telling you, it's not a fetish. I don't want to dress up as a friggin' like macho man or whatever it is.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, they will ruin it for you when they've made all of them men. That's all I'm saying.
Anyway, what I was saying is that I haven't gotten to that in the PC port, so I can't tell if they already did that.
Well,
but,
I'm sure as a fan of Persona, if they did, you'd already know about it.
Well, I think, to be fair, I think we covered that article where someone made a mod or something where you can do that, or where they corrected her arc, and I'm just like, why?
Anyway anything else?
No, that's good.
All right, cool.
Oh, they put that 7 C's translation.
All right. So, Sega confirms that the original Sonic 3 soundtrack is going to be absent from the upcoming Sonic Origins. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Where's Fly Me to the Moon?
Well, I don't know if you know about the Sonic 3 soundtrack, but it's got an interesting rumor surrounding.
I remember the last time we covered it.
Yeah.
Oh, so, wait, rumor?
It's not a rumor.
Well, it's I don't know. It's hard to pin down, but it's all but confirmed that Michael Jackson was the composer.
Well,
so Sega has
confirmed he was the composer 100%. He was working on it, and then he got kicked off of it.
Yes.
So then the question is whether or not,
because it's going to come up in the thing.
Yeah, the question is whether or not the music,
whether or not it found its way in, and things related to his estate made their way into the actual game in the soundtrack. So Sega has sadly confirmed that their upcoming release of Sonic Origins, an updated collection of 4 of the Blue Blur's classic adventures, will not feature the original Sonic 3 soundtrack in its version of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Sonic's gaming history has seen more than its fair share of peaks and troughs, but despite the questionable decisions behind and quality of some of his recent outings, the music featured in his titles has almost always been a point of high praise amongst fans. Unfortunately, Sega has begrudgingly admitted that Sonic Origins will release absent one of the series' most iconic soundtracks. Addressing the one question that we've seen kind of over and over is, what is the situation on the music in Sonic 3 and Knuckles? During a recent Sonic-centric live stream, Sonic social media manager Katie revealed that, unfortunately, we can't use all of the original sounds from the Sega Genesis version of the game. Jun Senoue has been working really hard to adapt the original music that was composed in 1993 for Sonic Origins. To that end, they further noted that the composer, who was himself one of the original musicians who contributed to the soundtrack in question, has been going so far as reproducing it with the same sound chip from the Sega Genesis and using his own digital audio tape collection to make this as faithful to the originals as possible.
Damn.
Though Katie declined to elaborate as to the reasons why the game's original soundtrack could not be used, it may have something to do with the long-standing rumor that the late King of Pop himself, Michael Jackson, composed some of the music heard in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. One popular theory is that while Jackson did contribute to the Sonic 3 soundtrack, Sega pulled his credits after dentist and screenwriter Evan Chandler filed a lawsuit claiming that the pop star had molested his son. Eventually, citing declining health and an increased use of painkillers, Jackson's lawyers elected to settle Chandler's case out of court. According to former Sega executive Roger Hector, Jackson's deal with the developer soon after fell apart, leading to his work being removed. While Sega have never officially confirmed the claims, Brad Buxer, Jackson's musical director, previously claimed that in 1993, Jackson had spent 4 weeks recording at Record One in Los Angeles for the project. According to him, Jackson's work on the game had finished around the time the allegations were made, but after finding that the Sega Genesis OPN2 sound chip could not replicate the music he created, asked to have his name removed from the credits. Buxer's claim was further supported by Doug Grigsby III and Chiroko Jones, both of whom were part of the 6-man team involved in developing Jackson's contributions to the soundtrack. Now, I don't know that this would be doable, but I bet you anything this game would sell out so fucking fast if they actually had the recordings, the real recordings, not the chip try to remake it recordings, the actual recordings of Michael Jackson's music, and they just put that into the remastered version instead.
What are the lyrics? Sonic, yeah.
It's probably just, I don't think it probably had lyrics. It was probably just a score.
That's what I don't get. Like, how'd they get him to compose it?
Have you heard his music?
Okay, he was a huge Sonic fan. He actually went, he went to Sega, and he did a tour because he worked on a game with them called Michael Jackson's Moonraker.
Oh, right.
And then so he went to Sega I don't know if it was, I'd assume it was after that. And then he met the Sonic development team.
Dude, if you heard the music in Michael Jackson's Moonwalker,
Moonraker,
right? Is it?
Pretty sure it's Moonraker.
I don't know. That's the one where he's saving the kidnapped children.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Oh no.
Dude, just watch. They re-release that game and remove just the music.
Anyway, so but yeah, like if you've heard the way that wait a minute, hold up. Is it Moonraker? Moonwalker. It is Moonwalker. I was right.
Is it?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, Moonwalker. Right there. See?
Yep.
If you heard the music, like it plays like what is it? Smooth Criminal in this level. And it's like if you heard this, there's the kid he's saving. If you heard this, you should know that whatever you're producing for Sonic wasn't gonna translate well. Anyway, so what were you saying?
Just that. So he
was a fan.
Worked with them, and then he was a fan, and he wanted to do it. And from my understanding, he even like I don't remember if he asked them or whatever. But anyway, he was at the offices, and they got into working together. So that's how he got on the project. How he left is obviously up for contention.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really. One person says, "Oh, he didn't like the chip," which is a little bit dubious since he already worked on the other songs with Moonwalker. And then the other side of it is, well, the controversy, they just wanted it gone. So
you remember how bad the FMVs in that era were from like PlayStation 1 and N64? I just imagine that type of audio with his music. It's like, does he really want it to sound like it's coming out of a friggin' drive-through speaker or what?
Well, I mean, Genesis was a whole generation earlier too, right?
Yeah,
I know, but if he was expecting that, it at best,
because
well, like...
actually, here's the thing. This is actually really plausible because Michael Jackson's Moonwalker was an arcade game ported.
Yeah.
So when in the arcade, it probably retained the music way better, and that's what he was used to. So when it came to the actual Sega console, and it had that chipset, that actually makes a lot of sense. Don't you agree?
Yeah, it could be. I don't know what his I mean there's a long history of it online. I forget who did it, but someone, I think it was the gaming historian, someone did it where they went into like all of the shit And someone also, well, this is not the gaming historian, but someone else contacted Buxer. So a lot of this information came from just random people on the internet contacting people that worked on the games to figure out how to figure out that it was in fact true that Michael Jackson worked on it, because like you said, it was a rumor like a long time ago, but that was 10 years ago. Now it's basically confirmed. And yeah, so he might have. I think it's plausible that he worked on the arcade version, which would have had better sound presumably, and then didn't have much say on the Genesis port. But either way, that is what got him into the Sega thing to get him on Sonic.
So it says whether Jackson was involved or not, these three, along with fellow sound team members, Bobby Brooks, Daryl Ross, and Jeff Grace. What are the coincidences here? You've got a GG and a BB, right, in these fake names now. Were the ones who ultimately received the credit for Sonic 3's soundtrack. Some fans have even drawn comparisons. I just checked this out. It does sound pretty close between certain Sonic 3 tracks and Jackson's own musical stylings, such as Carnival Night Zone and Jam, Azure Lake Zone and Black or White, and Ice Cap Zone and Smooth Criminal. Notably, the game's minor boss theme also seemed to sample Jackson's iconic "Woo!" Interestingly, though, some Sonic 3 tracks have made appearances in other games, with the tunes for the Angel Island and Hydro City zones in particular making an appearance in Sonic Mania. However, these uses may have been spared of any legal red tape due to them not being original tracks themselves, but rather remixes. And again, that sounds like what's happening here, where they're trying to recreate them as best they can by recreating them versus using them. I don't know. To make matters worse, listings for the original versions of the 4 games featured in Origins, Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Sonic CD, and Sonic 3 and Knuckles, were removed from digital stores on May 20th. As such, aside from digging the actual cartridges out of your closet, the only way for players to experience Sonic 3 with its original soundtrack is to score a secondhand copy of one of Sega's previous 7 Sonic the Hedgehog collection releases.
Okay, that's kind of dumb. First of all, yes, it was re-released multiple times with the audio. Although notably, the first PC port that you would never buy because it probably doesn't work on Windows anymore, had its own soundtrack already back then.
Yeah,
in
that was the
90s.
ME release. That's how I played it, actually.
Yeah, that release had its own soundtrack.
Yeah,
for whatever reason, I don't know why.
I wonder if all the way back then that the issues were way closer to the source of the issues, like back then, that they
it would be weird though that it would be an issue and then not be an issue for so many years and then become an issue again.
I don't know,
because they did re-release it multiple times. But I mean, if anyone wants to play this, the on Steam, when you were buying it on Steam, you were buying a ROM and just playing it in their emulator. It's not like the fucking game's lost forever. It's not like Star Wars.
But it is nice. It is nice that they updated it to be 16.9 or whatever, instead of 4.3 and all that.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
if you get on PC, you can mod the music.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. But also, I don't know if it says in this thing, but there is a songs pack, which I don't know what the fuck that is.
That's right. There was that. I forgot about that.
They did it to sell it to you as DLC.
I mean, if it is that, if it's listen, as Mike, I'm gonna get to this. I don't think it's Michael Jackson that's holding this up, but anyway, if it is Michael Jackson's estate, that's
from the grave,
yeah. Well, we don't like the song or whatever in the thing, Fine, give us the proceeds of the DLC, and then fine, we'll let you. Why not? That would just make sense. But I actually don't think it's Michael Jackson that's holding everything up. I think it's Bruxer guy, whatever the fuck his name is. I don't know. Buxer? It's the guy mentioned in this article.
Yeah.
Because he also had songs, because he was working with Michael Jackson
on the game, and he worked on some of the songs that are in the game. And like you can do the same thing with Michael Jackson's songs, where like, oh, you know, this is very clearly that sample and all this stuff. They did the same thing with one of Brad Buxer's songs as well. And so it'd be very interesting to see exactly what song titles they've redone for Origins, because I don't think the full track list is put out of like which songs are going to be changing. And then once that comes out, it will be very clear if it was Michael Jackson or Brad Buxer that was holding it up. But yeah, hopefully they make it sound, you know, not as the Windows ME one sounded absolutely trash. So hopefully it's just better than that. Yeah. And maybe we can hope for the DLC of like the original tracks.
Well, time will tell.
And worst case, just mod it.
Yeah. So, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has been announced as the second title in the remake trilogy. So
it is a trilogy.
I mean, I never played Final Fantasy VII past the like tutorial level on the iPad port, but it feels a little weird to be walking in the wilderness with Sephiroth. So anyway, yeah. So this is the second game in the remake saga here, and along with this, all right. So I guess they tell the Zack portion out of order. It's not, or is this about the other game that we're going to be talking about? As revealed on the broadcast, there are currently 4 Final Fantasy VII projects being developed in parallel. Although each of the 4 titles plays a different role, they are connected through the high-quality depictions of Final Fantasy VII's world of characters. As someone who was involved in the development of each and every one of the original titles, I deeply understand the vision and thoughts behind each project, and I am actively involved in the development process for all 4 titles. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is being designed so that people can enjoy this game whether they know the original game or not. In fact, new players might even enjoy starting their Final Fantasy VII journey with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Yes, I've never played any of them. I definitely am going to start at the second game in the remake. Cloud and his friends. Cloud and his friends. That's definitely just you don't even have to play the other ones. Just buy our game. Cloud and his friends embark on a new journey in this game, and I believe that the scenes that they witness after leaving Midgar will give players a fresh new experience. I can't wait to share the intention behind naming the first title Remake and the second title Rebirth. In time, I hope to reveal that the third title, what the third title will be called, and where this journey will ultimately lead.
Retarded.
The development of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has been progressing rapidly since we adopted a new development structure. A title of this scale in which everything is interconnected even before production began is truly rare. In fact, some development has already begun on the third title. I myself have started on development and am working towards the completion of the series. We will work to deliver this title to fans with the same amount of enthusiasm from now until we reach the finish line. That's something you can't promise. In the meantime, please enjoy the other 25th anniversary projects that further expand on the world of Final Fantasy VII from Tetsuya Nomura, creative director. And also other people talking. I guess we'll read them. I am overjoyed that we were able to announce my memory. I don't even care. I don't even care. All right, cool. Moving on. We also have the Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII reunion visuals, stunning in comparison with the original. So they remaking. I guess what this was a PSP
a spin-off for the PSP.
Right, the Crisis Core, which is Zack's story. So these are the comparison shots. Obviously, the original on the left and the remake on the right. Literally just pulling assets from the remake, I assume. Now, I have a major issue with the fucking anatomy on Zack. Wow. Is that the longest fucking arm I've ever goddamn seen? So I was talking to you guys about this the other day. If you look at him...
But it's a legacy arm.
If you take your arm and you bend it as far as you can, my thumb is at the top of my shoulder. Like the bone here for the shoulder will line up almost exactly. If I was theoretically able to bend and clip through and bend it all the way on top, the end where my wrist is going to line up with the top of the bone in my shoulder, right? If you were to do that to Zach, it's going to end way down here. If you were to put your fingers up and measure the width or the length of his forearm and then rotate on that pivot of the elbow, it ends up underneath the armpit.
Honestly,
why does he have these weird chimpanzee proportions only for this portion of the arm?
That looked off at first.
Everything is off about it. He looks terrible. It looks way better in the original. It's still not perfect, but it's definitely it's almost perfect on the original compared to this new one. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. It looks so off.
I think because it looks like they made his hands smaller, which is fucking up your proportion on the original.
Well, definitely, but I'm telling you, put your hand up to the screen. Pull one of these bad boys. In fact, fuck it. I'll just save it and do it right now. Why not?
They also
do it.
They also look like they moved the arm. Like it looks like it's more straight down on the new one, as opposed to in the old one. It looked like he was kind of pushing his wrist out forward a little bit more, but that might just be the shading.
All right, here we go. This is the wrist, and this is the elbow. So, copy and paste. How do you move the pivot point you want to rotate from? Doesn't matter.
You hold Alt and then drag it.
Yeah, I can't see it though. Okay. So look, if we pivot this up from there, his wrist ends up at the underside of his armpit.
I mean, that's pretty much where my wrist ends up.
Hell no.
On my arm.
Hell no. It should be all the way at the top of the shoulder.
No.
Yes.
Not on me.
Well, you got weird chimpanzee arms.
Maybe you got weird gorilla arms.
He's representing random 11 proportions.
My wrist is about an inch above my armpit when I bend my elbow flat.
Like I said, it's not perfect on the old one either. But look at when I do this, as I was saying, put your arm out, bend it over.
Yeah.
If I was able to
hold on. When you do that, okay, when you put your arm out like that to the side and you bend your thing back, yes, okay, fine. My hand looks like yours, right? It's above my shoulder. But
yes, I'm saying if my arm were able to continue bending through the other bone, like a 3D model.
Yeah.
This will end up almost at the top.
I understand. Change how you're folding your arm, though.
So
put your arm out forward, with your palm facing up.
What do you mean?
In front of your face. Okay. There you go, palm facing up.
Do it like you're doing an oath. Like, I solemnly swear.
All right, now, fold your arm towards your face.
Okay.
And push your wrist down into your shoulder. Where does your
It's still at the fucking top.
You just rotated your arm out.
What are you talking about? Pulling it down. I'm touching the bone right here. For the end.
I don't know. My wrist is lower.
Wait, yours ends up all the way down here? Is that what you're telling me?
Dude, I have like an entire shoulder. I have Zach proportions.
Holy shit, you have the whole shoulder, guys.
Hey, guess what? Zach is the exact same height as I am.
Oh, really?
Yes, someone had a chart that was like listing every single sequential height from smallest to tallest on Final Fantasy, and I'm like, damn, Zach's 6'3". That's my height.
Right. So I'm thinking this would be where the socket is, right? So if I were to grab this again, here, let me change the color so it's more visible. All I'm saying is this is so absurdly wrong. And any person with eyes
know,
can
man.
see
Maybe you're
It does-
the
My step is 5.
It does look a little bit. The top of his arm looks too long.
It
Yeah.
is so fucking wrong.
No one mentions how small his bicep is in the picture.
Yeah, that's the other part that's wrong. He's got girl arms. He carries. You telling me he wields this giant sword and he's not ripped?
Ah,
Ha ha ha. All right. Anyway, I'm just saying it's wrong. It should be shorter. His elbow should be higher. Like it should be.
do it now, bitch.
No, I'm not fixing it. Fuck that. Anyway, all right. So back to screen sharing the other stuff. Welcome to the nitpicking podcast. All right. So we got more. I mean, the graphics are an improvement, but I can't play this game on principle because of the janky ass arms. Okay, look at this one. The elbow is right at the bottom, and in this one, it's like off screen because his arm is so much goddamn longer. All right, and then we've also what am I repeating? Okay, so then they even changed for the cutscene, which is what I'm assuming this is because the original one had way better graphics here. He's got the Buster Sword instead of whatever the fuck this was.
No, they're the same swords. Just they changed it to match, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's matching the sword you'd expect for Cloud to utilize from here. Maybe he doesn't wank it. He's got Mars Girl level proportions. He could wank from the next galaxy.
But at least his arm is the same in that picture.
Yeah, because they didn't change it, and this looks much more accurate, right? Because this is the proportions from the previous game. All they did was swap out this model for and maybe up the texture resolution on the stuff here. God, it looks so bad. So fucking bad. Anyway. And then wouldn't you know, this is so funny to me. On June 18th, Rift wrote an article on Sankaku Complex about this game showcasing the old and the new. Meanwhile, on the same fucking day, Kaz, June 18th, wrote an identical article showcasing the same thing with a little bit more. So now you can see the a little bit bigger with more stuff. Oh yeah. Somebody's gonna have to explain to me why inflation fetish Garfield is a playground equipment in this world. Anyway. All right. Based on the character design alone, Zax was my favorite character because I haven't actually played the games past. I've played Dirge of Cerberus and that was lame. Yeah, no longer. I can no longer say this. Anyway.
Because of the fucking arms.
Yep. In release news.
Hold on. There was a story you missed. Did you take it out?
I may have moved it to next week.
Oh. Sound Cadence opened another studio.
Move to next week.
This right here.
Move to next week.
No, I'm showing you right now.
Oh, you said on other release news. That's not release news.
Well, we put it in release news because I don't have another place for it.
Oh, okay.
So Sound Cadence now has 2 locations. In addition to our first, we are now in LA. To celebrate, we've launched a new site. Some titles may not have proper web pages during this transition. Please excuse our look. Fans can expect updating cast lists in return first and foremost. Okay. So you got a new website, but there's no link to it, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, they've opened up a union studio, I'm sure, for the LA one. That's it. Yeah. Anybody else have anything else to say?
Nope.
Well, that means they could.
Did they color drop the trans flag when designing their logo? I must know.
I feel like that was.
But I have a feeling maybe they moved because of union, maybe, or maybe not.
Well, they moved to LA, which is where the union work is.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm thinking maybe they moved because of union question.
But they didn't move.
They're still in Texas.
They opened a second studio to be able to do LA based union work as well as that is honestly, like, realistically, if their goal is to usurp Okratron at Funimation, bold strategy there to be able to say, look, we can offer you
union
LA
or
talent,
non-union. We got it all.
Yeah, we got it all. We'll be the middleman there.
Well, the problem with the union is that they'll have to charge and be charged the exact same, right, as the union. So their competition isn't edging them out.
Which is why they go under stage names.
Well, no. But I mean, yeah, maybe you could get away with that. It would not be. I mean, everybody gets found out what their stage name was, and it's like, oh shit, the union's gonna kick me out. Anyway, no, but seriously though, if there was particular actors that you wanted to use in your thing, like for example, what they did with Bryce Papenbrook coming into Attack on Titan, right? This opens up an opportunity, I would say, to Funimation that I think could make them very likely a good candidate to replace Sabbath and Okratron as their main go-to. I don't know.
Is Okratron in LA or something?
No, Okratron is... Well, actually, I think Okratron... Actually, come to think of it, they do have an LA branch. Now that I think about it. We covered that previously.
The thing with the union thing is, like, what would compel them to use Sound Cadence over the other, like, Bang Zoom, I'm assuming is union? Like, what would compel them to use them over them if they have to charge, like, the
one
exact
email
same for ethical? An email?
Send one. Well, I'm saying in the situation where you want to hire union and non-union people in with the same company, they're the same contacts. You say, hey, Amber Lee Connors, we want to hire Bryce Papenbrook and Christina V to play this character and this character in a show with Chris Sabat and all the other people that are normally in everything we do. Okay, cool. We can do that. Like, well, I guess Chris Sabat probably be like, I'm not going to be in that thing. I want to record it in my studio. Anyway.
I guess so. So it's like, essentially, yeah, whatever money you save on the non-union portion of that is what sells you.
Theoretically. Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know. I don't have any. This is brand new news from the 19th, right? There's not much else to say on it yet. We haven't seen where it goes, but it'll be interesting to see if dubs start to change because of this move.
Speaking of Amber Lee Connors, I don't follow her, but for some reason she had a post in my Twitter timeline or whatever, and it was just a picture of herself, and for some reason specifically she had like cleavage coming out quite a bit, so I sent it to Lance as a gift, and he's like, I'm not sure what I'm more upset about, that she looks like a goth or that you think she's my favorite VA.
Where is Lance, by the way?
I don't know.
Necovolts is in the comments.
Necovolts, please text Lance that he's late and gay. All right.
Well, you can get rid of the late part. Yeah,
Lishansky says no rainbow colors on that new website logo. Not worth my time. Not woke enough for LA. That is kind of funny because they've already got the trans flag colors pretty much as their standard fare. That like, did they change for Pride Month? They're like the OCA podcast Middle East branch. All right. Old man says, my bicep is bigger and I don't wield a giant sword, only a weed trimmer. I mean, my bicep is bigger, but I'm naturally just gifted, Broly style.
You're just big bones. Wait, what?
Anyway, so Viz Media details extensive slate of titles for spring 2023. So these are the things they've licensed. They've gotten the origins of the creator of Chainsaw Man. So 2 short story manga collections featuring the Mad Genius's earliest work, before Chainsaw Man, 1721, and what? Okay, so it's called Before Chainsaw Man, 1721. No, okay, it's called Tatsuki Fujimoto, Before Chainsaw Man, 1721, and Tatsuki Fujimoto, Before Chainsaw Man, 2226. So yeah, I understand the 1721 is like, yeah, that's everything he did from 2017 2021, but I don't know where this 2022 2026 thing might come in, so
it's
I don't
probably
know.
in their own timeline.
I have no idea what's going on here. Anyway,
maybe his age.
Yeah, that could be. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? The girl that can't get a girlfriend. 2 sleepless teenagers find kinship. What was it called? Insomniacs After School. So they've Viz has gotten that. A pair of dreamers drive. Shoha Shoten, which is probably. An epic tale, powerful human demon lord, Helk. Fuck, these are impossible to goddamn read. Love's in Sight. This is a story about a blind girl. A love story featuring a clumsy blind girl who stuck her hand in this guy's mouth. Oops.
Ooh, suck on my thumb.
Oh, it's so wet in here. Oops. Also, Tista. Apparently, Demon Slayer art book. Haikyuu something or other.
I still like to autocomplete when a manga artist has an art book that is just the entirety of the manga.
Oh my god. The manga spinoff of the hit Disney and Pixar film Turning Red is here. Get behind the music of Canada's top fictional 90s boy band, Four Town, in Disney and Pixar's Turning Red, Four Town, For Real, story by Dirchansky, art by Kaifi.
What is this cringe?
Big yikes. A girl who has sworn off beautiful boys. My special one. This is again with the trans flag everywhere. Self-serving adults and broken dreams push a teenage boy trapped in a dead-end town close to the edge in Boy's Abyss. That looks like a boy if I've ever seen one. Ayashimon. Dear God, there's so fucking many of these. Another Junji Ito. Lance has been super sick. Oh, well, now I feel bad. He's still gay. But he's been accused of his lateness. But only the lateness.
It's unfortunate, but he is gay, so.
Oh.
We still got a week and a half left of Pride Month.
9 Dragons Ball Parade. Wow. Dragon's Ball. They're just hoping that
they're trying to.
Yeah, they're just trying to milk the SEO. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to work for them because Dragon Ball has a long history of domination.
Mom, Can we watch Dragon Ball? We have Dragon Ball at home.
All right, in Right Stuff news.
Whoa! Before we get into any of this, we had breaking news on our Discord from Danny in regards to the shipping. I don't have the email or anything to confirm this, but according to Danny, they no longer are going to give free shipping to Canada.
No, you son of a bitch.
Literally, you are trying to incentivize us to not buy from you ever. Like at first it was the what was it? Oh yeah, the $250 threshold. That was annoying enough. And now it's like, yeah, no free shipping. I mean, we had it before.
Didn't
but
it
no,
used to be $150 and then they moved it up to $250?
It was $150 at some point.
It has been $250 for as long as I've
forever.
Okay.
As long as I can.
I thought they
remember
raised,
anyway.
They raised the domestic shipping from $50 to $75.
I swear,
as long as I've known of the free shipping, it's been $250 because it's always been like so expensive that it's like, fuck, I don't really have like $250 to just spend on anime. Generally, it's something that I have to like.
Make a Canadian branch already. You're a North American distributor. If Canada's such a hassle to ship to for free, just make the distribution house.
No, the more annoying thing is Discotech exclusively fucking deals with these people. Like, they will not ship things. They will not put things in Canada. It's all Right Stuff exclusive, and so is
Aniplex, NIS America.
Yeah, Aniplex as well.
How much does shipping cost?
A lot.
Well, that's the question, because it's like before it was like, this shipping would scale, and then once you got to the free threshold, you're like, oh, I'm home free. But now it's like it's going to scale infinitely as your orders get bigger.
Yeah.
So real quick, gotta include the Right Stuff affiliate.
So if you're from Canada and want to get hosed on shipping, use our link.
So Luigi the Middle 64 says the Right Stuff just seems to cost more than ordering from Sentai. Right Stuff needs to do good, so we do not need to rely on Sony and Funimation. So here's the thing. When you buy from Sentai, it is shipping from Right Stuff. They have to charge you less than Right Stuff, or else they wouldn't sell anything at all.
Which is
from
really
their own
fucking
store.
Weird, because when I order from Right, okay, so doxing myself, I live in Iowa. Right Stuff is in Iowa. When I buy from Right Stuff, I get charged sales tax. When I buy from Sentai, I do not. Which is really fucking weird.
Is that because Texas is another state that has the sales tax thing? That's funny. Yeah, so Sentai is set up in Texas, but they ship from their fulfillment center, which is Right Stuff, in Iowa. So because their company is located in Texas, as long as you don't live in Texas, you don't pay sales tax.
But it should be a thing, because it should be a blanket thing for
No, because from a tax perspective,
did they change that a couple of years ago? Like all
no. What we covered this. What it was is that the Supreme Court, like 4 decades late, finally ruled on sales tax for online e-commerce, right? And what they ruled is that they gave it to the states. And so previously there were situations where some states, like Right Stuff, were able to be, due to some weird mumbo jumbo with taxation and representation, could not charge you taxation, right, for sales tax for products that were purchased from outside of the state. And so that actually brought in, like, it was an incentive to buy from places located in another state. And it's not every state that was like this, because some states had their own, rules on the matter. The Supreme Court just let all the states release from their previous rulings from their own state Supreme Courts or whatever. And so it opened up the opportunity for states that were doing this to change their mind in order to force the companies operating in that state to pay more sales tax in their yearly taxes to the state itself, right? So we suspected, I mean, it seems logical that because governments are greedy as fuck, that they would force the companies that were previously experiencing tremendous boosts in business over the fact that they could offer things without sales tax in certain states to be able to now have to force their
consumers.
The businesses operating within that state to now collect sales tax from customers, even if they're outside of that state. So in this situation, because Sentai, their business is located in Texas, they pay their revenue, their income tax to Texas, not Iowa. Even though their fulfillment center is located in Iowa. Right Stuff has their fulfillment center and their corporation in Iowa.
Both of them. Okay.
So that's why you don't have to pay the sales tax to Sentai, because Texas and Iowa both have this. You just happen to live in Iowa. For me, I don't pay for either because I don't live in Texas or Iowa.
But I pay taxes because I live in Canada.
Yeah.
Because apparently that's the thing.
I pay taxes, but I benefit from like next day shipping pretty much.
Right. I mean, they just toss it over the fence, right?
Literally like 45 minutes away.
So to Luigi's comment, sure, buying on Sentai is better than Right Stuff, but guess what? You can only buy Sentai stuff on Sentai Shop.
Yeah.
So,
that's true.
You know,
that's true, but I only
it's not a one-size-fits-all
solution.
solution.
Sales like 75% off. And
Oh yeah, the sales are insane for Sentai sales, but if you want literally anything else, that's not a solution.
Luigi the Meadow 64 also said Nozomi and Right Stuff are sort of together. Nozomi tried to be transliterate. I think this is about localization. So Nozomi is Right Stuff's localization branch or licensing branch, right? So yes, Nozomi and Right Stuff are the same company,
along with Critical Mass.
Yes, as well as Critical Mass, which released Interspecies Reviewers.
Among a lot of other.
Old man went on to say, "I've heard Canada is not accepting migrants from the U.S. Maybe Right Stuff can't cross the border."
Wow, I'm shocked.
You're incorrect, but anyway.
I actually want to slightly correct Random 11. It's also in regards to the exclusives, but
that is really no, it was a joke.
so Discotech, I don't think actually has that contract about exclusivity, but they do list their items on Amazon.com, and after apparently 7 years, they do come on .ca as well.
Like what?
What do you mean,
I've
what?
Never,
when's the last time you bought
seen...
a Discotech title on Amazon.ca is what he's asking.
Yeah. I have never seen
7 years ago.
Yeah, okay. I have never seen a thing offered by
Okay,
Amazon.ca.
what's a slightly old Discotech title?
Fuma Conspiracy.
Fuma Conspiracy.
Slightly old.
Strange
Psychokinetic.
I can order them on Amazon.com, but now I still have to pay shipping. And so
yeah, that's why you want to go to .ca. Dude, Fuma is ancient. I'm talking.
Does Discotech go to Anime North?
I think they did the one year.
Mike Toole does. I can yell at him, but he probably doesn't.
I'd hate to have to go. Hey, do you have something to say about your gayness? Damn it, your mic's not connected, right?
I caught it from Footnum.
Oh no!
Wow.
Referring to the gayness.
That was a short trip.
Are you doing all right, man? Nekoval said you're sick.
He got, oh.
Yeah, I'm sick as fuck. I literally woke up like an hour ago.
Oh, okay. So I'm not going to worry about your needing to go to bed or anything.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
I actually didn't know there was a show tonight. Thanks a lot. Notifications.
I tagged you in the Facebook group chat this time.
Yeah, I need to install that app.
Okay.
All right. So Random 11.
This is on me.
If you search up Devilman, the Blu-ray, it's got a listing. I mean, it's...
Is it fulfilled?
Is it in stock? Is it in stock?
No.
Just because it has a listing doesn't mean that it's going to ever become in stock. Like,
yeah, but guess what? Aniplex and NIS America doesn't even have a listing on Amazon.ca. But anyway, so what I'll get to is that Discotek, however, has their own personal eBay page, which you can even get early releases.
All right, I got one. Fist of the North Star for only $143.
Oh yeah, don't.
Sold by Amazon though.
Oh, thanks, Satan! You finally removed my address.
Yes.
You docked it
and
yourself
if you had never said anything, nobody would have known.
That's the price you paid.
So who is it? Is it shipping from Amazon though? No. It's tisk. Back to the drawing board.
They don't.
Double
wait.
out.
What about the movie that was in the related? That's slightly newer and cheaper.
Bro, you know, all of these are over $100, and some of them aren't even that old because they know they've got you by the balls, and they're going across the border to get it from their friend who lives like a border state. And then they're selling it at exorbitant prices because they know you're not going to buy it from Right Stuff.
It's so stupid that, and so okay, yes, at least with Discotek you can, in theory, order it from Amazon.com still, although you're still paying shipping.
But you can get it from their eBay page, which they do post early,
and you're still paying shipping for their eBay posts.
Yeah.
And so, okay, fine.
I'm not saying it's great.
The one good thing about Discotek is they finally noted in their although what it means, who the fuck knows, but they did finally note that they are looking into the Canadian situation. So maybe in fucking 2 or 3 years we'll get a solution. But that, ignoring Discotek, there's still the fucking problem of the
Sounds like you guys just need to overthrow your government and get rid of all the regulations that are causing companies to not want to do business with you.
There's still the problem of Aniplex. Like,
Aniplex and NIS America had strict, like, actual exclusivity deals. Like, it literally...
So you guys know how we were talking about weirdly proportioned arms a second ago?
Fuck?
The opposite issue on this guy.
What?
That arm is so fucking long on the forearm.
You said the opposite issue, so that implies it's perfect.
It wouldn't be weirdly proportioned.
It's not the top part of his arm.
Yeah, the top part of the arm is what was too long on Zach. Now we've got this part of the arm, which, by the way, looks like it's dislodged from the elbow because of this thing terminating so far away from where the fucking elbow would be, like, way down here. They covered it up with this other character just so you wouldn't notice how weird it looks. Anyway. Also, this is a Discotek, right? And guess what? I don't see it on...
They don't. You do
it's
not
$16? What?
How old is that?
That's what I'm saying is that
so they eventually show up when other people are selling them.
Yeah.
You have the potential to get it for like regular-ish prices when it has a listing on Amazon.
Oh shit!
Yeah, except I don't buy.
I need to be using the. Oh, we don't have one for .ca, do we?
I don't buy third party. I never buy third party from Amazon ever. Well, from any store. Fuck that. I'm not buying. I'm not getting bootleg shit.
I'm a loyal hoe. I don't do third party.
No, I don't want to. It's depending on the item, like fine, but mostly no. If it's tech items, no.
To the legit retailer.
If it's a Blu-ray, you know how easy it is to bootleg Blu-rays? Fuck that. I will stick to the stuff I know is going to be legitimate. And Amazon, you have a problem. even with legit like shipped and sold by Amazon with like SD cards because they fucking bin, there's a chance that you got a return that like someone bought shit and then returned the
they do that a lot.
God, how the
fake
fuck
shit,
are
even
these so
Prime items.
expensive?
So it's still not 100%, but it's way
You gotta be a
more
millionaire
risky
to
to buy
collect
third
in
party.
Canada. It would be cheaper for you guys to just set up a new life in the States.
That's what Lashonsky's saying. Grandpa
thing-
Joe will take care of us.
Anyway, no,
You guys hear me?
I cannot find a single listing. He's right. Foodnum, you've been owned. Double, triple owned.
Papa Reese got your back though.
Yes, you got my back and my balls.
Oh,
Thank you.
no, man, I almost found one, and then I realized that it wasn't.
But
to be fair to FTDM, I do think I recall. I could be wrong. It was a while ago, but I do think that Cyber 6, okay, was available on Amazon.ca, but what it was it was still an import. It was shipped and sold by Amazon.com on Amazon.ca.
Then brackets
They do that.
import.
They do that sometimes. So, and you still had to pay the stupid import thing. So that was the only time that I can recall where Amazon.ca was a seller, but it was still, you're buying through Amazon.com just through .ca.
Well, shipping companies are probably starting to realize that the fan base for collect anime and stuff will usually bite the bullet and go on and buy, their stuff. And since Right Stuff is such a large part of the North American distributor, I might be a little late to this part of the conversation, but they're probably just going, hey, they'll order anyway because you make a $250 order.
The shipping cost.
Yeah.
Is there a way to search and then like narrow down to sold by Amazon?
Yeah, but only if you. So you have to search and then
one-click Prime because that'll
no.
Yeah.
Just listen to me. I am a fucking expert, okay? Listen to me. Search whatever you're
Resident
searching.
Canadian. Tell me.
Search whatever you're searching, then click on the category. You have to click on a category. So if it's a movie, click on movies, whatever.
Okay,
and then
movies and TV.
in the left in the left bar at the bottom, there'll be a seller Amazon.ca. But
Format.
that filter only
DVD,
appears
Blu-ray.
when you pick category. And if you pick Prime, it doesn't necessarily filter out. You can buy stuff that's fulfilled by
Like
Amazon.
Category, you mean department, like movie and TV?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, dude, I just found 3 discotheque items that I'm pretty sure I pre-ordered back when you could do that on Amazon.ca.
All right. Well, anyway, now that we have spent an unbelievable amount of time with this, let's go to Right Stuff.
Yeah.
Now that you've reminded me why it's so great to be an American, let's return here to Right Stuff and look
I'm gonna dip out, guys.
All right, man. Have a good one. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow.
See ya, man.
If not, have a safe trip and enjoy your new life.
I'll try. We'll see what happens. You guys have a good one.
Take it easy, man.
See ya.
Take care, buddy.
Take care.
Bye.
So, Shadow's House, me likey, have not watched a single moment from it, but can't wait to start. Disappoint at the lack of premium edition, and also apparently was this 2.0 audio? Yeah.
That means they really didn't want to give it a premium edition.
I wouldn't even notice though, because I'll be watching it on VLC download probably after I buy it. Let's be real. All right, Gothic Lolita, Psycho Gothic Lolita is what I meant to say. Blu-ray. So,
Okay.
Tokyo Ghoul much?
Is that the genre of Tokyo Ghoul? Psycho Gothic Lolita?
Yes. That explains the cross-dressing. Pinocchio 964. Wait, no, it's the square root of 964, and the answer is Pinocchio. What the fuck is this?
It looks like he's...
Is he wearing boxing
raping...
gloves?
I thought he was raping a person or something.
Oh, no, wait. No, those are his knees. Fuck, I really thought he had boxing gloves on. Those are his knees. This is his hand. One hand is open. The other hand is kind of like cupped a little bit into it, or not cupped. Like his hand's like this. He's doing something like this in his lap. That's really weird. And he's also a prisoner. A discarded cyber. Whoa. Pinocchio 964 depicts the nightmarish journey of a discarded cybernetic sex android. Is this the live action Chobits that is expelled from a brothel and left to fend for himself? Aimlessly wandering around the city, Pinocchio meets Kyoto, an amnesiac homeless girl with a horrible secret of her own. Together, they try to piece together their past lives and survive in a cruel, brutal hellscape. At the same time, Pinocchio's fiendish creators search desperately to find their lost prototype android before the public and authorities discover him. As agents pursue Pinocchio, his frantic escape morphs into a mind-warping hallucinogenic thrill ride. Be prepared. Shozen Fukui's masterful direction provides the viewer with there's more. Totally unique experience along the lines of Tetsuo the Iron Man. This subversive underground classic packed the theaters in Japan, where it was hailed as an innovative masterpiece.
Doesn't Tetsuo just straightly translate to Iron Man? So
No
Tetsuo the Iron Man is like
redundant.
Yeah.
Also, here's trans flag Boruto. Is it me?
Oh my god.
Boruto.
The spine,
the
I
next
didn't
generation.
Realize.
The
It really is.
The vessel.
I didn't know he had a lightsaber.
Hey, you know what's gonna piss me off? How many episodes is it?
12, 13.
What pisses me off is this guy's girl arms. Oh, it is episodes 177 to 189, so 12. 13? 13.
They cannot make up their mind. I mean, I assume they're just trying to fulfill the arcs of which they're committing to because they can't name the set by the number for some reason.
Halfway.
Dude, it's set 13. Didn't you read the listing?
Oh, damn, you got me, bro.
Oh, it says 13 on the back, actually. Set 13. What it doesn't say is it on the spine.
No.
Where it fucking matters, Viz.
Let's be real. No one thought Boruto would last longer than 1 arc.
Also, we've got the Dragon Ball Super Complete Series Limited Edition Steelbook. For $150, you can get this disgusting piece of trash.
Let's be real.
Dragon Ball Steelbook when? Original Dragon Ball Steel?
Original Dragon Ball Blu-ray when?
Yeah, no kidding.
But let's be real. $150 for all of this is a freaking steal because that's $15 per set.
Dude, I got mine for about that. I bought them from fucking Walmart.
What is this in reference
Okay,
to?
but you'll get even if it was like an even price, you get steelbook versions of it all in one go.
I mean, is the steelbook really worth it? They should have done this first.
No, the show is not worth it at all. Don't buy it.
I mean, I'm as much as I love Dragon Ball, I'm not buying this. I've already got the Blu-rays for the original.
I've been
I'm done.
waiting for the complete this whole time.
Oh, yellow. I got it. He's referring to the Naruto.
I do hate how they're going with the same scheme they did. Like, you know how the spine art is just like black and white dragon lion art. Are you kidding?
Oh, dude,
that has never been Dragon Ball.
I hate
whatsoever.
this stupid pattern on the side.
Yeah, it doesn't look Dragon Ball at all.
I mean, it has Goku's.
At least make it a giant orange chunk.
At least make it just an orange brick set.
At least make it look like a pair of Dragon Balls.
Oh, please no.
So these are these are Blu-ray only
Combo?
now. They aren't the.
Why are there 2 copies of each Blu-ray?
It's disc
I
1,
guess
disc 2.
Well, that's
Yeah,
awful.
wonderful how they didn't give us a different image, right? But they got to match the steelbook covers. God,
Those look pretty
I
nice.
hate these. I hate these.
You
so
think
much.
they look nice?
Okay.
Well,
I'm
it
sorry that
looks-
you went
it
blind
looks
in the last 5 minutes.
No, it looks like relatively sleek. Well, the front cover, the back one is like, it's basically just a green.
Why
The whole
the
set
fuck
looks
is
bad.
that written backwards?
I think they tried to do their product place.
You fucking idiots.
They probably tried to reverse the Trunks image, but it was connecting the
Complete
spine layer.
Retards. You deserve death. Kill yourself.
No, I see what happened. They took the front image.
This
they
one's right.
Mirrored it. Yeah, they took the front image and then they mirrored it and then they pasted the back cover on top
and
of
forgot
the
to
front
flip it.
and forgot to
God,
flip
you
the
guys
spine.
suck.
Like if you look at the top right corner, higher.
Yeah, that little
Yeah,
edge.
the
Yeah, you can
masking, like it looks so shitty right there.
Oh, it's so bad.
I hope they print it that way.
Yeah, I hope it comes mangled. They only fucked up on Trunks.
Artwork not final.
You're a disappointment.
It's still hold on, wait a sec.
Is it fucked up on
Stop.
the one that they have all the spines together?
That would be so fucking funny.
Yeah, okay, never mind.
That would be so fucking funny. It's not, but oh god, that would be hilarious. Oh, fuck you in particular. Oh.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Reese brought it up already, but he brought up the point of like it's excessive to have 10 sets, especially when later on they're likely going to do like half or
That was
double
my
sets,
comment
or the
a long time ago.
26 episodes a thing,
That's what I'm saying,
and
it's like
or
fucking
I
five
feel like they
steelbooks.
do something like quarters, like 50 episodes, or
That's.
is that what it would be?
They couldn't do 50. It would be 130.
I mean,
episodes.
there's only
Don't play
131
cute. You
episodes.
know she meant sandals.
I read that comment afterwards.
Anyway, so I'm very disappointed, but I also already own this series in the individual Blu-rays combo packs, and
You bought Super?
I did.
Individually.
That's how I watched it.
You
Yeah,
watched
Yeah,
individually.
Super?
because he's not allowed
It was
to
trash.
watch
You
it.
watched the
Doesn't
entire Super?
I sure did. Moving on here, Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Mugen Train Arc Standard Edition.
matter. Yay!
Did you get the Aniplex version of this one?
No, not yet. I bought the
No.
Mugen
Did
Train.
you grab
on
did you grab
the
link
webpage.
for-
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I didn't know if it was on that page or if it was like 2 pages.
Are they
down.
doing a
this
limited edition version?
Yep.
Yeah, guess
Guess
Oh,
what?
what?
fuck
Guess what,
you.
Random 11? Guess what,
Yeah,
Random 11?
I
It's gonna
know.
be DVD height.
Oh, that's not what I was expecting. The guess what?
It's
It
not
was
sold in
it's
Canada.
Right Stuff exclusive. That's the
Yeah.
guess what.
Oh,
That was obvious.
I'm talking about your comment back when we had the movie comment. I was like, oh, it's a movie. It's
okay, but that okay. Oh my god, that was a fucking joke.
I know. But this one DVD height as well, just because it's a digipack. as
Because
well.
it's a movie.
It's a movie.
TV series version of the
Yes,
movie.
Yeah,
because
the
it's the
second.
movie
Just
put-
watch the second half. Is
It's you know what,
regular
Reese,
height.
you haven't noticed, but it's actually like a micro hair shorter than DVD height
Oh, yeah.
because of the few scenes that they added, the extra frame for the TV version that made
make
it
it
no
less
longer
movie.
exactly precisely the movie.
And
So
then-
it
but then
shrunk.
that one full episode
Speaking-
of Rengoku the night before just puts it right back up to the DVD height.
I don't know. So this only includes the Mugen Train arc episodes.
No, it only includes half of them.
Well, it also has the extra.
What?
Yes. Yeah. Well.
Yeah. No. It has to include the whole arc.
It's the entire.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the second half.
All 7 episodes.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, then for sure it's the movie. You got to do DVD height. It's not even the extra
because there's that one episode. Isn't the first episode?
Yeah.
The first episode is not from the movie, so that one episode then has
the prelude.
It has to be 1/7 shorter than a.
No. That just makes it a special feature on the DVD.
That one episode. It's gonna have that one episode. Go back to the
I don't think I'm gonna buy it.
Go back to the limited edition.
I was gonna say Random 11. So now, do you think you can live with yourself?
I'll buy the. I will
Standard?
fucking suck up the shit and buy the and pay the shipping. I'll pay the shipping for the second half, the
Entertainment District.
Entertainment District, yeah, for the limited edition. But I don't want to really buy this one.
Used to do? He used to buy stuff and have it shipped to my house.
Yeah, that's not going to save me any fucking money.
Yeah, we realized after doing this a while that it didn't save him any money when we tried to report it on the customs form that it was a free gift, and they're like, "Yeah, that ain't gonna fly. Pay us $5,000 or whatever."
They're like, "Yeah, a gift applies to a single item, bro. This is like 50.
This is like 30 DVDs."
I've just done them all individually.
Because it has 3 discs, one's a soundtrack CD. They're gonna have that Rengoku episode on 1 disc, and then the Mugen Train episodes on the 2nd disc.
I sure do love the fact that it says Demon Slayer, and then in this really generic meme font, Mugen Train arc.
but hold on, Random 11. If you get just the second half, you're not gonna get that special first episode that's not the movie.
In fact, I will literally.
Is it worth $100 for 1 episode?
I will.
No, but guess what? It is worth. It's worth buying the standard editions.
Ugly ass logo on it.
I'm buying the standard edition.
You know, until my newest shelves, I never felt cucked by DVD height. But
yeah, and
I'm going to have to redo. I finally new to me shelves.
Everything about this
my
logo is triggering me right now.
And FD,
not only did you just use the fucking impact font, it's sitting tangenting just barely on top of the bottom of that R.
The R,
it's the same fucking color as the red ring, and you just put a goddamn light stroke around. I am so triggered. It's the entire reason I'm going to buy the premium edition, just to get one that has this logo instead of this fucking logo.
Well, if it says
go back to the other logo. Zoom into that logo a little bit. Okay, no, never mind. I was gonna say I think there's a little bit of like an outer glow going on to it as well, but maybe not. Might be
it's just low res.
Yeah, the fuzziness of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, FTDM. I think if I do want that 1 episode, I'll just get the standard edition.
No. I'm saying get it for both parts because you're gonna have a lopsided Demon Slayer because the second half is also going to be DVD height.
So
you lose.
No. The second half will be standard height.
Look, it comes with the original soundtrack CD, but what is that? Did the LE of the Mugen Train movie not also come with the soundtrack?
It came with the soundtrack as well.
What's different? Does it just have the OP for season 2?
I don't know. These episodes have their own separate OP over the Entertainment District arc. And which is the Mugen Train OP is my favorite one out of all 3.
Well, there you go.
That's the only additional
vindicated,
song.
Lishansky.
There you go. You get one new song, the opening. Oh, and presumably the ending.
Yeah, the ending too. But the opening, the Mugen Train TV series opening is my favorite out of all 3 of them.
Well, I don't even remember it.
Do you guys actually rip them as flax though, or is that just me?
That's just you.
What's the point of getting the CD? You could get the MP3.
You just rip it as wave. Why do you have to go FLAC? FLAC is a shitty file type that no one can play.
FLAC, you never go back.
Wave.
Back
Wave is-
arrow.
Wave is uncompressed and way too large.
Yeah,
like
let's
Flax
have this in
saves
the
you some
private
space.
chat. Back arrow part 2. This looks so much unappealing. Moving on.
Broke back
Remain.
arrow.
Wow, white t-shirt contest. Yes, no, wet t-shirt contest.
This is a water polo show, isn't it?
It should be called the salary man in a pool. Am I right? All right. Also, Irina the Vampire Cosmonaut. I feel like we just talked about this. It's already got a.
Yeah, that feels
Blu-ray.
really fast.
It was like a 6
Not too long ago,
episode
I
or 12
finished watching
episode.
it.
Okay.
It was 12.
How is it?
Yeah.
Is it worth checking out?
It was actually pretty good. The thing is the show is all about Russia.
Oh,
So you're gonna get a lot of
Are they gonna censor?
here or there references because the whole idea is about the space race,
Yeah.
Ah.
and she's gonna be
You've whet my appetite. Thank
the
you.
opening basically the whole thing about the show is that she is expendable because if you haven't seen her ears, she is a vampire.
What?
So-
Her ears
Was
is
the
what gives
ear-
it away?
Not the title?
No.
Friggin' title.
I know.
But you did bring up something like friggin' Demon Slayer. That friggin'. I'm surprised that we're getting that so quickly because that guy came out in.
Okay.
in Japan back
Yeah,
in February.
it is. It's incredibly fast for some
Yeah,
reason.
it's so
I'm talking about the
fast.
Demon. because
Fast, almost as
Demon
fast as I'm
Slayer
going to move
Season
on.
1 took forever for us to get on disc.
So, how a realist hero rebuilt the kingdom has this very
She thick.
uninspired looking, extremely thick premium. And
Dude,
I'll
that
just
is
tell you,
literally the same color scheme as Wise Man's Grandchild.
It comes
You'd
with a
be-
map.
You'd be
please
surprised.
tell me that's just printed on.
It's a quill pen. It's a quill
Please
pen
tell me
actual
that's
pen.
not actually attached to this box.
It probably is.
It's an actual quill
That's
pen.
probably the whole reason it's so damn big.
Oh,
Also,
my God.
We can get a Ellie for this, but not fucking Dragon Maid. What the hell? This show was good, but no one cared about it that I've noticed. I enjoyed it.
Wow, I am very quickly coming to the thing where I've been burned on these premium editions so many times. Oh yeah, it's a real thing. Fuck. That I'm like, I just don't want to buy the set at all anymore. Not premium, not standard. I just want to give up. Like, this is part 1.
Going
Yeah.
digital, baby.
I got
No,
just,
no.
like, literally stop being an anime fan and kill myself.
Come on, part 2 is literally like it's obviously going in the box. That's why it's so thick.
Yeah.
It better be.
Yeah.
Also, I
that
linked you
intro-
while you had it on.
The thing about it is, I believe this is a 24 episode.
It is a 2
It also has
series.
another
So-
season coming.
Yeah, I
right?
heard it had another season, so I'm just trying to wrap
It
my head
already
around.
finished. The second part already finished. I mean,
So, do
I
you
haven't
have
heard.
something
Haven't.
to say, Footnum, about how this box is equally uninspired or slightly less?
No. That's what
uninspired?
I'm saying. It's identical, like scheme, color, and
It's-
everything. They have
it's
the red
actually-
accent.
It's actually, well, I mean, I guess, but the thing is that this one has like this.
go back to the main page where it shows the box in bigger.
Yeah.
Or,
I got you.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but see, this one has literally bare bone, goddamn nothing on the back. This at least has like a pretend to be a book thingamajig.
I mean, that's true. I'm just saying that the color scheme is like they literally just took the same scheme of
White
like,
and
okay,
gold.
gold and white, little red accents. Let's go with that.
What was the spine of the shield here, Lily?
Gold. Well, it's kind of an orange gold and marble pattern, I think.
So here's the standard.
Why couldn't it be
on.
brown?
That somehow looks better.
Damaged Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Collection 1. Blue.
Why would
You don't need to, what are you clicking on the damage?
That's not a new pre-order.
No, duh. I just want to see what it was. Damage can include was not limited to broken pieces of a figure, severe cracks or broken cases. For only $44.99, that's half price. Almost. Project Echo 2.
Half price.
Reiterating the fact that apparently the artists they get to redraw they cop out on the background. They're like, let's put like stars.
Flag!
But
that's
everywhere now. Fuck.
The art not final, like the key art from like I guess the original poster. I thought that looks great. Like,
but that's gonna be the reverse thing, right?
That's underneath the slipcover.
Yeah, you can't reverse the paper slip cover.
Okay.
You know what we're gonna have
but
to
you
do
can
now,
throw
right?
it away.
What?
We're gonna have to go back to our tier list that we made months ago on like who's woke in companies and put Discotech
and update it.
Yeah.
Well, I think we already had it pretty high.
Oh, did we? I could have sworn it was pretty low.
No, it was Media Blasters that was pretty low, and then in my rewatch of the podcast, I came across something.
Retconned.
Yeah. So Fatal Fury, the movie Steelbook. This is such a great image. I'm glad that you put them all on the same fucking image. That was a great idea. I could totally see it. It's so clear.
Good job, Bryce.
That's.
I think that was Discotech.
I have two complaints. One, I might end up having to fucking get this.
That's a
because
big
it's a
complaint.
Steelbook. And two, why do they do that?
So hold on. Does this just have the movie? It's not
because,
the two OVAs in the movie
Fatal
or something?
I just said, give me a cheaper standard edition, please.
Was this one of the ones where they found the film? And
Yeah, I believe that it is worth getting. I don't know if their previous Blu-ray already had it or not. I think it might have. But
this is the one that they dubbed those like 2 lines or something,
that
right?
was the OVAs.
Oh,
yeah. There was missing footage that they were able to cut back in from the previous releases because they obtained it when Robert J. Wood had located ACO. Is one of the other things, I think. Anyway, moving on because I'm really fucking tired. Fuse Memoirs of the Hunter Girl Blu-ray. Limited quantity. There will only be 3 billion of them.
Oh, actually, I swear a listing of this had the accent on it, like it was Fuse, I think. And I know, so I'm like, what happened? Why didn't we catch that?
This is limited quality or quantity.
Yeah.
It is
1,500 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they don't offer free shipping.
Oh my god, you're right. It's like, yeah, I'll wait for the Amazon.ca listing to get put on. Oh, rip.
So this will be one of those situations where you buy it and send it to my house. Or Reese's house, because he's closer to the border.
That it's being sent to already.
I've
you don't even have to tell me your address. I just know it.
Aho Girls got a limited quantity as well.
Well, that one I don't give a
This
shit
makes
about.
me sad.
The other one,
I wanted to see this. And I wanted a dub for it too, but they're just like, no.
Yeah, I pre-ordered it.
the other one looked
I'm gonna
interesting.
pre-order it too, but
Planet With. Moving on. Lupin the Third versus Detective Conan the Special.
oh yeah. Oh god.
Except for the part where they dubbed it with their terrible Detective Conan cast and their amazing Lupin cast.
I don't care.
I care.
So I'm happy to see Lupin cucks Conan in this.
All right. Fuck, I never noticed that before.
Kaiba, didn't this already have a Blu-ray?
This is getting a Blu-ray only re-release.
You activated my trap card.
But didn't it already have a Blu-ray only release?
No, that was
Blu-ray
combo.
DVD combo release.
Really?
And it had square cornered slipcover instead of round corner slipcover.
I realized.
So you're telling me it's an inferior re-release?
And the old release
point,
is
yeah.
still in stock at Right Stuff.
Mm.
And a part
All
of
right.
the Discotech sale.
So
That's why
that
you watch
is it for
the
Right
OC.
Stuff. Now, are we good to move on? Is that cool?
All I was gonna say is that's why you watch the OCA podcast for those tips.
So Funimation licenses My Hero Academia. This is the topic on Phantom Post. So you guys remember we talked about the Target had the Walmart exclusive listed on their website. on Target.com. Well, that has been removed. It is now product unavailable, but I archived that shit. So there you go. So Target has deleted the listing. So there you go. You will not be able to buy Walmart exclusive products from Target.
No,
Also,
that's for the employees, I guess.
Also, this person mentioned, if you have a ruined copy of Wotakoi Volume 6 from Books A Million, please list it in this thread. I'm going to compile everyone's pictures and send it over to Books A Million. So apparently, so this is a Books A Million exclusive, right? I don't know if it's an exclusive cover or whatever, but it's the exclusive one from Books A Million has been fucked. Every one of them seemingly is just goddamn destroyed. And there is...
Well, that's not destroyed. It's still readable.
Is that due to shipping or manufacturing error?
Manufacturing.
Sorry, I couldn't tell. Sorry.
The binding wasn't even attached on this one.
Oh.
Yeah, it's an exclusive cover. I'm putting the right stuff one.
Well, the one without the binding, you can just put that on the standard edition and swap it out as you please. Like, life hack.
Also, apparently I'm scrolling into Data Live for some reason.
Uh-oh.
That's more tweets. Yeah.
So this one's fucked too. Anyway, so if you got this and yours looks disgusting, make sure to send it to this person and definitely send your angry letter to Books A Million, because no, even if this wasn't an exclusive, like even if I bought this fucking used, I wouldn't settle for this. You'd have to pay me to take this shit. Oh, I don't know what that is.
Hold on a second, let me check.
It's literally just words. Okay, I don't know why that was like
that.
But
they're mean words.
Mean words. Trigger warning, Trump tweets. Okay. Also, saw this. Toys R Us is selling Berserk.
In Canada.
Still exists?
And Wotakoi.
They still exist in Canada.
Yeah.
Toys R Us is based.
So real quick,
so that's why you guys don't have right stuff. You got Toys R Us stuff.
Absolutely terrifying. Children should never be exposed to the horrors in those pages. Wotakoi is too dangerous for young minds. All right, so we also saw that it's actually on. Thank you. It's actually on Toys R Us Canada's website.
Oh crap!
So you can get volumes 1 through 7.
Dude, now we are like anti-cucks for once in our pathetic collecting lives.
1 through 8.
I don't see 8.
It's the second one.
Oh, 1, 8.
Oh, apparently not 5 though.
2. You can't get 2 or 5. You're cucked on 2 and 5.
And yeah.
Suddenly, it's great to be Canadian. Oh,
wow. Well, that thing about getting cucked, I just said, I rescind that.
Okay. So, I don't have any new stuff on Stealthweeb, but your purchase helps fund me continuing to live and not die. So those are if you like that I'm alive. You can keep that going.
Is that a promise or a threat?
We need a big smile.
For $5 a day, you too can help this person.
Also, I am working on Stealthweeb or on OCA podcast merch. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. I am doing. Basically, let me put it this way. There's a project I'm working on, which is to take all of the documents that were on Facebook originally, which looks great job on. This is dark mode on Facebook. They just literally invert it. So all of the docs from Facebook need to get migrated over to the website. So somewhat at random, these are mostly just ones we did since we moved to the website, but I've gotten a couple of them done, and I've been trying to do one a week, for a while, but I've actually, since In Touch podcast stuff ended, I've actually been doing like 2 a week. And so I've been just cramming away. And when something gets on here from the Facebook, this also means that at bare minimum, I also did the timestamps. And, you know, like I'm working towards getting all of the stuff updated to, you know, current podcast standards. So
you're just building up to completion, aren't you?
I'm working my butt off. And in doing so, I have neglected the Vic Archive comments. So I promise you I will get onto that in the near future. Probably next week. Anyway, back to random merch news. Cut the ticker.
Ah.
Okay. Pretty pink coffins to sleep in are now on sale in Japan, made by local Tokyo craftsmen. So if you're a real freak, you can actually buy coffins for the purpose of sleeping in with your own choice of luxury handles, including the pink one for the girly freaks. You can set them as a dining table.
Originally a man's color.
Couch, sofa, vertical.
Who the hell?
Now it's an interior closet. Just, you know, if you ever needed it for just fucking any reason, maybe you wanted to throw a body in there and bury it.
Maybe you wanted to impress Wednesday Addams. You know, just take her out on a date.
You want to get banged in one.
So the whole phone changing coffee to coffin thing. This can now be explained.
Oh, there you go. Also,
I wouldn't sleep in that.
Multi-purpose meat cushions, raw and cooked, are now here for Ravenous Monster Hunter fans.
Oh, that's cool.
When they said meat cushions, I pictured a dick.
Oh.
You didn't think of tits? Okay, man.
He is Leighton Gay Lance. So.
Oh.
Dude, when people say meat, 9 times out of 10 it's a dick joke.
I mean, we get there's a bone there, Lance. That far.
All right. Anyway, look at the new game Takimoto Hifumi Bunny Girl figure.
Uh-oh.
There you go. This is for Green Line.
No, that's for me. I want that.
Nice. How nice of you. Have you checked out the overly priced Azure Lane one that's like she's on a pole?
Wow, speaking of Azure Lane.
I never thought I'd say this, but I won't. I would. But I feel like I'd buy that.
There is a Hanyu figure.
That one's random. That one's for Random 11.
Why? I've never seen this show in my life.
You never watched Higurashi?
No.
You're missing out.
I don't know who that is. I don't know.
I don't know. She's got her boobs are a little too big from what I remember. This must be from.
They aged up in the new one, right? So.
Yeah. And this 1,000-year-old demon girl, she grew into herself, didn't she?
Oh my god! Yeah, she's now 1,005.
1,016. All right, Final Fantasy VII Remake Cloud Strife figure. At least his arms are correctly proportioned. You bend it all the way. Yeah, you got it. That's right.
Good job.
Good job.
I've always thought it was funny that his biceps are not disturbingly large, and yet he
and more accurate proportioned body parts to hold massive weapons. We've got this Berserk figure. Although you can't really see any of the body parts because he's in the Berserker armor, which covers every inch of him. All right, so I saw this. This person made a Chainsaw Man statue in ZBrush, and they published it to their art station, which we'll look at in a minute. All right, so they were planning to produce this as a figure, right? So here's the art station. Why you no play? Dox me, why don't you? Go
Dox me harder.
Oh, here. It's because this is because this is the one. Come on, turntable. Come on. There we go. So that's the figure. Here's some of the details in their full glory. Now, unfortunately, I got a B, LOL, and was told it was rushed. I fucking hate uni, man. Now, the reason he got a B is because look at how much detail is in this. And now let's just scroll down and see how much detail is in this blobby 90s CGI mess down here. But anyway, I thought it was cool, and I thought you guys would like
pretty
it.
cool.
Yeah.
That's better than kids did in my class. Anyway, also, Laid Back Camp gets a traveling kitchen cart to celebrate the film's release. So they invented food trucks. Although this one, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you just see a mobile game where you're in a zombie apocalypse and running down the zombies? Like, am I wrong? Doesn't that feel like what this like looks like it, or like it's gonna transform or something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
the
the
grill.
grill's gonna go down and just see a bunch of guns
A
pointing out of
gun.
it.
Yes, precisely.
Just put a cow catcher on that baby.
All right. Japan's first genderless two-piece school swimsuits are now available for adoption by schools.
When did swimsuits have a gender?
I don't know, man. That
don't know.
school
When was the last
swimsuit
time
for
you
like
wore
all
bikini,
those
Lance?
anime high school girls.
No, you God damn it, you guys are idiots. The suit itself is genderless.
Did you assume it's gender?
Yeah.
Did we assume that swimsuits?
Who's the idiot
identified as a
now?
gender?
Ah! Now, I'll just say that it looks like in the character creator, when
They look like they're training
when they
to be
have the
swims,
slider for male and female, and they just kind of fiddled with it till it was really uncannily weird for all of these models. So the same customizable, non-form-fitting design is an option for an increasing number of students who don't want to focus on gender in PE class. Now, just be clear, I don't give a shit about this one bit, except I do think it's an interesting idea that anime won't go woke. It will just follow Japan there. Right? Like Japan will go woke and anime will just follow suit because that's how you finally break down anime, is that it becomes unrealistic for the Sukumizus to still be the old style, right? Over time. And the other way is, of course, to decline the population to nothing. So Footmark, sorry, random 11, a leading provider of school swimwear and swimming caps in Japan, has begun offering Japan's first genderless two-piece school swimwear with customizable components. While swimwear that hides body lines and comes in upper and lower parts has been on the market for a while, this is the first time that a common design, regardless of gender, which can be adopted for individual use, has been an option. 3 schools have plans to adopt it for use this year, while 10 schools are currently considering it for next year. Many of these schools seem primed to offer a choice between the traditional swimwear they've used until now and the new genderless swimwear as well. So you know how they're like, what do they say? Like, trans kids are getting bullied or whatever. It's like, look, I'm just saying, if you're the one kid that wears this, yes, you will be bullied. Especially if you look like this kid right here, who I will proceed to bully mercilessly in my head for looking weird. Anyway,
I will say a story a slightly personal story.
Tell me when you were bullied.
Of my childhood.
Show
and
us
it was
on the doll
not.
that touched you.
It was not a bullying story. It was the opposite.
You bullied?
No, it's me not being bullied. My grandmother, for whatever reason, I don't know why, she's European, thought it was okay for me, as I don't know how old I was, 6 or 7 maybe, probably younger, to wear a Speedo for swim classes.
Wow.
Yes.
Jeez.
What a forward-thinking granny.
I was not bullied for wearing a Speedo.
They respected
you wore it. You wore it.
So, the Japanese kids may be okay with their genderless swimsuits.
Okay. So it's weird that you bring this up because I went to the dog beach today before the podcast, which is one of the reasons why I'm so goddamn exhausted, because I've got like sun exhaustion or whatever. And when we were trying to leave, these 2 women were like oiling themselves up with sunscreen. And my wife is like, "Oh dear God!" Like, you know, because they were in very skimpy bathing suits, and like we're bringing our kids by, and I'm thinking like I don't give a shit like at all. Like I think it would actually be good for at least my son to just have a glimpse of the female form to set him on the right path, right? And so I get in the car. I get in the car after we grab some food on the way home, and my son makes a comment about not really being uncomfortable, but like something. So I don't know how it got brought up, but it's like those women were naked, right? It's like, and I'm like, they weren't naked. He's like, those women were weird, and I'm like, what's weird about it? They were naked, and I'm like, they weren't naked. It's like, and basically it was a conversation because I didn't look at them. Like I was keeping my eyes on the path of getting making sure my daughter was in front of me and the dog and everything to get to
you walk your daughter.
And I didn't realize that they were actually wearing thongs. So that's what my son meant by they were naked, is that you could basically see the entire ass. And anyway, we had a conversation that eventually went to like I was trying to convince them that they weren't naked, because that's what people wear. People wear bathing suits at the beach. So this is before the realization they were in thongs came up. But I was like arguing with him, like in the Olympics, they wear something called a Speedo, like referring to male Olympics, right? In order to reduce drag. And my wife and I were talking about it, and we were like, something about like I forget how the conversation. We were talking about how uncomfortable it would be, and then like my wife and I do this thing where we're talking and we're trying to talk to our kids, but then we have like a quick sidebar where we talk to each other, and our kids are just completely lost. And we're like, it's got to be so uncomfortable, have everybody look at you, and you don't really have anything hiding where your fucking junk is and stuff. So anyway, as I said, they respected you for the Speedo.
As a kid, I was very uncomfortable, and I jumped in the water as soon as possible. But no one ever made fun of me for it.
All right. So I would just like to remind us. Underneath the Speedo,
wow,
we had the old Henry VIII going on. And that's how they respected you. Sorry, I just needed that to end up in the thumbnail.
All the boys wanted to be him, all the girls wanted to do him.
I was 5. Okay.
Oh,
you don't think Henry VIII had those cod pieces from 5?
yeah, his size didn't change.
He was wearing a thimble outside the womb.
Excuse me, you're telling me that 5-year-old Henry VIII wasn't well hung?
What the hell?
Where'd the fucking painting go?
The rising of the thigh hero, huh?
Oh, fuck.
Speedo hero.
I just had it. Okay, what was the one I had up earlier? That's probably what it was. It was a related image to that one. Okay, here. No, apparently not. Oh, here, I found it. Okay. So there's this one. There's all these weird pictures of him with a dog.
Oh.
Right?
Your dog park.
And then
well, that seems awfully weird. Bringing that up right next to his COD piece.
Uncomfortable dog. Anyway. All right. Whew, I lost track of where I was. The new metal armor, the ultimate gun.
we made it to the subject of bullying. You mentioned how you're going to bully the middle kid.
So Jason South says, just a reminder that pretty much every Aussie wears a pair of budgie smugglers down the beach. Okay. The new swimwear comes in the standard navy blue color used at schools throughout the country. The upper half features long sleeves for added UV protection, and the lower half is composed of relaxed shorts. With a slow but increasing focus in Japan on the needs of students who identify across a diverse gender spectrum, the elements were designed. See, this totally ruins anime. You know, like there was the character previously who like bucked the system, and the girl who came to the school dressed in the men's uniform and vice versa. And now you've just got like, we cater to all of our students' diverse spectrum needs. Now you're not cool for doing it anymore. You're just a boring old freak like the rest of us. So the elements were designed to make all students feel more comfortable in their own skin in their PE swimming classes. In particular, it eliminates the need for those who identify as a particular gender but present differently to have chosen between traditional male or female versions. I mean, it sure looks female to me.
I mean, I find it
sure
odd,
looks like an excuse to almost be wearing a wetsuit.
So I understand like you know, this is like a design change for maybe like the female swimwear, but like what was
like
the male swimming uniform before?
Precisely.
Like
this
they're
only
adding
helps,
a shirt.
This only helps the females be less feminine. It does not help the males be less masculine.
I'm not saying that the idea is for like how masculine you are. I'm just saying that how does this change the design? Like they're adding to this like a piece of article of clothing. Honestly, to the male uniform. What?
I think there's only one option to completely.
Well, you got to remember that
the slingshot.
No, there's only one scenario that I think will actually work, and it's this
seppuku.
It's gonna be your second.
True
all right,
neutrality.
Kiss in the pool.
It won't prevent them from drowning.
I thought you were gonna pull up the Henry VIII thing again.
See, I pulled this one up, and I was gonna grab a different one, but then I saw this one in the small image and thought that was a COD piece, and I was like, oh man, it wasn't. that's just the patch they put over his shit stain. Anyway, I just think we don't swim anymore. That's the world I want to live in. In addition,
you realize how uncomfortable it is to swim in like a long sleeve shirt? Like,
no,
I've done it before. It's not comfortable.
In addition, the pattern and material used in the swimwear can be finely adjusted for specific areas of the body that may differ between individuals, such as the chest, waist, and buttocks, to maintain its relaxed silhouette. Furthermore, subtle pockets are incorporated into the inner lining of different areas for students who may want to insert additional padding. See, that's the thing. This is for girls with tiny breasts who want to pretend they're not tiny. That's what this is. It all comes out in the end.
I guess
Japanese
the previous design didn't allow you to do
into
that.
the gym to smell the swimsuits, only be horrified to realize they are the guys' suits. if a Japanese pervert snuck into the gym, he'd look through all of them and go, "Where the fuck are the girl swimsuits?" Because this is all they're gonna find are the ones that they would look at and go, "Yeah, these are guy swimsuits."
No, they'd be able to tell it because all the girls will have the stuffing in the chest.
Did they add a bulge stuffer?
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean, there's a pocket there in the pants. Maybe you could like shimmy.
Yeah, we need gender equality on which area you want to increase.
Do they have a?
I need us to recall the exact line from the Cyberpunk 2077. It was like an assortment of unique size and what was it? Any size and assortment of genitalia. Combination of genitalia. That's what it was. The brave new future for us all, such as the chest, waist, and buttocks to maintain its relaxed silhouette. Furthermore, subtle pockets are incorporated into the inner lining of different areas for students who want to insert some additional padding. There's even a guard attached to the zipper to prevent it from coming undone.
Why is that a marketing ploy?
Okay, I was just like, why the fuck is there a zipper? I'm like, oh no, they mean for the shirt. Okay.
Okay, I don't. What I don't understand is this: why is it literally a selling point in their article? Oh, hey, here you guys. We're designing this with the process of you adding padding and other things to the outfit. When did this become? This went from.
I don't know. Maybe it's for nipple chafing. I don't know.
Well, the guys wouldn't have it if they didn't have to wear a goddamn top.
Will have fake muscle suits like the superhero costumes for Halloween.
Oh my god.
The lower half uses fabric that doesn't readily cling to skin and includes built-in underwear. Wow, like every other pair of swim trunks. Clever holes with passages on the left and right sides of the shorts also prevent them from excessive billowing when in the water.
In case you're a lefty or a righty. Wait, what?
Okay, before you scroll down, I would just like to pose an alternate for the schools. There is a convenient side article here. Brand new line of Sailor Moon bikinis appears.
Oh,
there you go. Let's get this in as an option.
I mean, it is.
So there's a big problem with this article, and that they're not on models. I can't picture them.
Use imagination.
You just have to put it on for us, I see.
They've been out for 4 years, so I mean,
if someone in the chat will donate enough, AC might wear this.
Oh dear God, that is not something I said.
No. What you did say is that you'll try to wear the
1 million subscribers.
If somebody donates enough, I can probably twist FDD&M's arm to wear that toga that Augie sent years ago. Maybe.
You'll have a hard time getting me to give Satan his nipple.
He'll put it on and twirl his moonstick for you.
So the new genderless swimwear development is significant because while some Japanese schools have begun to implement gender-based choices within their standard school uniforms, the design of school swimwear has remained firmly divided by gender from the Showa era. Oh, dear God. All the way back from 1926? No, that's too long. Not even 100 years. The evolution of Japanese school swimwear in general can be viewed in the below diagram, which shows the progression of both male and female students from a one-piece design to a two-piece ensemble and the gradual elongating of the bottoms and inseam of male swimsuits. Okay, yes. And then, yeah, the natural progression is to move further and further to an outfit that looks like it belongs in like communist North Korea. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2050 swim meet. All right, Americans line up, the Japanese line up, and the Americans are off, and they are clearing the Japanese.
Yeah, right.
Oh my.
In the next 5 years, it's just going to keep going, progressing on this chart here, and then it's like, wait, why are they all in burqas? Like, we've gone too far. Let's see. The evolution of Japanese school swimwear in general can be viewed in the below diagram. I read that. Anyway, Footmark's genderless swimwear is set to retail for between 6,380 to 6,820 yen, 47 to 50 US dollars. It's available in 10 sizes for any adults who might be feeling nostalgic about their own school swimsuit days of youth. We might remember
How would they feel
checking out these grown-up versions of the traditional swimwear as well.
Or feeling a little kinky for the bedroom.
All right.
Okay, I was gonna say, how are you feeling nostalgic for the new?
Are you serious?
Stuff?
This is a terrible outfit. That's not
It
nostalgic
looks like
at
it's
all.
upside down.
It's got this like part where they cut it off and then sewed it back on for no goddamn reason. 0 out of 10.
Right. Bad company.
All right. So, where was I? Oh, yes. No, I just read that. Okay, cool. All right. So some interesting things here, and I'm glad that I've already removed a bunch of articles and pushed them off to next week. Good on me. So, Internet Explorer is shutting down. Microsoft is saying, guess what? Internet Explorer, we hate you like everybody else, except for Japan, and we're getting rid of you. And that is causing Japan headaches for months. Basically, this is the only part I'm going to read. A March survey by information technology resource provider Keymansnet revealed a large number of organizations in Japan rely on Internet Explorer, with 49% of respondents saying they use the browser for work. They said the browser was used for employee attendance management, expenses settlement, and other internal tools. In some cases, they have no choice but to use Internet Explorer because of client systems used to handle orders. Over 20% of these respondents did not know or had not figured out how to transition to other browsers after Internet Explorer's retirement. Government agencies are particularly slow to respond. The portal site for information on government procurement and bidding will switch its recommended browsers to Microsoft's new Edge and Google Chrome on Thursday. But for Japan Pension Service, notices concerning online applications must be viewed in Edge's Internet Explorer mode. The website of a government-backed mutual aid corporation for private schools still listed Internet Explorer as its only recommended browser. So anyway.
I'm surprised that they are even able to use Internet Explorer still. Like,
right.
I have an old for work. I have an old install of Windows XP because
everybody knows Internet Explorer exists so that you can download Chrome or Firefox or Brave.
Yeah. And you can barely do that now. Like,
right.
It barely fucking works. You try and go to any other website except like some bare minimum websites, like it is not gonna work. It's gonna be like, oh, error. So how they're not frustrated to hell and just downloading another, like, this is very Japanese. Like, well, it's just the way it is. It's just how the internet works. It's not how the internet works at home. It's just at the office. It's so silly.
Yeah.
Although I don't really understand why any app would require Internet Explorer mode. Like,
so addressing what you just said about the Japanese, they have a term in Japan called moody. They go moody, right? And it means it basically means it can't be helped. Like, and it's usually used in a situation like you described, where it's like you could do something about it, but you're so stubborn you're just not even going to bother. And it's like, well, unfortunately, it's just the way it is. Like moody, like, you know. So anyway, and it is the one of the three types of ways: muda, and moody. So if you wondered about
isn't that
them's the breaks.
The JoJo? Yes.
Yeah.
Muda.
Useless.
Anyway. All right. Anyway, throwing that out there. So moving on from here. Japanese senior citizen arrested for hammering the voodoo dolls of Putin to Shinto shrine trees. Just for that, asked the 70-something resident when presented with the charges. They've got it on video. After the elderly gentleman climbs the staircase leading up to the altar, he makes a point of looking around to see that he's alone. And when he turns back around, a Wara Ningyo, that's the name of the doll thing, can be seen inside the open flap of his shoulder bag. The man then respectfully makes a donation at the coin box and offers a prayer in the Shinto style, bowing twice, clapping twice, and bowing once more. He then scans his surroundings again, apparently not noticing the security cameras, before making his way around to the back of the shrine where the tree is located to which a Waraningyo was later nailed. Performing a Waraningyo curse ritual isn't illegal, but sticking nails in trees on private property counts as vandalism. And it appears that the one at Mikazuki, where the doll was found, was on a part of the grounds off limits to visitors. So there's an associated trespassing charge as well. After examining the security footage, investigators identified the man as 72-year-old Matsudo resident Mitsunobu Hino. When officers went to his house to place him under arrest for the charges, he incredulously asked them, "Just for that?" It's a reaction that, along with the video evidence of him carrying around a cursed doll, doesn't make him seem like the most innocent guy. But he then said he would make no further statement before talking with his legal counsel. Given the similarity in the craftsmanship of the dolls and the handwriting in their notes, police believe Hino was most likely behind the other Waraningyo incidents as well. The respectful manner in which Hino offers a prayer at the altar in the video implies that, even if he was the one who nailed up the doll, his primary aim wasn't vandalism of the shrine, but truly to put a curse on Putin. Oddly, though, according to legend, Waraningyo curses are supposed to be performed between 1 and 3 a.m., but the security footage was recorded at roughly 2:10 in the afternoon. So perhaps a failure to adhere to proper ritual regulations is why Putin hasn't dropped dead, even after close to a dozen Waraningyo-based attempts on his life. It makes you wonder if everyday Hino has been starting his day by checking the paper's obituary listing, not seeing Putin's name, and then grabbing a handful of straw and getting to work.
Not seeing? Oh, yep. You said that naughty word.
Yep, I did.
Dude, I like to think that when he says, "Just for that," he's like, "What about my crypto scams?"
Right.
Okay. Nazi. Nazi was the bad word. No one laughed at my jokes.
Welcome
so,
to the club.
A dead body has been found in a car in a parking lot in Japan, and police say that it may have been there for over 2 years.
Well, that must be the other thing the guy did. Just for that, not for the dead body? Okay.
So, partially skeletonized remains could be seen through rear windows. On Wednesday evening, police officers... God damn it, the video is private now. On Wednesday evening, police officers responded to a reported theft at a roadside mini mall in Ubagayama. Great name. In Ubagayama, a neighborhood of Niigata City. It's unclear if they found the culprit of the stolen property, but what they did discover was a dead body inside a car in the shopping center's parking lot. The deceased male could be seen lying in the back seat footwell of a compact K-class car, and adding to the shock, the body was partially skeletonized, indicating that a considerable amount of time had passed since the man's death. However, while Niigata is far less developed than some other prefectural capital cities in Japan, the shopping center and its parking lot are still situated near a major road, as seen in the video below, that we can't fucking watch. And the shopping center itself sees plenty of customer traffic. It's okay, though, because we've got this. Now, look, I know what you're thinking. Yes, it is a little interesting that the dead body was dropped off in the parking lot of a Hard Off, which is a store I didn't know existed that seems to be based on Book Off. I think it probably like hardware, like computer parts or something. Probably they also sell there. I don't know. Anyway, the joke is over. None of the store workers or facility maintenance staff have been able to recall when the car first appeared, but investigators believe it may have been sitting there for 2.5 years. Police have been able to identify the owner of the car as a 50-something Niigata resident who was reported missing in November of 2019. Upon searching the vehicle, they discovered a wallet and other items which they were able to determine as belonging to the missing man, as well as a number of gas station receipts, with the most recent being for a gasoline purchase in October of 2019. that would suggest that the car hasn't moved since around the time the man was reported missing. Though that may or may not match the time frame for the man's death, as police believe he may have been living out of the car for a period of time prior to his passing. Still, it suggests that the car was parked in the lot for more than 30 months without anyone bothering to report it, with the man being deceased for a long enough portion of that to begin decomposing. A cause of death has not yet been publicly confirmed. So, at first I thought, because this looks like a pretty small parking lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
At first I was thinking like, God, I can't believe nobody noticed. Hold on, I'm going to try to go to, how do I go to like map view in Google Maps? Come on. How the fuck do I zoom out? Why is it not letting me go to...
I hate Google Maps.
Hello? Can I go to like actual goddamn non-street view? Here's what we get. We just got to go back 2 years and see if we can spot the car. Right? Hello? Okay, here we go. This is what I want. Where is it? God damn it.
Where'd Randy go?
I'm here.
Okay. Oh, Randy's back.
Okay, so what it has is... Wait, is this how I do it? No. This one. Let's grab this. Oh, God. Now I'm in the fucking... It's this one right here. Okay. All right. Da-da. No! Okay. Yes. Apparently, I suck at this. Is it this? Oh, thank God. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So, hard off is this building, right? So it's a pretty small parking lot. I don't know if it's this one or all that, but even still, so I was thinking at first, granted, okay, look, if it's one of these spots and you work in here, yeah, you're gonna fucking notice. But if you think about it, if you come to work every day and a car exists in one of these spots, you probably wouldn't even think about it. You might think that somebody gets the same spot every day and they just arrive before you do or something, you know?
Possibly, but hold on. Zoom out far so you can see this in relation to all of Japan. So that's high enough that that's going to get winter, right? Pretty sure. And if it snows there...
Believe it or not, every place gets winter.
Yeah.
But
if they get snow or not is the question.
They're so high, they're going to get winter.
So here's roughly where I shop at in California. So if we go over here,
that's not how weather
that's
works.
not how it works. we need the actual circular
latitude,
lines.
longitude.
You do realize winter is when the part of the Earth you're on is, facing away from the sun.
Yes,
it was a joke.
Did you lose it?
I did.
No, it's more north.
It was Niigata.
Yeah.
Niigata.
So I know Tokyo can occasionally see winter or snow.
Let's see. Where was I?
They say winter every year. Don't worry.
Yes, I know. I know Tokyo can occasionally see snow, but
Dude,
so if this place gets more snow than Tokyo, a few snowfalls, this car's always covered in snow, and you gotta dick around with not being able to plow the parking lot. You would know.
Yeah. I lost it, so.
It was next to 3 big green areas in an L shape.
Good job, me.
Just hit back.
That's also assuming that area of Japan gets snow. I mean,
that's what I was. Well, that's what I was saying. Tokyo does get snow occasionally, and this is more north than Tokyo. So,
you know what would be a really great way to to do this is if we used Google to just ask if Niigata gets snow. That'd be a great way to figure it out. I'm a genius. I don't. Back isn't helping.
You got to keep pressing back. Every time you move, it changes. There you go. Now zoom out of that.
No,
story.
that was a different tab.
Oh, okay.
But I think it might work. No, these are the ones you're talking about, right, Reese? Okay, I found it. We're back. We're back in business, boys. No, we're not. I lied. Where the fuck did it go? Is it here? No. Well, this is a great...
second. Hold on. The second snowiest prefecture in Japan is Niigata. Certain areas can receive up to 8 meters of snow. I can't believe that's true. Because the North Island would get the most snow, you would think. But that's what Google says. And if that's the case, then fuck them. That car was covered in snow for 2 winters.
Okay, hold up. Did they say October 2019? This was 2 years of COVID.
Okay. Maybe. But you would think that they would still do snow removal on parking lots during COVID.
So here's October 19. Oh, wow. I can actually go in there now, almost. So this restaurant has been the same, but hard off. Wait, Toda Books turned into Book Off. The fact that I can't just goddamn scroll out into map view is driving me up the wall.
I've forgotten what we're looking for again.
We're just looking at the...
We're looking for a car with a dead body in it.
No, we're just looking at the stupid fucking parking lot. Here it is. It's this one right here. This is where we're located, looking this way. Anyway, so yeah, we thinking that this is covered in snow. All right, back to the dead body article. I can't believe I caused us to go through that. I'm so sorry. Watch them literally talk about snow if we keep reading. Watch that happen.
They mentioned Final Fantasy 13.
30 months decomposing. Online commenters were startled at how long the body had gone unnoticed, especially since the car was registered to someone a missing person report had been filed for. How does this happen when the car belonged to someone who'd gone missing? How could the police not have found him sooner than this? Some officers just got exposed for not doing their jobs. Unfortunately, we don't know which ones. You're exposed. Hashtag exposed. And then nothing changed. If the car was parked there for 2.5 years, it should have been noticeably deteriorating. Like, you can tell if it wasn't moved in way too long once you see the tires have gone flat. Didn't any of the workers or customers ever think, that car is always parked in the exact same spot? That sort of thing happens in rural parking lots sometimes. You come across cars that have been parked in the same spots forever and aren't getting driven. But since the parking lots are big and have plenty of space, as long as they're not causing a problem, the store owners don't really make a fuss about it. Regarding the last comment, while parking lots in urban areas in Japan usually have gates, attendees, and fees, farther outside the city centers, you'll find lots that are free to park in and have no gate or guard posted. That was the case at the shopping center where the body was found, and one worker speculated that everyone might just have thought the car belonged to someone who was taking advantage of a free space to park overnight without realizing it hadn't moved in years. Well, they didn't even mention this.
Did they? Where did they find the body? Like, was it sitting in the driver's seat?
They said it was in the back seat. They had a very specific phrasing of it. Lying in the back seat footwell, which tells me behind the front seat, but not like on the actual back seat. So like where you put your feet when you're sitting in the back seat of a car.
Was sitting in the back seat, but rolled after he died.
I mean, maybe, but why would you sit in the back seat unless maybe he was sleeping?
Sleeping in the back seat.
Maybe he was sleeping in the back seat one night in the winter of October 29. I've got it. We know what happened. He was sleeping in the winter, froze to death, and rolled over in his sleep before dying. We did it. We solved the mystery, guys.
Detective AC.
AC did it.
That solves the case of the dead body.
All right. So Japanese mascots are under review over concerns of gender equality. Do you think that she gets paid 70% of the male mascot?
No.
Do you think that's a woman in the female costume?
I don't think there's a woman in that.
All right. So wait till you hear what the actual crime they're being accused of is. Innocent Japanese mascots are under review over concerns of gender equality from a women's organization and the prefectural assembly, with Ganbakun and Ranbachan of Nagasaki Prefecture likely being deemed offensive due to the male being commanding officer and the female only being assistant commanding officer.
Oh,
So
no.
the assistant to the regional manager.
Right. So my solution is you demote both of them to private, right?
Oh my god!
So responding
That
to
is
questions,
such a retarded argument.
right? Responding to questions from the NHK, the governor of Nagasaki, Kengo Oishi, who came into power in March after Nakamura's 12-year reign, said he was, quote, considering a review of the harmless mascot characters who are based on mandarin ducks and were created as a result of the Nagasaki Ganbaranba National Athletic Meet in 2014. Individuals in the prefectural assembly had concerns about the mascots from a perspective of gender equality. And in February, there was also a written request sent in from a women's organization located in the prefecture. You know, those women's organizations, they find the real hard-hitting battles that need to be fought. Definitely.
I was hoping that this article was going to be something to the effect of the male duck was on field hip thrusting violently in her direction. We're just going to get
that you?
You leave my private life out of this. But the thing is I thought we were going to get something decent. This is the dumbest thing ever. Okay, they're fictional characters and one's quote-unquote rank is higher. Somebody raise the banner.
Right. Time to go to war, women's group. Let's do it. Leave none of them alive. Oh, so Oishi explained that awareness regarding gender is growing in society. Damn, I've never been so aware of gender. And that there were voices claiming there were issues with the mascots from a gender perspective. Oishi also stated that he would like to hear the opinions of the prefecture's citizens on the matter. This is said to be the first instance Nagasaki will review such an issue. So there you go. That was weird.
I swear, if anyone actually cares, they handpicked their fucking reviewers and people to interview, because who the fuck gives a damn about these social standing?
Imagine having so few problems in life that you could turn this into a problem you fight for, right? Yep.
Yeah, kids in Africa fight for gender equality in their mascots.
Not according to Matt Walsh's What is a Woman? The African tribe had quite some opinions. All right, so a policeman resigns after being caught stealing fish from detainees. I thought this was actually quite funny. So a Gunma police officer was recently charged for suspicion of theft after allegedly stealing servings of sauri from the bento boxes distributed to detainees for their lunches. No doubt serving as the most embarrassing point of the officer's career. According to the Prefectural Police Inspector General, the 21-year-old officer has been eating the side dishes from a detainee who was jailed since mid-April, and the officer resigned from his job on the same day that he was charged with the crime. The officer cited the reason behind his gluttonous crime by saying, quote, "I ate it because I was hungry and thought I could get away with it if I cleaned up." There's no, he says with it like crumbs all over his chest and it just smeared all around his mouth. There's no question it was me. The Gunma Prefectural Police charged the officer with the crime on May 9th for taking the salary, valued at 50 yen, from the bento boxes made for the detainee. Documents stated that the officer was taking the fish and eating it prior to setting the tables. The incident was discovered after another officer noticed that servings of salary were missing from multiple detainee bento boxes. Really, they were on the case. Cracked, gone over, done.
What a
Case
perfect
closed.
Picture for that.
What?
He said, "What a perfect picture too for that
right?
story."
All right, so the trial ends for the Shizuoka man who stole school equipment to recreate Love Live Classroom at home. Awkwars would not approve. So last February, a trial in which a 28-year-old man was charged with stealing a large amount of school property because he was infatuated with the anime Love Live Sunshine. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Last February, a trial began in which a 28-year-old man was charged with stealing large amounts of school property because he was infatuated with the anime Love Live Sunshine. Did we cover this? I vaguely remember not covering this. I'll have to double check if we did. Anyway, this month, the man responsible for trespassing and taking a range of classroom items from the AV classroom items from audio video equipment to desks was handed down a suspended sentence of 4 years for a 2-year prison sentence. And we were given a much clearer picture as to why he did it in the first place. I mean, it seems pretty obvious. You got to bring your hookers in there to really get your rocks off in the Love Live room. According to testimony during the trial, after graduating from school, the man moved out of his family home and rented a house in Shizuoka City, where he got a job as a caregiver. Oh, yikes. Amidst the loneliness of his new living situation, you're a caregiver. How are you lonely? He had become engrossed in Love Live Sunshine, the anime, which follows a group of students forming an idol group in a coastal city of Shizuoka Prefecture, and it made him increasingly nostalgic for his own school days. He decided to recreate the room where the characters would hold their music club on the second floor of his home, and at first bought a new desk online. However, it didn't have the worn-in look that the school desks he remembered had. Yeah, the ones in the anime, those are very real looking, aren't they? They're very worn in. Do we have yeah, I can see how it just wouldn't do to have the brand new one or wear it in yourself. Where the fuck is the room? God damn it! I am risking a copyright claim just to find that stupid ass shot right here. Okay. God, they look so worn. They're not at all like brand new CG renderings or anything. He decided to recreate the room where the characters would hold their music club. However, it didn't have that worn-in look that the school desks he remembered had. So for the full effect, he made the decision to steal the rest from actual schools. Right. I love the idea that under oath, this guy says, well, you know what? I bought one, but they couldn't cut it. I had to steal the rest, so they were worn. No, this guy was doing weird stuff to those desks.
Why
He was imagining the girls' butts sitting there while pleasuring himself. That's the only way this makes sense.
I mean, the desks might have been really expensive, so you might be lying.
Yes, clearly the reason he stole them is because buying them and wearing them in himself just wasn't economically going to work.
All right, maybe I missed
Well, at the
the
very
obvious
least,
there.
like
I was making a joke before because your answer is the obvious yes.
he could have like exchanged his desks, been like, "Here's some brand new
There you
desks."
go. Yeah. Hey, I've got delivery of brand new desks for you. No questions asked. Just give me one of the old ones. Preferably one a girl sits at.
I mean, that would make perfect sense. But we have covered some strange fucking stories on here, right?
Mm-hmm.
About guys dressing in drag going into bathrooms at 3 in the morning.
At 3 in the morning and running into other guys who all be there. Yes.
So, the fuck knows, okay?
Look,
maybe he does just want the idea, and this is from a culture where they buy used panties, okay?
Look, yes,
maybe it is a thing.
We joke about the end of Evangelion busting a nut scene, but truth be told, that's probably a daily occasion for people in Japan in all sorts of scenarios, in all sorts of settings, in all sorts of walks of life. Somebody is in a room somewhere busting a nut on the subway, in the school, in the locker room, everywhere. It's happening constantly. So at the trial, he officially stood accused of illegally entering 3 high schools within a 4-kilometer radius of his home. He admitted that there were more, but he admitted that there were more. Each time he traveled by bicycle, entering... How did you even bring the desk home on bike? Entering unlocked doors and taking as much as he could carry each time, which on a bicycle isn't much. He wasn't subtle either, and he was spotted by neighbors more than once. In one instance, he even crossed paths with an officer. Great job. He even crossed paths with an officer on patrol who stopped him for questioning while riding his bike with an amp in the basket and a desk under his arm. I guess that's how you do it. However, he told police that he was returning home from performing at Shizuoka Station and was allowed to go on his way. Oh, that explains everything. The desk, yes. I was performing, what do you call it? Like hand drumming or something?
Hold on.
Oh my God. Oh no. He even stole like trophies.
Imagine you did buy the desk though, and you were just innocently taking it around, and a cop pulls you over. Where'd you get that desk?
eBay.
I bought it. It's mine. You definitely stole that from the school. You're taking it back. No, it's mine.
Back when I was a young one, for some reason we had this trend where we wanted to like make the holes in the
uniforms.
There was like holes in the sides of the desks, and for some reason we wanted to make the holes bigger. So I literally like took a pair of scissors to go, and there was like a nice big hole, and then I got a nice trouble for doing that. And that's what this desk thing is reminding me of for some reason.
You mean you got in trouble when you tried to stick your dick in it?
Yeah.
Go back a little bit in that video. Like what, 2 seconds. There. Look at all the tennis balls. Fucking huge bag of tennis balls.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the tennis balls have to do with.
Look at what he got out of the
big school.
Look what he got out of the locker rooms. All these like uniforms or not uniforms. Well, yes, they're uniforms, but they're not school uniforms. They're like sports uniforms from the school. He probably broke them out of like the when you have the MVP and you put like the framed jersey, right? That's the
Did
word.
he
not
steal any
jersey.
gender neutral uniforms?
The cool 2T says, "Don't they sell them at junkyards?" Referring to the desks. Said, "I'm sure he was an avid player of tennis. I'm sure he was an avid player of wearing these kids' uniforms and beating off in the little holes on the desk."
Oh my god!
No.
Take it easy,
I
old
thought I
man. This
already
is our
had
final
nightmare fuel
article.
from this podcast. I didn't mean to go through that. Fuck you.
All right, what else did they say here? By the summer of 2021, he had collected about 15 desks.
A desk
But realizing that he would need 30 to recreate the costume, he decided to step up his effort. I was going to say, there's more than 15 right here. You know, like, he decided to step up his efforts. In one particularly daring raid of a school, please tell me that everything in this is from one specific, like, super raid. He reportedly stole 18 desks, a TV, extension cords, a long table, textbooks, tennis balls, trophies, and more, all in one night, making about 10 trips back and forth. Is this
18 desks, a long table, and he only did 10 trips? Like, how the fuck is he doing this?
Okay, so he's doing, this is what he did. I can tell you exactly what he did. One desk in each arm, right?
How is he riding the bike?
Desk with as many textbooks, tennis balls, and trophies, right? And then you, so that would give you 18 desks in 9 goes, and then the long table was his like last one. He just grabs that one and carries that with both arms.
I guess.
About the TV.
Story wrecked. That's a big plot hole right there.
It says making about 10 trips. that was the 11th, the 10.5 trip. It would seem that fell into the classic trap of wanting to pull just one last big score, taking pretty much everything he'd need to complete his room and then some. But the sheer scale of this job brought a lot of heat. By the 11th of November, police were able to track down and arrest the man, charged with stealing about 83,000 yen, $616. That's fucking it. That's fucking it. How much did the first desk cost? Was it like
if it's
25 cents?
If it's only $616, then he could he could have just bought all of it
for $600.
A single Love Live figure is worth fucking more than that.
He pled guilty and threw himself on the mercy of the court, appearing at the trial in a sweatshirt and nervously telling the court that he was suffering from homesickness and wanted to reconnect with his youth. That is the biggest. That I haven't heard a crock of shit that rich since Amber Heard. Seriously, he literally just didn't want them to take a black light to him and find out how much semen was.
Hold on though. We gotta skew this. So it was 83,000 yen. So skew this to last year. So that's about $830. Like there's a skew because of the yen shift, the sliding in the past couple months. But still, $830 is not that much money when you're rebuilding a fucking room.
Yeah.
Full of shit.
While handing down the sentence, the Shizuoka District Court judge told him, quote, "If you want to immerse yourself in a school drama, that's fine." What? But the means that you took to do it were illegal. It was a selfish idea that caused a great deal of trouble to many students. Recognize the trouble that you caused and try to live a decent life so as not to commit the same offense again. I'll remind you real quick that he got a suspended sentence.
Yeah, no jail time.
The sentence where you don't do any jail time at all and you're basically just on probation.
For 4 years, but yeah.
Since all of the items were returned and the judge deemed that the man suffered... Look, fuck me. A suspended sentence. No, seriously. Seriously, a suspended sentence. And he's like, what? It only cost $616? Fuck, I don't even have to reoffend. I'll just buy the rest of them. Since all of the items were returned and the judge deemed that the man suffered other social punishments, such as the loss of his job as a caretaker, he ruled that a suspended sentence was sufficient in this matter. Hopefully, the man can begin to emulate a more forward-thinking anime that deals with joy of gaining independence. Kiki's delivery service might be a good start. Wow, that's a reach for an article. Wow. Holy shit. That was ridiculous. Okay. Whew. Yeah, so the cool 2T says he could have bought all of these used. I totally agree. He could have probably even got them for less than $616 too. So it was worth it for him then. I don't know, man. I just like it's too much.
It was the excitement along the way.
Yeah, I think it was the thrill.
That's where you just say, Judge, instead of
it was the jerking off he did in the classroom in between trips that really sealed the deal.
You got to say to the judge, since I took all the stuff anyway, instead of returning it, I'll just pay for it.
There you go. I can't possibly reoffend now because I have my entire. That's what he should have done.
Each and every single one of those discs has been.
Honestly, let's be real. If you were the schools / the students whose desks he took, would you even want them back?
No.
No. All right. Anyway, that's it for articles tonight. Do you guys have anything you want to discuss before I bid you farewell and you can just do whatever you want for the next couple hours?
I think we're good to end it.
I think we're about done.
All right. I'm tired of shit, and I'm supposed to have dinner with Dan tomorrow before he goes to Virginia. So I'm going to call it. Everybody?
Just dinner?
Yes, because I have to work the rest of the meals. So I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you guys for joining us. I've been your tired host, the Anime Collector. My name didn't get changed this podcast. That's cool. At least that I noticed. So
hey, use your avatar.
No. What have you done?
Did you not upload your avatar with the rest of us in solidarity?
No. What happened here? There we go.
Disappointing. Yeah. Next podcast, everyone arrive in uniform, okay? Wearing your Doll-E custom avatar.
Crayon now.
Hold on, I've got one.
Or sorry, crayon.
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 I like crayon.
Yeah, well, it's crayon, but AI in the middle.
Yeah,
Well, no. It is not cran. It is not like a cranberry. It is crayon, and it is cryon for the specific site we're talking about.
AI in the middle. Cry. So cry.
God damn it! I have to delete one of these.
Okay, there we go. Now I'm here.
Nice.
Oh my god!
What is happening?
What did you just?
This was Symbiote Spider-Man Avatar.
There you go. All
Brought
right.
to you by Dolly.
Wow.
Well, next podcast is podcast 199.
Oh god.
So we had better fucking do the watch club.
Isn't this podcast? Oh no, yeah.
No, this is 198. Because if we do the watch club, then that means that podcast 200 can be the Berserk watch club for the Golden Age movies.
Yeah, because you think we're gonna finish it in time. Yeah. Keep dreaming.
So help me God. It is 3 movies. All right, guys. I'll catch you next week. Take it easy.
Bye.